Artificial intelligence and machine learning applications continue to blend with the core business processes of any industry. Yet, businesses around the world face many challenges when it comes to solving business problems with AI. This can be due to the lack of resources restricting the development of skills, time constraints, and cost of creating data-friendly architecture and AI use cases. ADL's AI Factory is a unified platform to answer all these business problems. The platform consists of an experiment bay, which features a data store allowing you to share and store organizational data securely. You can also find solutions for business use cases through the ready-made AI solution template. Train and test your models in your collaborative workspace. Optimize resource usage with monitoring features. Streamline the AI solution building process with AI ML pipelines, reducing the time to deploy models from months to minutes. Data drift and model drift monitoring further ensures the accuracy of consistency of the AI solutions. Get your own AI factory for rapid AI solution development without worrying about the underlying infrastructure. Gain an edge with AI. Stay ahead of your competition. The AI Factory will lead the way for you to reduce the skill gap, time to market, and cost, allowing you to scale your ML and analytic work processes. Interested? Get in touch to find out more. Axiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
ADL-I, an intelligent video content analytics platform designed to capture and understand the context of infinite video data generated daily by your business. The platform enables enterprises to make better decisions in real time to drive business growth. Translating video content into actionable insights results in increased revenue, improved security, and enhanced privacy. Highly accurate models developed for ADL-I allow the platform to recognize faces, detect emotions, identify anomalies, and count individuals to enable businesses to extract insights for better data-driven decision-making in critical scenarios. As your business grows, ADL-I scales with you. Our software has no limits on the number of registered users, onboarded cameras, or notification alerts. Powered by open-source technologies, sophisticated databases, and flexible cloud infrastructure, ADL-I supports the development of new businesses and industry-specific use cases to deliver fully managed analytics services. Automating your video surveillance enables visitor management and attendance monitoring. The system will notify security about the appearance of any person of interest and minimize the impact on the business from security risks. Some of ADL-I's key applications for crowd management include counting individuals, crowd control, and access authorization. ADL-I's powerful facial recognition feature can recognize your customers as they enter your premises, enabling a personalized customer experience. Our software can also analyze facial expressions to generate insights from the non-verbal feedback provided by customers to drive customer feedback and satisfaction. And finally, visual inspection at industrial plants to flag product anomalies for quality assurance and delivery are some of the most significant applications identified for ADL-I. ADL-I, intelligent, AI-driven video content analytics. All your computer visual applications via a single platform. Interested? Get in touch to find out more. Axiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
The telco industry is undergoing a transformational shift towards digitalization. To stay ahead of the game, telcos need to be agile and responsive to the ever-changing customer needs. APIs enable telcos to build a digital ecosystem to easily partner with digital service providers, rapidly create new services, and monetize their network assets. Companies using advanced APIM suites achieve 47% better digital transformation results than those with basic APIs. Yet only 1 in 3 telcos use advanced APIs effectively, leaving the rest to grapple with integration, reusability, and governance problems. Enter Axonect APIM, a telco-focused digital enablement platform for revenue growth and innovation. Our API management suite comes in 3 variations: The API Manager, an internal API marketplace that enables telcos to rapidly create and deploy new services, enhancing agility and service delivery. API Monetizer, a powerful tool that allows telcos to onboard service providers, monetize existing assets, and leverage partnerships to expand their customer base and revenue streams. The Enterprise API Aggregator inherits the same capabilities as the API Monetizer with the added benefit of aggregating services from multiple connected operators to a single endpoint, fostering collaboration and efficiency across the telco ecosystem. The Axonect API suite offers a range of powerful features. With comprehensive API management, telcos can easily design, publish, and manage APIs, enabling seamless integration and enhancing customer experiences. Our platform features centralized administration for API governance, a developer portal for seamless collaboration, robust API security, access control, efficient traffic management, and a flexible support model to minimize upfront costs. Integration of accelerators like TM Forum Open APIs and Camera APIs into the platform architecture has enhanced its capabilities and maximized the potential it can deliver. With Axonect, scalability becomes effortless and ensures a very high system uptime. Our platform guarantees high availability, fault tolerance, and disaster recovery so that no matter the circumstances, your performance remains uninterrupted. Global telcos use Axonect APIM to enjoy 50% faster time to market and accelerate innovation across business functions, digitally enabling 350 million end users. In a world driven by connectivity and innovation, Axonect APIM is the key to unlocking the limitless potential of the telco industry. Interested? Contact us to find out more.
Are you struggling to manage customer profiles and keep track of customer interactions? In today's digital world, understanding customer behavior is a critical success factor in managing customer relations. Introducing Axonect Customer Explore, the solution to fulfill your customer's lifecycle with a 360-degree view and enhanced customer interaction management. Axonect Customer Explore is designed with state-of-the-art technologies to ensure seamless integration with any legacy system, minimum hardware footprint, and end-to-end secure transactions and flexible user management with comprehensive audit trails. With Customer Explore, customer care agents can easily manage customer data and interactions, streamline business processes, and focus on providing personalized and timely support, leading to improved customer satisfaction and loyalty. Axonect Customer Explore is a single source of truth for customer data and makes it easier to access and analyze customer profiles. Axonect Customer Explore optimizes the marketing and sales processes, boosts collaboration among teams, help business administrators and campaign managers generate more successful leads, and improve upselling and cross-selling. It provides valuable insights to target and position different customer segments with specific sales optimization strategies. Axonect Customer Explore is the ideal solution for your customer lifecycle fulfillment. Get in touch to find out more.
Good morning everyone, and welcome to the third edition of the Axiata Digital Labs AI Summit featuring Day 3, the AI Forum, and we are coming to you live from Axiata Digital Labs headquarters, Colombo, Sri Lanka. I'm Ridhmi, and alongside me is my co-host Pragesh, and we are thrilled to have you with us as we dive into another day of groundbreaking discussion on generative AI.
Thank you, Ridhmi. So today we are joined by the industry's leading minds and knowledge experts to mark our last but not least step in this glorious summit journey. Before we kickstart, let us shed some light on who we are at the lab. Axiata Digital Labs is an innovative digital transformation solutions provider headquartered in Sri Lanka. We at ADL are deeply passionate about emerging technologies, and we believe that innovation and collaboration are the heart of driving digital transformation across the globe. This marks the third year of our AI Summit, originally conceived by our Analytics and AI team as a social responsibility initiative.
Yes, Pragesh, our goal with the AI Summit is to share our passion for AI with you. by curating thoughtful educational discussions from some of the brightest and most experienced minds in the field of AI. This year, we are zeroing in on generative AI, a transformative force that's redefining the boundaries of what's possible. And guess what? We both had the honor of being your host last year, and me especially, for all these 3 epic journeys. That's right, I've been your trusty guide from the very beginning. So if you are enjoying this trilogy as much as I am, give yourself a pat on the back for being part of this incredible adventure game.
Well, indeed, with me, it's an honor to be here again. If you've been following along with the AI Summit, you know that we hosted 2 chapters of a Geeks Hangout on the topic of enterprise analytics with generative AI, conducted by AWS and Azure. If you missed them or want to revisit any of those fascinating discussions, please head over to our Axiata Digital Labs YouTube channel. Now, without further ado, let's kick things off. Please welcome our Chief Executive Officer Tushara Kaudawatta to officially open the AI Forum 2023.
Good morning and welcome to the AI Summit 2023. This is an exciting gathering that signifies the continuous journey of innovation and technology at the intersection of human intelligence and artificial intelligence. It's an honor to have you all here today as we delve into the transformative theme, generative AI, that is driving our industry forward. This year's summit is significantly special as it serves as a testament to the incredible strides we have made in the field of generative AI. We have witnessed AI's ability to reshape industries, redefine possibilities, and push the boundaries of what was once thought impossible. This progress is evidence of human ingenuity and a representation of our commitment to pioneering the forefront of frontiers of AI technology. At Axiata Digital Labs, we firmly believe that the convergence of human intelligence and artificial intelligence is essential for the digital age. This enables us to harness the full potential of generative AI and create an innovative product suite named Intelligent. The product under Intelligent leverages a large language model. These products, such as Chat with Web, DocuChat, Graph Genie, and Chatty, are designed to make access information, data analysis, and human-machine interactions more intuitive, reliable, and efficient. Throughout this summit, you will have the opportunity to explore the limitless possibilities of generative AI and gain valuable insights from some of the brightest minds in the field. Our aim is not only to discuss the present, but also to envision the future. Together, we will uncover how generative AI shaped industries, redefining human-machine interactions, and open up new horizons of exploration. I'm excited to share some of the key highlights of this year's forum. The AI Forum, taking place from now to 5 p.m. today, will offer insights into the latest tools in AI, such as large language models, natural language processing, and machine learning. Our keynote speakers will share their insights on the latest trends and development of generative AI, as well as its impact on various industries and societies as a whole. As I mentioned previously, we'll showcasing our product suite of Intelligent product, which leverage generative AI to make accessing information, data analysis, and human-machine interactions more intuitive, reliable, and efficient. As we gather here today, we are not marking just the beginning of another AI forum. We are embarking on a journey that converges or maybe take us into the future. The promise of generative AI, the suite of Intelligent, products, and the exceptional insights shared at this summit are testament to our collective dedication to build a future where AI not only serves our need, but enriches our lives in a way we have not yet imagined. So let's begin this exciting journey and embrace the potential of generative AI. I am sure that the knowledge, ideas, and collaborations that will emerge from the summit will be nothing short of extraordinary. Thank you for being part of this wonderful AI Summit 2023, and I look forward to the insightful discussions and exchange of terrific ideas.
Thank you, Tushara, for the energetic start for the day and unwavering support and leadership extend to our ongoing journey to the world of AI. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin this exciting journey into the world of generative AI with our first keynote speech.
Yes, Ridhmi, we are joined by Professor Brendan McCain to take us through the topic of generative AI for images and signals. Professor McCain's research interests include computer vision, pattern recognition, machine learning, biomedical imaging, and robotics. He is a PhD holder at James Cook University of North Queensland in Australia, entitled Learning to Recognize 3D Objects from 2D Intensity Images. Professor McCain, we warmly welcome you to our ADL AI Forum. Over to you.
Okay. Okay, tena koutou katoa. That's a traditional Maori greeting. So welcome and thanks for inviting me along. So I'm going to talk about generative AI for images and a little bit for other signals. When we talk about generative AI for images. So I just want to start off with a very brief, here's an overview of a standard convolutional neural network, I guess, which is kind of along with vision transforms.
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, Professor McCain, I think you're sharing the dual screen. If you can get it to one single screen, that would be better.
Oh, sharing the wrong screen. Wait a second. How's that?
Yeah, now it's perfect, Professor McCain. Sorry to interrupt you there. You can continue. Thank you.
Sorry about that. So here's a standard convolutional neural network, which is a sort of classical recognition network, I guess. And you have an image that comes in, and we build a bunch of different layers that do a bunch of convolutions. The number of layers can be quite deep, hundreds even. And at the end, we have this usually a fully connected layer. And then this output, which is normally a class or a classification of the image. Oh, it's a duck, it's a cat, it's a dog, or something like that. So the key insight really of generative models is that this output can really be anything, including another image. So most of the generative models really we just take this sort of idea of outputting classes and we replace that with outputting images instead. Now large language models are a bit different, so they're a different category, but as I said, I wasn't going to talk about those. Okay, so another key part of the generative models where we kind of want to reverse the process. So the input we want to give is something that is more like a label. So we want to give it a label or something, and we produce an image. So we've got to have this idea as well. There are 4 basic types of generative models, and I'm going to briefly talk about each of these types. So we've got autoencoders, variational autoencoders, generative adversarial networks, and diffusion models. And many of these types now are used in conjunction with, lately with text, so that diffusion models especially, you often generate an image based on text input. I'm not going to talk about that specifically. That's kind of a little bit more complicated. So I'm just going to focus on the more basic stuff, which is the generating the images. And this progression is kind of almost historical in terms of how these things were developed. Okay, so autoencoder is really the first step along the way, and they're still used actually quite a bit, and I'll get to that a little bit later. But the idea is very simple. So you've got your input at the input end, and you go through the same sort of idea as with a classification network and sort of narrowing down, usually narrowing down, going to this central code, which is labeled Z here in the image, which is usually a very highly compressed versus the input size. And these are typically convolutional steps along the way, convolutions and subsampling. And then on the way out, we do deconvolution and supersampling, and we produce this X-dashed image. And the training is very simple. It's unsupervised. We usually, well, one of the simple ways is just to we want to generate the output so that it's the same as the input, right? So we just minimize the difference between the output image and the input image, and we train this on a lot of data, and this produces a network that we can use. Now you might ask reasonably, what is the point of a network that produces its output, which is the same as the input? Since we've already got the input, why don't we just use that input? So there's really 2 uses for this basic idea. One is that the code is a compact representation, so we can use that in other processes. So quite often when we have high dimensional, the standard way, when we've got high dimensional inputs, we do some, we want to convert that into a smaller code, and often we would use traditionally something like principal components analysis. But this is just another way of producing a code that might be useful to do further processing on. So that's one application. And then another application is something called denoising. So this was a fair amount of interest in research several years ago into denoising autoencoders, and that's where we start with a noisy image and we want to remove the noise however we specify what that noise might be, and I'll give a simple example in a second. So here is what, so I'm going to show you some examples all the way through this talk, and I'm going to use only very simple images because they're kind of easy to train. To produce images that are a bit like what you might get out of stable diffusion, etc., requires training things for a long time, and it doesn't really illustrate the issues involved. So I'm just going to stick with simple, small images, and they might look very impressive, but I just want you to think about the concepts rather than the output. Okay, so here's just a straightforward autoencoder. This is run on Fashion MNIST, which is a data set which has just got a whole bunch of very low resolution images of clothes, really. So shoes, shirts, pants, trousers, etc., etc. And so this is just a standard autoencoder. We run it through. The autoencoder produces a code. We reconstruct from that code, And so the first row here is the original, and the second row is the reconstructed. And this is these reconstructed is quite typical of autoencoders because we're producing a much compressed code. We have to lose some information, and often that information is some of the details. So we might get a sort of a blurry image out, but nevertheless it kind of captures the essential essence of the original. Now, a disadvantage of autoencoders is that they're not really very good. So we're talking about generative models, right? So we need a way, so it's useful when we're doing these things to actually try to generate things just from the code. But with straight autoencoders, we're not putting any structure on that code in the middle, and so it becomes very hard to generate sensible output from that. So the next row of images is just where I've not used an input image, but I've just started at the middle in the code part, and I've generated a random code, and from that random code produced an output image. And you can see here that it really doesn't work. So it doesn't produce anything sensible. So it's not producing anything that looks like clothes. Okay, so ironically, the autoencoders, although they're kind of a generative model, they're not very good at the generative part, at least in this simple way, that the simplest way of using them. However, they are pretty good at doing things like denoising. So for example, I'll show you the next example. So I trained the autoencoder, same autoencoder, on very blurred images of digits. So this is the MNIST digit set, and got it to try to do de-blurring. Okay, so you put in a whole bunch, you blur the input images according to a known blurring function. That's your input. Your output is the actual thing that you're looking for, and you train the autoencoder. And then in the future, if you get a blurred input image, you just put that in, and then it'll spit out a unblurred one. And you can see this works very well. So the bottom line is images from a test set. So this is sort of an example of removing artifacts from images, I guess, or you can see it as a type of super resolution. So if you know the nature of what's going on in your image that you want to remove, you can train for it and get an autoencoder to remove it, and that works actually very well. But as I said, it's not very good at doing actual generative modeling. So that led straight into the first sort of model that was a real generative model, and this is a variational autoencoder. And it's a pretty cool idea, and it's very simple, and in practice, the theory is kind of a bit hairy, as usual with these things, but the actual implementation is very straightforward. So we have an autoencoder structure that's very, very similar to the straight autoencoder, except instead of generating a basic code in the middle, so we still go through convolutional layers, etc., but we don't generate a basic code in the middle. What we do is we try to generate a distribution, right? So we're generating, so we've got an input image, and that will give us a mean and a standard deviation. And from that mean and standard deviation, we sample a value, and from that sample, we then generate the output. And we do this multiple times over lots of different images, and this actually does give us a way of doing real generation of images. So the trick with these things is how to do the training, and it has to do with imposing structure on the distribution that we have in the middle, the mu and the sigma. And so we have to minimize, usually we try to get the mu and sigma to follow standard normal distribution with a mean of 0 and a standard deviation of 1. And so that's sort of a regularization that happens when we're training. So not only do we produce some mu and sigma, we try to make the mu and sigma look like a standard distribution. So now when I want to sample, if I just want to create new images, what I can do is I can just sample directly from a standard normal distribution, give me a sample, and then run that sample through the decoder, and then I get an output. Okay? So this actually makes it a lot easier to generate images. So here's some examples. Again, this is run on the MNIST data set. And this is during training, so I just show the output at the start of training, so that's on the left. So if I just generate a random sample, produce output, all I get is noise. But if I train for a little bit longer, so in this case 10 epochs, then I start getting actual things that look like digits. So this is great. Now, it's not very useful for digits, of course, but is pretty useful for other sorts of images or structures. Now, if you look at the output here, again, you might notice something that's very typical of variational autoencoders, that the output's always a little bit blurry. And again, that's because of the nature of the autoencoder. We're sort of reducing the resolution as we go through the autoencoder, and as a consequence, we often throw away some of the sharp corners, the high frequency components. So that's a real disadvantage of They have many advantages, but that's a real disadvantage of variational autoencoders. Another advantage is that they're pretty easy to train, so they kind of just work fairly well, although you do have to play around with the number of components you have in the middle, the dimensionality of your distribution. But because they produce images that are a little bit blurry, so things moved on and looking at ways of getting rid of that blurriness. And so this is how generative adversarial models were developed. So here's an overview of GANs. So these are known as GANs, and it sets up the problem as a adversarial game. So we've got two components, and these components are usually just implemented as kind of standard things. So the generator might be an autoencoder type generator, and the discriminator is usually a classification network. And the classification network just produces either, the probability of it being a real image. So the goal of what the discriminator wants to do is to be able to successfully classify the difference between real images and fake images. And what the generator is trying to do is trying to fool the discriminator. So it's trying to produce images that the discriminator can't tell if they're real or fake. And this learning goes on sort of in step. So you start off with a discriminator that's pretty rubbish and a generator that's also rubbish. And then the discriminator gets a little bit of an advantage, say, and then the generator is forced to do better at the image, and then the discriminator gets a bit of an advantage, and the generator is forced to do a little bit better. So this works really well if you can get the trade-off between the discriminator and the generator right. The disadvantage is that these things can be tricky to train because you can get one or the other of the discriminator or the generator overpowering the other one, more likely the discriminator. So you can imagine a game. So if the discriminator, for example, gets everything right all the time, there's always can tell the difference between real images and fake images, then the generator really has no gradient on which it doesn't know which direction it needs to improve. So it can't improve until it at least guesses something that the discriminator can't tell. So the discriminator can overpower the generator a little bit. So that just requires careful management in how the training's going. So here's some examples, again, on the MNIST data set. So it's a very simple data set again. And these are the generated examples. So here's what the generator generates in the first epoch. So it's just a straight line, so maybe a 1. And then as we go further in the epoch, the discriminator is getting better, and then the generator has to get better, and so it slowly gets better and better. By the time we get up to the 50th epoch of training, it's producing things that look pretty much like digits. Okay, so that's pretty cool. And you should be able to see that one of the attributes of these images is that they're not blurry, so they're typically quite sharp. So a real advantage of the GANs is that they produce sharp images as opposed to a variational autoencoder. So they can get things wrong in other ways, but if you want images that are quite realistically sharp, then GANs typically win. So the GANs really took over from the variational autoencoders in terms of producing images because of this, because they were producing sharp images. But as I said, disadvantage is that they can be quite difficult to train in some circumstances. Okay, so that's autoencoders, variational autoencoders, and GANs. And so this leads on to sort of a very different approach, which is called diffusion. So these are the approaches that are being used mostly these days, for example, in stable diffusion, etc. And the idea, again, the maths, the underlying theory can be a little bit hairy, but the actual idea is pretty simple. So technically a diffusion process is this, we've got this Markov chain, but what we really mean is it's called diffusion because it's a little bit like, you can imagine if you got a glass of water and you dropped in a drop of red dye, say, eventually that would diffuse through the whole glass, right? So you can think of the images down here as if we've got an image like digit 5, and as we go through this process, that the information in the 5 diffuses until all we've got left is noise at the end. Now, why this is kind of a cool idea and is very simple in principle is because what we do is we specify what the noise is for training. So we specify this part. So we're going, and this is the data we use for training. So we use in our training the images that are next to each other. So the completely clean 5 and the slightly noisy 5, they go into sometimes something as simple as an autoencoder, and we start off with the noisy 5 and we just want to produce the clean 5. And we know autoencoders, for example, are very good at doing this sort of denoising, right? So that's one training image and one training pair. And at the other end, we've got very noisy image as the input and a slightly less noisy image as the goal. Okay, so we're actually trying to learn this bit, just a step, just one step. That's all. We're just trying to learn one step from a noisy to a slightly less noisy image. And so when we're training, we just pair up all these noisy and slightly less noisy images, train something. Could be as simple as an autoencoder, like stable diffusion uses something that's quite a lot more, it uses a big UNet and a whole bunch of other things, but the idea is the same. And we just iterate that over a number of different steps. So in this case, I've done 100 steps. I've just shown a couple of intermediate steps here. But on the next page, I'm going to show you some examples. So I've just trained an autoencoder. It's a simple autoencoder, pretty much the same as what I showed in the the original autoencoder I showed. And remember, that autoencoder wasn't good at doing the generating part. So here's the resulting output of my autoencoder after I've done a bunch of training. So when we're generating images, what we start off with is just a completely noisy image. So just random noise, usually Gaussian distributed, and then we pump that through the our generator multiple times. So we pump it through once, produces an output, feed that back in as the input, and do that multiple times, and usually the number of times that we've done to specify what our training data was. And in this case, it was 100 steps, right? So I trained my simple autoencoder just using training data that I generated from my actual images. And you can see that the output of the images, so as we go from left to right, completely noisy, and it's every 10 steps of generation up to 100. By the time we get to the 100th generation, we've got something that is actually looks very much like a digit from the training data set that I had. And so this is one of the reasons why these models have been so successful, is of all the ones I've showed so far, this has been probably the easiest one to produce good output. And it just kind of worked, even though I did, extremely implemented an extremely simple model. Okay, so I just want to move on a little bit to, so this is all good, we've all played with stable diffusion and all the other generative models for images. We've seen how they're sometimes a bit weird, they produce weird hands or whatever. But those sort of applications to me feel kind of trivial. Okay, so we can generate images, but so what? We might want to use them for advertising, I suppose, or producing some media assets. But we're not saving the world, are we, by generating those images? So what sort of things can this be used for other than generating images? Well, so an image really is just a two-dimensional signal, so we can use these methods for really any other sorts of signals. So there's two that particularly come to mind. One is 3D signal, so like voxel model. So here's a very coarse model of a plane, for example. We can apply the same sort of encoder-decoder structure to these voxel models as we can to images, and we can use variational autoencoders, diffusion models or GANs, and use those to generate new shapes. So, okay, so what's the point of that? Well, there's a couple of points, I guess. So here's a couple of examples of things that we've generated here. One from the shape card data set. So you can generate new things that you mightn't have thought of, the particular shape. So maybe new cars, maybe new furniture. That's kind of about the same as generating new images, in my view, not so interesting. On the right here, you see a couple of structures, and these are sort of 3D structures used for things like heat exchangers or chromatography columns, and it allows you to generate new data, new shapes that you can then test, say, in a simulation, and then optimize these models to produce much more efficient versions of whatever you're trying to produce. And this has a real, actual, proper application. You can make things either more efficient in your processes, save energy, save money, or things like that. And so in that case, you run in a loop. So you have a simulation evaluating how good it is, and you have a generator that's generating new shapes, and you run it through the simulator, and then you pick the shapes that are good. And this is something that you can't really feasibly do as a person. Whereas producing an image, people are pretty good at producing images, at producing things like new shapes for industrial processes. That's actually a much more difficult job and takes a lot more time, and in a big industrial optimization process. So it's an actual target application that I think has a lot of potential. And then there's, so that's 3D signals, and then we can go to 2D signals. So here's an example of Raman spectroscopy. So this is typical of 1D, sorry, go to 1D signals. So 1D signals, spectroscopy is a typical example. And quite often we want to do things, so in this application here, it's detect cancer cells. And when you're trying to do that, quite often you have a limited amount of data. So we can use generative models to actually increase the amount of data we have to train our classifier. Okay, so I'm almost done. I think there are a bunch of useful use cases that are actually real useful. So optimizing 3D structures, I think, is a particularly good use case for generative models. For imaging, then I think producing examples for training purposes for medical imaging, that's a possibly good example. X-rays, CT scans, MRIs perhaps. And data augmentation for producing more data of a particular class so that you can balance up the training set, for example, or converting data to a more convenient form. So I didn't really talk about that, but you can, if anyone's gone and had an ultrasound or seen somebody's had an ultrasound, you can see that those images are not very easy to interpret. So imagine looking at an ultrasound and seeing something that looks like a CT scan instead. So that's an example of more convenient form of data, and you can use these generative models to do that sort of thing. However, I just want to finish with a few ethical issues. So I think, especially working in industry, if you're working in industry, you might want to just keep these in mind. We do have ethical issues with generative AI, not just for large language models, misinformation, etc. But we've got with images, we've got deep images and videos, we've got deep fakes. There's also potential problems with copyright and IP, because with images especially, and with text, a lot of the training data is just scraped from the internet, and that data can actually have copyright associated with it, where the copyright owner hasn't given permission for, say, OpenAI to make use of that data for their training. And there are a couple of lawsuits going on in the US about this, actually. So it'll be interesting to see how those things pan out. Privacy, you might think that privacy is not a problem here, but it's actually can be, unless it's carefully managed. So sometimes with these generative models, both text and images, you can expose actual training data from the model, usually not on purpose, but nevertheless, some pretty sensitive data can be exposed unless you're fairly careful. So that's something to keep in mind. And there's also an issue of sustainability. So we're spending a lot of energy training and using these models, and you probably heard that training costs a lot of energy, but the indications I've seen that actually deploying the models, because they get used a lot, is it's something like 10% cost of training, 90% cost of deployment. So there's actually a lot of energy being burnt, and if we're just using that energy to produce pictures or random text, we might want to wonder why we're doing that. Okay, and I think I'm out of time, so So I'm going to stop there. And hopefully someone else will come on.
Thank you, Professor McCain, for enlightening us on generative AI for images and signals. Stay tuned with us. We have a Q&A session coming up next for Professor McCain. We'll be back after a short break.
Artificial intelligence and machine learning applications continue to blend with the core.
Hi, Bogdan. So we have two questions for you. Question number one. How many epoch do you do to get the results in general? Or do you continue to test until the noise is fully removed?
Yeah, so this is a good question. It depends. Normally you just keep going until you get, so you have a validation set of test data and you keep going until that validation test is producing something that you think is good or good enough. So, but it depends, it really depends a lot on the data, the amount of data you have and the quality of the data and your model. There's no really easy way of specifying what a good model is until you try it out, other than using the experience of all the other researchers that have already developed models. So the developed models that are published are usually pretty good at doing many things.
Okay, so that's another question, final one. What are some generative AI image use cases for the healthcare industry?
Yeah, so I think I mentioned those in one of my slides. So the two that come to mind is generating image data for training. So these could be for training people. Because, you know, for example, X-rays, broken bones, or CT scans, or things like this. And why that might be interesting is because you can probably cover a lot more use cases, and if you do it carefully, you remove the privacy and ethical issues of sharing data from actual patients. And that's a real issue in the healthcare industry, I think. So that's one good application. And the other one is for more convenient output formats for visualization. So I think the ultrasound to CT scan or ultrasound to MRI type view is a good example, where you've got a piece of kit that's quite cheap to use, like an ultrasound machine, so they're relatively cheap, but produce images that are very hard to interpret and take quite a lot of training on the part of the people involved to interpret those images. Whereas you have other images that are very easy to interpret, but they usually come from machines that are either quite expensive, like an MRI, or give you a radiation dose, like a CT or X-ray machine. And so being able to transfer from one mode to visualize, convert data from one mode to another, I think is another good example of use case for images in healthcare.
All right. So, what an inspiring start to our day, Bogdan. Thank you so much, Professor McCain. And I'm sure this set a strong foundation for our discussion today. Now, let's dive into the topic more. Up next, we have another mind-expanding talk by Bogdan State. After running
I think there's been a name confusion
a small data consultancy, Bogdan State joined Vibrant Planet, and he currently responsible for building the data and infrastructure frameworks required to support machine learning applications at a global scale. His career highlights include spending 7 years on the Facebook core data science team too. So Bogdan holds a PhD in sociology and MS in computer science, both from Stanford University, as well as a BA in History and Sociology from Amherst College. He has authored 20 peer-reviewed publications in computational social science, as well as 14 patents and patent applications. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our second keynote speaker, Bogdan State. Over to you.
Hi everyone. I feel like I should apologize for speaking out of turn earlier and talking to the other speaker. I'm sorry there's been a name confusion, and I feel like I've learned a lot from the previous talk as well. So thank you so much. So hi, I'm glad to join you. Without further ado, I'm just going to share my presentation now. So let me see if I can do this really quickly. Okay, so you should be able to see my presentation and maybe, okay, I don't know why the sidebar decided to be here, but this is just like, okay, so, are you able to see my screen now? Yes. Okay, cool. So what I wanted to talk to you about is the sort of the less glorious part of building of working with large models, such as large language models or foundation models or any kind of, modern machine learning models, and to talk a bit about practical experience working with them at a startup that uses cloud infrastructure. So before I get into that, I wanted to give you a bit of an idea of why we do this at Vibrant Planet and who we are. So who we are is a growing group of people coming from 4 different areas: science, in particular, resource management, ecology, earth sciences in general, forestry. So this is forestry practitioners, in particular in the United States, policy, and tech. So we very much look like a tech startup, but we don't have the typical story of a tech startup. And the idea behind Vibrant Planet is that it would be great for there to be a sort of a collision almost of these worlds of forestry and tech in particular. So there's, I'm not going to go through everybody's profiles, but I just want to communicate the fact that there's quite a few of us, and the machine learning side of things is only one side of things. It's machine learning that comes to address a specific purpose, and that specific purpose is to make sure the trees burn down less in catastrophic, in natural catastrophes. But there's more of a science to that than simply my saying this. So I'm just, a cog in this growing apparatus here. I My role is to provide a lot of the connective tissue in the machine learning space. Formally, I'm the head of machine learning, although the sort of the functions of my role have been evolving. I kind of try to write down here. You might be wondering why is a sociologist talking to you about machine learning and specifically about data infrastructure? The backstory is I'm 38 years old. I've been programming since I was 10. And somehow had my life story kind of took me in a bunch of different directions, but so computers have always been a part of it, a part of them, and I had the good fortune, I would say, to spend 7 years on Facebook's core data science team. And been learning a consultancy as a side project. And I've been at Weimar Planet for 2.5 years as their first technical employee. Been looking at, as I mentioned, providing connective tissue. So there's a need for someone to sort of to fill in the blanks when it comes to data engineering, MLOps, data infrastructure, and so forth. And so why is there a need for data when it comes to climate? So first of all, when you think about climate tech, probably you've heard of carbon offsets. This is a very common sort of theme in the field, and this is usually what people focus on. We are in the climate space, but we're not a carbon offset company. We're per se. We focus on other things. We're also not in. We don't do things like carbon capture. So what do we actually do? We sell a product called Land Tender. You can go to landtender.net right now if you want to check it out. This product is meant for resource managers, land managers. So these are cooperatives, NGOs, local authorities that have under their management large amounts of land. Which oftentimes is forested, and so there's a forestry aspect to how they manage their land. So the sort of things that we can do with data is, for instance, we can map avoided loss from potential hazards. And this is not really my area of expertise, I should clarify, but this is really where the data goes. So, we have this thing called SARA, which is Strategic Areas, Resources, and Assets. So this is a sort of a cumulative mapping product that already exists. We have a wildfire hazard. We need to figure out like where is the wildfire hazard, and this is done using simulations. And then we can get a notion of what the cumulative risk is for various parts of our territory, and then we can talk about what treatments people may apply. There are many choices that foresters have to make. So if they have a forest under management, they may consider thinning the forest so as to increase the distance between trees, for instance, so that in the event of a fire, it's less catastrophic. They might consider doing herbivory, so that is literally using goats to sort of to deal with the undergrowth underneath the trees. They might even do a prescribed burn if the conditions allow it. So sometimes it's much better to burn a bit of the forest under like very controlled conditions so as to prevent catastrophic fires in the future. In any case, the point is that data is really important here, and fine-grained data in particular. And I'll draw your attention, for instance, to the wildfire hazard here. And I mentioned simulations. Well, what do you run the simulations on? it's really handy if you're able to run the simulations on individual trees. So that's one of the things that we can do. We can map avoided loss. And then another thing that we can do is talk about ecological effects. And so ecological effects would be things like, what happens thinking of the forest as an ecosystem. So you can think of the forest as an asset, you can think of the forest as an ecosystem. And, there are various things that can happen to your ecosystem as a result of treatments and, good things we hope. So, there are species you care about, there's biodiversity you care about, there's resilience, and so on and so forth. And so ultimately, we give people an insight into what we call the cumulative restorative return on investment. So this is a decision-making tool that allows land managers to decide where to best allocate their resources. So this is what the product looks like in terms of what our clients see. They have they have a few large treatment areas. This is the state of California in the United States. And they will oftentimes have scenarios, things that they are thinking about doing. They also have a budget, so they have a constraint, or oftentimes they'll have like multiple constraints, and we suggest recipes to them. So this is kind of the nature of the product. Okay, there's a lot of things here. Obviously, there's a lot of knobs. It's the more you get into this problem, the richer it becomes from a data perspective and from a modeling perspective as well. And I would also say that there's a lot of more things that we could be doing when it comes to modeling, but it really is like thinking about the model behind an entire ecosystem, basically. So what's one problem with all of this? So one problem is quite a few of us in the incipient stages of the company came from Meta. And we thought that we know big data, and we know like large data sets and so forth. But it turns out that there are 8 billion people on the planet. There are 3 trillion trees on the planet. So almost 3 orders of magnitude more individuals if you want to care about, if you wanted to map all the trees on the planet. And in addition to that, there's the fact that there's a lot of data out there, but it's expensive. It's very expensive when it comes to remote sensing. If you want to acquire it at a reasonable scale, to be able to like look at large areas. So open remote sensing data is really incredibly helpful. And here there are 2 things. So I mentioned that a lot of things for us focus on finding the trees. Like you literally want to find where all the trees are. And if you think about it, for something like conifers, this is, if it's a plantation forest, it's pretty easy because, they have a certain conifer-like shape. If it's a rainforest, then it gets a lot more difficult. And I should preface this by saying, when we say we want to find all the trees, we want to find all the canopy dominant trees. So we don't literally care about like every single plant that is there. That would be crazy. But there are like there are big trees that have canopies, and so you can identify them and count them. So this is a well-established problem in forest ecology. The really cool thing about it is, people in machine learning talk about ground truth. This problem has literal ground truth. That is, you can send grad students with backpacks to find the trees. And that is, that's your gold standard if you want. But that's incredibly expensive. And something slightly less expensive, but still prohibitive, is fixed wing LiDAR. So these are flights done with a LiDAR sensor. And you can use well-established algorithms in computational forestry to extract the trees. So LiDAR is a 3D point cloud. You can use ground point classification to learn a DEM, a digital elevation model. You learn this thing called the canopy height model, that is a surface rate over non-ground points. And we can use algorithms for tree identification and crown delineation, but the problem is this data, as I said, is also very expensive. So we can't do this. Okay, so open data to the rescue for us. We have a few data sets that we can use here. So we have Sentinel-2. This is a satellite data set put together by the European Space Agency. Every 2 weeks, you get a new scan of the Earth, which is really cool. The less cool thing is that it's a 10 meters to 30 meter resolution, so it's not very fine grained, but the temporal grain like really makes up for it. In the United States, we have something called NAPE, the Natural Agricultural Imagery Program, which is very handy because even though it's only done once every 2 to 5 years, it brings you data at 0.6 meter resolution in its latest in the latest waves. And then we have Landsat, which has been around for a long time. This is a bunch of products put together by NASA on a bunch of satellite products. So, okay, that's great. But the problem is, and we can do a lot of things with large models on these free data sets. But there are some problems. So what are some things we can do first and foremost? So there's this area in computer vision called monocular depth estimation that has been that has been responsible for a lot of breakthroughs. So if you think about it, so depth estimation means figuring out how close points are to the observer in their field of view. And so you can imagine that this will be quite handy to have in something like autonomous navigation. What we're and you can also think of it as like, well, this looks very much like it's depth estimation from the sky. You have your observer is up there in the sky, it's a satellite, and it's trying to figure out like how close are these points to that observer. So that's all great because this would mean that we could take imagery data and kind of infer, figure out what the LiDAR data would have told us. The latest breakthrough model here is called Zoe Depth, came out in February 2023. There are some modeling challenges here that I'm not going to get into, such as cross-domain adaptation. But the other interesting thing about it is that it also has like some massive computational requirements. And so this is where the inglorious reality of big models comes in. And I feel like, if we're at the generative AI conference, we should really talk about this because the practice, the reality is a bit disappointing. So the reality is that literally everything is broken all the time, and I'm saying this from like very painful experience. So what are some of the things that are broken and that are going to eat up a lot of your time if you're looking at any sort of machine learning in the remote sensing space? I would say convoluted impossible dependency management. So CUDA and friends, that's one thing. I do not recommend compiling CUDA. I would recommend using the NVIDIA containers and just working with that. You will save yourself a lot of time. But also GDAL, GEOS, PDAL, and Proj, these are like the 4 libraries that together will just make your life a living hell. So then there's the inescapable cloud architecture. There's inscrutable pricing having to do with cloud architecture. There's a lot of networking and permissions. I've learned an enormous amount about networking and permissions, more than I ever wanted to know as a data scientist. And now we have GPU shortages because, of course, we do. I would also add configuration standards that are conflicting in terms of their paradigms and oftentimes are sort of overlap, and there's many ways to do the same thing. But this is why it's fun to be in this field in a certain sense. Okay, so I wanted to leave you with some solutions that we've settled on after a lot of trial and error and a lot of considering a bunch of alternatives, and I hope these will be helpful to you. So the stack that we're using is, as I mentioned, evolving. But it tries to fulfill a few requirements. So one is we want to have proper data management practices. We want quick prototyping. We want it to be cost-effective, scalable, and maintainable. And those are things that are hard to achieve at once. So the solution we kind of settled on is S3 plus a managed database for storage. That's actually the easiest part. For big compute, we use Ray. So big compute is having to do like basically the sort of compute you do in machine learning, either training models or preparing features as in remote sensing. You do that. Then there's the issue of orchestration. So you need to chain the tasks together in some sort of way. And here, Airflow, it really is the thing to use. For experimentation, we've settled on Kubeflow. It's super helpful there. And we maintain everything using Terraform and TerraGrant. So I know some of you will probably have heard of some of these things before. I'm just going to go really quickly into like what we use. So Ray, this is the latest addition to the stack. It's an open source Python remote computation platform. It runs great on Kubernetes. Some of the gotchas are its reliance on Cloud Pickle and gRPC for serialization and for remote code execution. You should know that your library versions must be exactly the same. The Python versions must be exactly the same. And there's quite a bit of networking stuff you need to do around the gRPC port. It's temperamental, I would say. It crashes oftentimes, but it's less temperamental than Dask, which I would regard as the other alternative. It's easy to debug, supports resource specifications. There is a gotcha. There's no priority model. There's no multi-tenancy. So basically, each user requires their own cluster, which is a bit crazy because the whole idea of a cluster is to have it shared. But the project is evolving quickly, and I would hope that eventually, adding multi-tenancy will be on the roadmap. The second part of the stack is Airflow or Astronomer, which is managed Airflow. So Airflow is an open source orchestration framework. It's widely adopted. It's built on what I would call the collective experience of Google, Meta, and Airbnb. There was a group of people that kind of like moved from Google to Meta to Airbnb more or less, and kind of built the same thing in each place, and every time they made it a bit better. And so the air in Airflow is short for Airbnb, but really it comes out of the 2010s in Silicon Valley. So Airflow's use case is keeping track of which computations ran. That's kind of the idea. You want to figure out like what ran when, basically. It's less great if you want to run those computations, even though it can. You probably want to defer running, large computations to a proper execution engine such as Ray. It's not Kubernetes native. It's a Flask app. Comes with security problems, like all Flask apps. Put it behind a VPN if you can. It is a bit of a headache to manage. Astronomer is the commercial managed version of Airflow. This is a startup that is separate from the Airflow project, but they've built quite a good offering there, I would say. So I just have two more things. So Kubeflow is our prototyping / ML specific orchestration platform. So these are a bunch of machine learning focused Kubernetes native apps. They're built on Istio, which is kind of like a mesh thing for Kubernetes coming out of Google. It has a huge barrier to entry, and that is just getting it to work in the first place. I needed to see some videos to be convinced that it was worth making the investment when I first deployed it. But it really is worth it, actually, if you're serious about doing experimentation in ML. So the most valuable app by far, I would say, are the notebooks. So you can have these collaborative notebook servers where people can share the notebook servers with each other. There is a good user model as well, however. So it's quite good for dev productivity when it comes to machine learning. And then it also offers something called Kubeflow pipelines, which is better for like tighter orchestration for machine learning. Kubeflow pipelines support something called gang scheduling that would allow. I think Ray supports this as well, but it typically would be the way you would orchestrate the training of a large model, maybe distributed training or something like that. Although it's worth pointing out that oftentimes by the time you get to distributed training, like there's many iteration cycles you really want to get there. So optimizing for that early on is probably a bad idea. Okay, finally, if you're serious about deploying an ML stack, you probably want a way to manage it. And there really is nothing better than Terraform, but you need something like TerraGrant too. And let me explain what I mean here. So at some point I counted, I've lost count of how many resources we, a small startup, have to manage. I had something like 1,500 various like bits and bobs of Terraform. And the point is that if we try to manage this without like some sort of config management, it would be absolutely impossible. So there are many other things out there that that try to like perform the same functions as Terraform. I know there's Pulumi, there's it used to be Ansible, Google has its deployment manager and so forth, but Terraform really is the lingua franca for configuration management. And I would say anything else is just going to like make things more difficult. It is closed source, which is unusual in this space, but it's free to use. It's well maintained. HashiCorp does a good job at what they do. And because it's closed source, chances are, they charge some money. So chances are they'll still be around, which is something good to know. It can also manage cloud infrastructure and Kubernetes resources in the same language, which for me was a huge, huge draw. There are some best practices here, but this is a really important thing. So the reason why you need something called TerraGrant in your life, in addition to Terraform, which is really the main thing you want to learn about, is Terraform environments have a constraint on the number of resources you can credibly manage, especially if they're Kubernetes focused. And I would say that constraint is around 1,000 resources. So at some point, when your environment gets too complicated, you would want to use TerraGrant, which I would call it a neat little handy tool that helps smooth out some of the sort of the hard edges of Terraform. Okay. So the conclusions I have for you are that machine learning infrastructure is hard. Do not expect, if anybody tells you it's easy, I'm not sure how much time they spent doing machine learning infrastructure. And some of the things to watch out for are dependencies, conflicting frameworks, and in 2023, shortages. A stack is emerging, so the things I presented, I would say, like, I think they're the modal choice for a lot of places nowadays. They're products with a lot of products or projects with a lot of momentum. This stack is still buggy, and you can expect to spend a lot of time tracking down bugs on GitHub or elsewhere, but it still is probably the best choice in terms of building something. So that's what I have. I am happy to take questions.
Hi, Bogdan. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us. Thank you so much for being here with us at the AI Forum. For our audience, stay tuned with us. We have another session coming up with a distinguished speaker. We will be back after this short break.
Ever wondered how you can level up business intelligence with every click? How about transforming day-to-day challenges into opportunities effortlessly? Meet Intelligen, the cornerstone of transformation. Accident Intelligen is a suite of generative AI products carefully curated to transform your business landscape. Accident Intelligen enables businesses to extract, transform, and visualize critical insights with ease while maintaining the confidentiality, privacy, and security of your data. Chat with Web simplifies website navigation, locates products, and promptly resolves queries, ushering in an era of effortless online engagement. It stands as your personalized guide, ensuring streamlined digital interactions. DocuChat serves as your instant knowledge companion. It provides swift access to precise information from a vast array of documents, emphasizing accuracy, speed, and comprehensive understanding. Automate the task of extracting meaningful insights and visualizing your performance data with Graph Genie, an AI-based analytics tool that can analyze the trends and patterns in your performance data to generate key insights and visualize information accurately for better decision-making. Collaborate productively with Chatty, an AI-powered chatbot that creates personalized materials tailored to your business needs. In a world where business intelligence matters more and more, intelligence stands tall as a solution to your productivity woes. Experience the difference today and elevate your success to new heights. Interested? Get in touch today to find out more.
Welcome back to our AI forum. For our next keynote, we are exploring on the topic of the foundation and application of generative AI in healthcare. We are joined by Lenny Chen, who is an executive consultant at PricewaterhouseCoopers in the Middle East. Lenny Chen is an accomplished healthcare and life science management consultant who has over 31 years of experience in the intersection of clinical care, operations, research, education, and technology. He also specializes in AI and data-driven digital health ecosystem design and transformation. Hi, Lenny. Thank you for joining us here today. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Let me share my screen here. Okay, can you see my screen? Okay.
Yeah, Lenny, we can see your screen. Yeah, you can continue.
Okay, that's great. So first of all, I would like to thank ADL for giving me this opportunity to share my own point of view and experiences of using generative AI and also AI in general in healthcare. So this is the agenda that or the topics that I would like to cover today. So I'll talk about the objectives, what are the generative AI, and the foundations and potential application of Gen AI in healthcare. I'll just use Gen AI from now on. And then what are the key components of a successful AI project, whether it's typical AI projects or a Gen AI project, or you're developing a product or solutions. What are the key components that you need to be aware of? And then I'll talk about my thoughts at the end. Okay, so let's skip the three objectives. I think I touched on this already. So I believe most of you already have some of you already doing it, generative AI, particularly for those who just touch on the Gen AI. I think you get some ideas since when OpenAI released ChatGPT to the general public last year. And so I'm not going to spend a lot of time explaining what Gen AI is. However, here is a definition both from OpenAI and Google. The key here is that generative AI can create or generate human-like new content based on the data it is trained, whether it's a text, whether it's a physician's notes, whether it's X-ray images, whether it's a video or audio files, and so on. And so what I wanted to say here is that I'm one of the initial member of the healthcare team at IBM Watson, and someone who has been working on AI-related projects since 2014. When I first used OpenAI, when I used ChatGPT 4 or even Bard, I was quite impressed. I was blown away because I've never seen anything like this before. And I wish this was available back in 2014, which would definitely make my life a lot easier when I try to explain to the healthcare clients, particularly physicians, what the AI can help them, what AI can do, and what the output look like, how the output can help when they take care of their patients. So this is what I wanted to emphasize, that it's very unique that the generative AI can create new and unique outputs, human-like outputs that I think most of us were so impressed with. Okay, so I want to touch on what are the foundation for generative AI in healthcare. And I think this also applied to other AI projects for any of data-driven projects. And what I call this is a data-driven digital health ecosystem. And I think nowadays people talk about data ecosystem a lot, and we all try to do that, particularly in healthcare. I think healthcare is one of the most complex industry in the world. You have so many key stakeholders, and within each key stakeholders, like providers, you have physicians, you have patients, you have PhD molecular biologists. On the payer side, you have the actuary, you have medical managements, and so on. And some of the healthcare stakeholders, it's not traditional definition anymore. So, for instance, you see some of the hospitals, medical system in the U.S., they have their own health plan as well. They also invest in biotech. So that's the line of the key definition of the key stakeholder also have been evolving. But I wanted to touch on here is how can we build a digital health ecosystem that can enable all the key stakeholder within healthcare can share their data, can collaborate. So my definition, my point of view of digital health ecosystem, there are four major components. The one is on the left here, data producers. So these are these parties or institutions or people like every one of us. So for instance, I wear an Apple Watch. I'm generating my, vitals 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Then you have the traditional healthcare system. You have the payer that I mentioned. You have the life sciences company like pharmaceutical, medical devices companies. And you also have the NGS lab, which produce, next generation sequencing for our genes. You also have the researchers, and also you have the education system who are also producing a lot of the data as well. On the other side of the spectrum of a digital health ecosystem is the data consumers. So we focus a lot on the data consumer here is more on the users, people like you and I, like doctors, nurses, clinicians, case managers, researchers, biotech researchers, obviously, academic researchers, and also our government side. They also have a lot of data. They also use a lot of data as well. I also want to point out is that these are the representative parties. There are also others within each of them. And then once we start generating all these data, then we can group these data into different domains, whether it is for clinical or healthcare in general, or the genomics data, proteomics data, and so on. And one of the things that we have been in healthcare, we've been looking at a lot is the lifestyle and behavior data, particularly since COVID. We're also looking at the social type of data, such as social determinant of health, environment data. So one of the projects that I recently worked on, it's a government is building the city of the future. And so one of the things they start putting out a new concept, it's called the livable data, which including temperatures, water, air quality, even UV index. And these are all would impact our health. So these are the type of data domains that people typically group them into. And then once we have group these data, then we can apply the AI or analytics to the data, such as translation engine, because we want to transform. Due to the complexity of the data in healthcare, we need a translation engine, such as translation engine, to transform the data so it's consistent. So when data producers are looking at the data, producing the data, it's in a consistent format that the data consumer can use. Other tools like knowledge graph, which is becoming more important in healthcare. Then you have digital twin. which has been a very hot topic in the last 2 years. And then, the foundation model that built the foundation for Gen AI, where it can also build applications on top of the data that we collected. So this is what I call a core digital health ecosystem. And outside of the digital health ecosystem, we have other collaborators. So these are such as health institutions, global health organizations like WHO, public data domains such as social media, life sciences. You have the clinical trial data and all those data, and the educations, government also offices, and also some of the NGOs. However, once we have this digital health ecosystem, we also need a very good shared services that can support the ecosystem, such as, very important thing is in healthcare, interoperability services, the requirements for that. And then you also need to have a good governance structures and organizational structures, org structure to oversee and making the critical decision for the ecosystem. And you need to have a good change management strategy. You also need to have a good data governance structures and oversight committees to oversee the critical decision when it comes to data governance. And because of this, one other thing that's really important is the risk and compliance. Every country has their own regulations and you need to be compliant with. There's also cyber attack. So as you know, security and privacy are two major critical items when it comes to risk within healthcare. So this is just sort of like the foundation, as I see it, as to have, in order for you to have a successful AI, particularly generative AI, in healthcare. And next, I want to talk about one of the things that I have in my experience. So as the host introduced me, I worked in healthcare for over 31 years. I have done EHR implementations, big scale digital health transformation projects, large scale analytics AI projects. I once was responsible for rolling out IBM Watson's oncology and genomic solutions in Asia Pacific. And one of the things that people often overlook is the adoption strategy. A lot of people, particularly startup, even mature company, when they build a product, they didn't start thinking about adoption strategy from the beginning. Often this part was overlooked, and until they build a solution and start doing testing and then realize what is our adoption strategy, how are we going to encourage users to use it. What I meant about adoption strategy is the plan of getting user of services, software, devices, technology to use it the way it is intended and help them make commitment to use it long term. So you can see it's not just software, it's also services, devices, and technology as well. And in my experiences, I group them into a good, solid, robust adoption strategy. I group them into 10 areas. So these are the 10 areas I often use these 10 as my checklist. When I start working on a new solutions or product, or even a use case, I use this to think about what are the areas I need to be aware of before I start designing and building out the solution. So people, that's very obvious. Who are your targeted users, right? Who are your buyers? Why they need your product now? What are the challenges that your potential users or buyer are facing now? Who will be your advocate on the client sides to help you roll out the solutions, or being an advocate for your solutions or product process? What are the potential use cases for this? What are the process you're going to be part of? Will this affect the existing workflow, of the users, such as physicians, and nowadays physicians are so busy. They are overwhelmed by all the, not only the patient care work, all the processes, all the administrative tasks they have to do on the screen. Adding your tool, your solution, your product to their existing workflow, would this help them? If your solution product is going to slow them down, they're not going to use it. And technology is very obvious, right? Any of the company will have a very unique technology. And the first thing they would ask is, what is your differentiator? Why they really need your technology? Why you are different from your competitors? And the other thing is really difficult when it comes to AI, let alone Gen AI, is to explain to your client, particularly in healthcare. They are all highly knowledgeable, highly trained users, physicians, PhDs, nurses, pharmacists, and you need to convince them and let them trust the technology that you develop. Localization, this is one of the areas that people often overlooked. When I talk about localization, I mean, so a good example, clinical guidelines. Let's say a cancer treatment guidelines. Even though most of the countries adopt two type of guidelines, one NCCN from the US, ESMO from the EU. However, due to the patient differences, sometimes they modify the guideline to meet their need, where your solution support local guidelines. And that's one of the things that I get asked very often. Another good examples, cancer drugs. Some of the latest drug that is available in the US may not be available in China or in Japan or even in Europe. Will your solution support that? If you recommend a cancer drug based on the US market, when you come up with a recommendation to a physician in China, he or she is going to say, this is not going to work for my patients because this drug is not available. We have these drugs available here. Will this incorporate in your solution when I start using it? So those are the very good examples that I encounter. And then the regulations, security, privacies. I don't need to talk about, emphasize how important regulations sometimes, I think most of the country, 99.9% of the country, patients' data cannot leave the country. But if your data center, your solution is sitting in the US, how can you make it work? So that's one of the areas that we need to be aware of. The other area is governance. Do you have a good governance structure to oversee the entire projects? That's, for instance, data governance. Do you have a good data governance strategy in place? Because data is so important to the success of any AI projects. Do you have an oversight committee that is in place or it's going to form that will make critical data decisions? Do you have a good data discipline or policy in place, such as data quality, data accuracy, information lifecycle management, and so on? There are typically 9 to 10 discipline that any company or any consulting firm would recommend. Testing. A lot of time when you're in a crunch, you didn't leave a lot of time for testing. You need to start thinking about this in the beginning of the journey. What is your testing strategy? Who will be testing the solutions for you? Will your client be, or potential user be part of your testing plan? And then data analytics, which is really important, right? What are the data? One of the things I want to emphasize is whether when you start a AI projects or Gen AI projects, you need to start thinking about what are the data you're going to collect? What are the data you're going to collect, and then how are you going to measure your success? One of the things I run into a lot is when client come to me, when I approached by a client, where I go to talk to a client, and they'll say, "So, can you show me the data that prove that your solution really work? And how are you going to help me succeed? How are you going to measure the success of your product and also my side of the success also?" And the other thing is onboarding. What is your client's users onboarding plan? How are you going to support them? What is your support plan? So when you go after go live, during the go live, how are you going to support them? Post go live, how are you going to help them or optimize your solution? What are your 30-day, 60-day, 90 days plan? So these are the things that I often looked at, and I use these as my checklist to make sure I have a successful adoption strategy for any of the AI project that I work on. So as we say, I think some of the previous speakers also talk about Gen AI. It's still evolving, and there are many of use cases that people think of that come up with. So for instance, on the provider side, and I also want to emphasize these are some of the representative samples that I encounter, and I'm sure, and the list get longer and longer every day. So providers, health coach, personal care, medical image analysis. The other thing is on the pharma side, I think a lot of people talk about it would help accelerate drug discovery, clinical trial planning. On the payer side, one of the things, let's take healthcare, US as an example. Claim processing is such a big task because health insurance is such a big industry in the US. You have the government, you have the private side of the insurance companies, and claim processing often takes a long time. And for instance, as a US citizen myself, when I want to find out what does my policy look like, what is my coverage for my health plan, I have to call a helpline or customer service. And I'm sure there's a use cases out there to help me answer the questions that I have. Med tech companies, right? Such as very similar to pharmaceutical company, from a service operation. One of the things that really caught my eyes was, I think it was 4 years ago, this company in Massachusetts in the US, they start creating synthetic data for users to use, particularly in healthcare, because to obtain a good quality, large amount of data in healthcare is very difficult. And I think Gen AI can really help in this area as well. Public health agencies for disease surveillance and so on. So these are some of the use cases. So in summary, I want to say is that Gen AI is still evolving, and Gen AI cannot solve every single problem in healthcare for us. The classic AI technology, a lot of time can help solve the problem. So I still remain hopeful. I think what we need to do is to get hold of any of the AI tools, whether it's typical AI tools or Gen AI, and I'm sure next year there'll be another breakthrough in AI technology. And my suggestion is let's get hold of all the tools that we can to solve the most challenging problems in healthcare. One of the good example is that people talk about quantum computing a lot, right? Quantum computing can help solve a lot of complex problems in healthcare, such as security and privacy, the encryption that quantum get to, drug discovery, right? Protein structures and so on. However, quantum cannot solve very typical problem we try to solve using IT and AI. And so So this is a good example of we need to combine whatever tool we have to solve the healthcare problem. Okay, so in summary, I want to share with you a quote from Dr. John Halomka. He used to be the CMO and one of the pioneer in the health information system in the US. And now he is the president of Mayo Clinic Problem. He said, generative AI is still not reliable yet. That said, despite its current limitation, it will never replace empathy, listening, respect, personal preference. However, it's clear that artificial intelligence is leading to fundamental changes in healthcare delivery. So, lastly, the challenges for Gen AI in healthcare that I mentioned, I want to emphasize these three areas again: quality and reliability, regulation, governance, ethics, and trust. So this is what I like to share with you. So thank you.
Thank you, Lenny, for sharing your expertise on generative AI in the field of healthcare. Stay tuned with us. We have a Q&A session coming up next for Lenny Chen. We will be back after a short break.
ADL-i, an intelligent video content analytics platform designed to capture and understand the context of infinite video data generated daily by your business. The platform enables enterprises to make better decisions in real time to drive business growth. Translating video content into actionable insights results in increased revenue, improved security, and enhanced privacy. Highly accurate models developed for ADL-i allow the platform to recognize faces, detect emotions, identify anomalies, and count individuals to enable businesses to extract insights for better data-driven decision-making in critical scenarios. As your business grows, ADL-i scales with you. Our software has no limits on the number of registered users, onboarded cameras, or notification alerts. Powered by open source technologies, sophisticated databases, and flexible cloud infrastructure, ADL-i supports the development of new businesses and industry-specific use cases to deliver fully managed analytics services. Automating your video surveillance enables visitor management and attendance monitoring. The system will notify security about the appearance of any person of interest and minimize the impact on the business from security risks. Some of ADL-i's key applications for crowd management include counting individuals, crowd control, and access authorization. ADL-i's powerful facial recognition feature can recognize your customers as they enter your premises, enabling a personalized customer experience. Our software can also analyze facial expressions to generate insights from the non-verbal feedback provided by customers to drive customer feedback and satisfaction. And finally, visual inspection at industrial plants to flag product anomalies for quality assurance and delivery are some of the most significant applications identified for ADL-i. ADL-i, intelligent, AI-driven video content analytics. All your computer visual applications via a single platform. Interested? Get in touch to find out more. Asiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
We have a question for you, Lenny. And this is, what are the data privacy concerns in healthcare when it comes to generative AI?
That's a very good question. I think when it comes to privacy concern, I think it's very similar to other healthcare data or data concern, privacy concern in healthcare. I think all the concerns that we have when it comes to privacy in healthcare also apply to Gen AI. So particularly when, so for instance, the data, what I call data sensitivity, because it could inadvertently reveal a lot of the individual patients when it comes to when the data is trained on. And if there's a data bridge, there could be some concerns when it comes to an individual's privacy. And then the other thing is because a lot of time users, doctors, and can have access to genomics type of data. And that's really a big concern. When it comes to, let's say a lot of the time, most of the time, the companies are using the identification data, right? When it comes to train the individual, when it comes to train the AI for Gen AI purposes. However, when it comes to genomics data, it's very easily to pinpoint who that individual is. So on the flip side of it, okay, my data is part of the database that trained this particular Gen AI solutions. How is the company going to use the data for? Are they going to sell this data, the output to pharmaceutical companies? What is the commercial purposes of the data? I think that these are many of the few concerns that I have seen. Let me think. The other area is, I think, policy and regulation have not caught up with the evolving of Gen AI. I'm sure you have seen a lot of news, like for instance, President Biden, I think last month actually gathered all the tech giants into Washington to talk about responsible use of AI, right? Particularly in Gen AI. And healthcare is one of the key industry that has been very concerned about. So I think this is some of the area that I've seen when it comes to Gen AI. I hope this answers the questions.
Yes, definitely. Thanks, Lenny, for sharing your profound knowledge with us. And definitely, I think it shed light on the incredible possibilities and innovation that generative AI can bring to the healthcare industry. Up next, we are going to talk about cloud-powered generative AI, a catalyst for business transformation with Mark Fong. Mark leads the team of regional technical specialties for data, AI, machine learning, networking and security. In the past 6 years with Google Cloud, Mark has worked side by side with both enterprise and digital native customers alike, helping them transform to be cloud native and cloud first. Let's hear from Mark, who is fanatically passionate about cloud and how it's changing the world, enabling business big and small improve business performance, agility and competitiveness. Mark, over to you.
Right. Hi, afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me to spend some time with you. So for the next 20 to 30 minutes today, I'll be talking about how cloud-powered generative AI can be a real catalyst, right, for business transformation in any organization. At Google Cloud, our mission is simple. We are here to try to make AI helpful for everyone. Google has been bringing the magic of AI to billions of our users for over 25 years now. We believe that making AI helpful for everyone is the most important way that Google is going to be able to deliver on our mission over the next decade. Whether you're a user of Gmail, Google Maps, YouTube, or any of our other apps, you've touched Google AI more times than you know. However, what's really changed recently with generative AI is the quantum leap in what AI is now able to do. Let's spend a few minutes learning about two generative AI-powered innovations from Google, which are already widely used in production today. One such example is, of course, Bard, Google's conversational AI service, which is powered by Palm, Google's first-party foundational large language model. Images are a big part of how we normally communicate and learn. And since July, Bard has been able to accept images into its prompts, providing an industry-first multimodal experience for our users, enabling them to break through the limits of just working with text. This has been achieved by combining the powers of Google's state-of-the-art image captioning models together with our Palm large language models. And the best thing here about BART is that all of the same underlying technologies are also available to you and all of Google Cloud's customers through the Google Cloud platform and through our Vertex AI ML platform. The second Google innovation that I wanted to talk about today is Search Generative Experience, or SGE for short. Using generative AI, we're now taking the work out of searching so that you'll be able to understand a topic faster, uncover new insights, and just get things done more easily. Now, imagine being able to take SGE and then point it at your private enterprise documents. Google Cloud now provides you, again, with all the right building blocks that you need to build your own search generative experience for your organization. Let's step back and talk about how Google wants to make AI helpful for everyone, helping you transform your business and organization. Firstly, we want all of your employees, whether they're knowledge workers, engineers, or administrators, to be able to use AI. And how do you use AI? To use AI through Duet AI, Google's always-on collaborator in both Workspace and Google Cloud. Secondly, we want to help you build AI, to build AI into your products that you're using with your end users, with the help of our AI-optimized infrastructure and our AI platform for developers, Vertex AI. Google Search simplified the complexity of the internet behind a simple search box. And in that same way, Duet AI is simplifying the sophistication of Gen AI behind an integrated, context-aware chat experience. Duet AI in Workspace gives every user a copywriter, a spreadsheet expert, a project manager, and a creative designer. Duet AI in Google Cloud gives every user an expert coder, an SRE engineer, a data engineer and data analyst, and even a cybersecurity professional. Duet AI in Workspace has been already generally available since August, and Duet AI in Google Cloud is also now in private GA. Let's spend a little bit of time with Duet AI in Workspace. We're going to see how Duet AI can act as a real-time collaborator, accelerating your time-consuming tasks, getting you to better outcomes even faster. Let's meet Quinn. Quinn is a marketing manager at Symbol, a fair trade coffee manufacturing company. She leads a global team and is currently responsible for the company's biggest production expansion. Today, Quinn hops on her laptop and sees that Duet AI has already summarized an overnight email thread from her team in Europe that is 25 emails deep. Duet AI helping to summarize all 25 emails enables her to catch up really quickly on what she's missed. And in seconds, Quinn is able to see that their biggest competitor might be first to market with a new coffee line in South America, unless Quinn can find a way to accelerate their launch. So Quinn now needs to quickly figure out what action items have already been identified. Again, Duet AI is already on it and is able to suggest a list of action items to help. Instead of wasting valuable time trying to figure out what needs to get done across the team, with Duet AI's help, Quinn can immediately focus on getting to work. Next, Quinn asked Duet AI to help her write a detailed reply evenly distributing the action items across her team. She hits enter and let's see what she gets back. There you go. It's just what Quinn was looking for, saving her even more time. Quinn sends out the email, and now she needs to start on that sales training that she's just assigned to herself. So for the sales training, Quinn's going to need something to present to the sales team. It took the marketing team in the US one whole week to create the sales presentation for the initial release of the coffee line. But the South American markets are unique, and their customers have different preferences. In the past, Quinn would have had spent hours, if not days, working with the local team, updating the presentation to make it more relevant for the target audience. But now, with Duet AI, she has a better way to get what she needs done right now, not 3 days from now. So Quinn is going to open up her slide presentation. She's going to select the slide that she wants to edit, and she'll simply type what she's looking for into the prompt. We'll wait for it. And there you go. Wow. Quinn can hardly believe how polished the new slide looks. And guess what? Again, it was created with just a few words, feeling just like magic. But what comes next? Quinn thinks that she needs to make this image on the slide feel more relevant for her audience. She's going to ask Duet to generate an image of a coffee field with a Brazilian flag blowing in the wind. Duet has just suggested 4 options, and the first one looks great to Quinn. And there you go. She looks at the newly created slide and is excited to see that the generated text, images, and even the speaker notes look like something that she would have crafted herself. And now she can focus on delivering the sales training. So Quinn is now going to jump on a call with her sales team. But she has a brief moment of panic when she realizes that she has a really messy room behind her. Don't worry, Quinn, Duet has her covered. How about some custom virtual backgrounds to help protect her privacy and to also celebrate the sales team in Brazil? Quinn's going to use Duet in Google Meet to create a unique background, and in this example, showing a coffee shop with a painting of a golden trumpet tree, Brazil's national floral emblem, all again in just a few clicks. So Quinn joins the meeting, and she gets excited as hundreds of sellers from across South America are joining from their homes and Symbol's regional offices. One of the sales leaders in Brazil asks a pricing question in Portuguese, which Quinn doesn't speak. But that's no longer a problem, because Duet is able to automatically translate that into English in real time and translates her answers back into Portuguese. Duet has also been summarizing the conversation and listing the action items for the people who joined the call late, or maybe the people that weren't really paying attention. At the end of the call, Duet can also send out the entire summary with the action items, accomplishing again in seconds what would have taken Quinn at least 30 minutes in the past. Now that we have the sales team trained, what product announcement would be complete without a blog post sharing how transformational the product is? And yes, these days, even coffee needs to be transformational. But a well-crafted blog post, localized across regions and languages, can be a time-consuming process. Let's see how Duet can help. Quinn's going to click on Duet and ask it to draft a new blog post for the South American launch based on the existing US blog post and also a file with consumer stories. Let's see what we get. And there you go. Again, just with a few words, Duet has crafted a solid draft that is also including a customer quote and in the style of the previous US blog post. In seconds, Duet has done what would have taken Quinn hours in the past. Quinn feels good about the content, but she still thinks that the blog post is a little bit long and could be even better if it's shorter and more engaging. Quinn asked Duet to rewrite the draft with a tone and length based on another previous blog post from the region that she knew that had high traffic and engagement. And again, Duet has come to her rescue and given her exactly what she was looking for. And just like that, together with Duet, Quinn was able to accelerate her product launch in South America and stay ahead of the competition. This level of speed, efficiency, and personalization simply just wasn't possible a few months ago. Now that we've seen how Duet AI can transform work for knowledge workers, let's examine what Duet AI can do for developers and engineers. Being a developer may seem glamorous, but the day-to-day work is often anything but. According to Stack Overflow's 2022 survey of developers, 62% of developers spend more than 30 minutes a day searching for answers, solutions to the problems that they face. Within that 62%, 25% of them spend more than an hour searching. Also, 68% of developers encounter a knowledge silo. Knowledge silo is a phenomenon where individuals possess valuable knowledge that's not shared or accessible to others, leading ultimately to a lack of collaboration. So there's a real opportunity to help developers work more efficiently and strategically. Let's look at one example. Let's meet Tanya. Tanya is a developer for Symbol Store, a growing retail and e-commerce company. They're expanding into personalized merchandise, and Tanya is responsible for creating a microservice that connects their existing order management systems to the new division. Tanya's quarterly review with IT leadership is coming up, and she knows progress on this microservice is going to be at the top of their agenda. The problem is, Tanya doesn't have much time. But thankfully, Duet AI can guide Tanya through the process, all while making sure that the code that gets produced conforms to Symbol Store standards. Duet AI brings a new generative AI-powered assistant to help any users, whether they be developers, operators, data engineers, or even security professionals, helping all of them to be more productive while working on Google Cloud. And Duet AI is powered by Cody, a foundational model from Google that's focused on code generation. First, Tanya needs to determine which database on Google Cloud is the best fit for her purpose. She pops open the Duet AI chat, and she simply asks, I need the right database for my microservice. Duet AI then goes on to tell her which general purpose database would be a good fit. Tanya is happy with the database choice, and the next step is to create the initial database schema. Tanya will need to customize this a little bit, but she can also ask Duet for a good starting point. Now that the database has been created, Tanya can ask Duet AI for Symbol's preferred microservice framework. Duet AI is able to answer with Symbol's preferred framework by referencing Symbol's proprietary codebase. Tanya likes the recommendation and acknowledges that Fast API is indeed what was used on a few other recent projects. So let's keep going. The next thing Tanya does is to ask Duet AI for help creating the Fast API microservice with an API endpoint to return the orders for a given customer based on the customer ID. Duet AI is able to quickly generate the full code that does exactly that, and Tanya just needs to copy and paste that directly into her editor. Because Tanya is new to Fast API, She's not sure exactly how the code works. She could take the time to read the code documentation slowly and figure it out, or she can just ask Duet AI again to explain the code line to line by her. And with this quick start, Tanya starts to fill in the details to what has been generated for her, with Duet AI helping to autocomplete her code as she works, line by line, and sometimes Duet AI is even able to suggest entire functions for her all at once. While reviewing the code, Tanya then notices that part of the code that updates the order status is slow. This part relies on an external API call to the delivery partner. So what's Tanya going to do? But ask Duet AI for some suggestions on how to improve it. Duet AI is then able to intelligently rewrite the function using async.io. Next, Tanya needs to do a code review to make sure that everything is secure before she launches this into production. She asks Duet AI to take a look, and indeed Duet AI finds one area where the microservice could be vulnerable to SQL injection attacks. Luckily, Duet AI also recommends a simple code change to fix the issue. All right, and now Tanya's code is ready for deployment. However, she's still new to GCP, and she needs some help to push the code to Cloud Run, Google's serverless container platform. Duet AI comes to the rescue again, generating the Terraform script needed to deploy the microservice. And success. The service has been launched. But as any developer knows, Tanya's job isn't done yet. She needs to report on her work to her stakeholders. She can once again tap on the Duet AI for a summary, and the tool will provide a list of all the actions that she's taken so that she can easily copy and share that to her bosses. Importantly, everything Duet AI wrote for Tanya and all of the recommendations it made are compliant with Symbol Store's best practices and coding standards. And none of Symbol's code or best practices are ever shared in any way with anyone outside the organization. This is all made possible by Cody, the model that powers Duet AI. Cody can be quickly and easily trained on code and best practices specific to your organization. And Cody ensures that none of your data ever leaves your organization's boundaries. So what does it all mean? Tasks that might have taken weeks or months can now be accomplished in hours and days. Using Duet AI, Tanya moved super fast and navigated unfamiliar territory to build a sophisticated microservice that can drive better customer experiences and possibly new revenue opportunities. It's all about growing your business by freeing up your teams to move fast, to be able to focus on strategic tasks and improve the quality of your products and services. But perhaps most importantly, it's all about empowering every employee in the organization to be able to take advantage of the power of generative AI. Now it's time to move from talking about using AI to building AI on Google Cloud. Customers built generative AI applications on Google Cloud using Vertex AI, our end-to-end ML platform for both predictive and generative AI. Over the past 9 months, Vertex AI has been enhanced at every single layer of the stack. We're making building generative AI applications both simpler and faster. In the model garden, we now offer over 100 models from Google, open source, as well as partners like Anthropic and Meta. With this wide selection of models, you're guaranteed to be able to find the right model for the right task. In the AI platform above, we've added advanced capabilities like adaptive tuning, reinforcement learning with human feedback. Google is the first and only cloud to support these advanced model tuning pipelines, helping our customers to significantly improve the quality and accuracy of their LLMs. We also provide automated evaluation pipelines to objectively test and improve your LLMs. These capabilities are critical in helping you get the absolute best performance from all of your models. And what's more, we're doing this not only for our first-party models like Palm, but we're even doing it for open source models like Llama 2 from Meta. Thirdly, for search and conversation applications, we're making it easier and easier to build those applications on top of your existing systems. Most customers today start their GenAI journey with either a chatbot or retrieval augmented generation use case. Vertex Search and Conversations are exactly the perfect developer building blocks to bootstrap your chatbot and RAG projects, and to help you get to production in the shortest possible time. No longer will you have to deal with how you ingest the documents, how you chunk the documents, how you feed the document chunks into embedding models and calculating nearest neighbors and all of that. All of those are automatically taken care of by Vertex Search and Conversation. We've also included in Vertex Search and Conversation additional safeguards and guardrails to increase the groundedness of all the responses. Again, helping our customers deal with the most challenging challenge of GenAI, which is hallucinations. And lastly, we're also baking GenAI into many of our pre-built AI solutions like Document AI and Contact Center AI. With the help of large language models, extracting structured data from complex unstructured documents using Doc AI is as simple as one API call away. There's no more toil of collecting document samples and then having to manually label them and then train a custom ML model. With the help of large language models, name entity extraction from unstructured documents has been drastically simplified. But before I wrap up, I wanted to reiterate again one more time how Google is approaching responsible AI. Google is 100% committed to developing and deploying AI responsibly with privacy, security, and safety at the core. Your data, by which we mean your training data, your input data, your metadata, and the model outputs, is your data, and it belongs to no one else. When you train, fine-tune, or serve your models with Vertex AI, you're not exposing your data to the foundation model, to Google's consumer services, other customers, or even the internet. That's our guarantee to you. So in closing, I've introduced today two important ingredients that will power the next chapter of digital transformation. One, our always-on collaborator, Duet AI, to help you use AI in both Workspace and Google Cloud with zero implementation effort. And two, Vertex AI, our world-class infrastructure and platform for building AI applications that empowers you to delight your customers and boost your organization's efficiency. I'm genuinely excited by the AI journey that we have ahead of us together. So let's build the new way to cloud. Thank you.
That was truly an amazing keynote speech, Mark. Hope our audience learned the possibilities to unlock new avenues of creativity and efficiency with cloud-powered generative AI. Thank you, Mark, once again for joining with us. Next, we are going to start our first fireside chat of the day after this short break. Stay tuned.
Artificial intelligence and machine learning applications continue to blend with the core business processes of any industry. Yet, businesses around the world face many challenges when it comes to solving business problems with AI. This can be due to the lack of resources restricting the development of skills, time constraints, and cost of creating data-friendly architecture and AI use cases. ADL's AI Factory is a unified platform to answer all these business problems. The platform consists of an experiment bay, which features a data store allowing you to share and store organizational data securely. You can also find solutions for business use cases through the ready-made AI solution template. Train and test your models in your collaborative workspace. Optimize resource usage with monitoring features. Streamline the AI solution building process with AI ML pipelines, reducing the time to deploy models from months to minutes. Data drift and model drift monitoring further ensures the accuracy of consistency of the AI solutions. Get your own AI factory for rapid AI solution development without worrying about the underlying infrastructure. Gain an edge with AI. Stay ahead of your competition. The AI factory will lead the way for you to reduce the skill gap, time to market, and cost, allowing you to scale your ML and analytic work processes. Interested? Get in touch to find out more. Axiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
Alright, welcome back. It's time to cozy up for our first fireside chat of the day, moderated by Steve Walker and featuring a panel of esteemed guests, starting with one of the knowledge experts who were with us from the very beginning in AI Summit Trilogy journey. Dr. Suranga Senaviratna, Senior Lecturer in Security, University of Sydney. He is a PhD holder in Electrical Engineering from the University of New South Wales, Australia. Before moving to research, he worked nearly 6 years as a telecommunication engineer for Dialog Axiata, Sri Lanka and Alcatel Lucent, Thailand.
We are also joined by Anirban Mahanti, who is a technology analyst, private investor and a researcher. He is currently a lead advisor at Seven Investing LLC and an honorary senior research fellow at the University of Sydney.
Last but not least, John Penrose, Business Development Manager, Telco Data and Analytics, Amazon Web Services. He's an expert in data analytics and AI, machine learning, migration to the cloud, first data-driven transformations. With 20 plus years of telco industry experience, he previously led Teradata's Telco Industry Center of Expertise.
And finally, let me have the privilege to invite Steve Bowker, who is the head of AI platform and architecture at Ericsson, to guide and moderate today's first fireside chat on the impacts of generative AI to enterprise digital transformation. Hi, Steve, over to you.
Thank you, and what a great event it's been so far. I mean, I thought Mark had an excellent presentation there and summed it up nicely with be bold and responsible. And I think Gen AI, although it's been around for a long time, it's now in the last year or two we've started to see some real examples, and it's gaining a lot of traction and can make a massive difference in the space. My own background, I've been a startup and founder of an organization that's built things from scratch, and I find it really exciting where we're at today in Gen AI. So I'd like to sort of think about the topic today, which is around digital transformation and how Gen AI can improve it and stuff. So you can be amazing advances in efficiency. There can be amazing new forms of services that can be created as part of a digital transformation journey. So today we've got a few speakers to talk about that, and they've just been introduced, and we'll go into the first topic of the day. Sorry, just for a moment, I just lost my position. And we'll hand over first of all to go to talk about the evolution and where it's been today, right? So there have been some great examples shown. That efficiency one just now on with the Google presentation, showing how you can automatically include different services around. You can. The big challenge with digital transformation is it's all data driven, and when things are data driven, people are focused around doing data lakes. And the problem today is data lakes have become data swamps. You've got too much information to bring in. So with generative AI, it's got a great potential to turn that into really useful information very quickly without having to spend lots of time preparing it. So I think it's an amazing enabler. Right. So first of all, I'd like to hand you over to Saranga to talk about some of the benefits of Gen AI in detail.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. So in terms of Gen AI, it's amazing how much progress we have made since ChatGPT, and you couldn't believe it was only last December ChatGPT was introduced, and since then, the field evolved quite rapidly. So in terms of the digital transformation and how the industry can leverage this, I think it's very clear that there are quite a number of first order applications in terms of productivity and efficiency that any industry can benefit from. Most of these industries have their own knowledge bases, like data worth of years, decades worth of data sitting with them. There is no way to effectively use that. So I think Gen AI produce a way of querying these knowledge bases, more user-friendly ways of using that information. I think that's quite exciting, and there's a huge interest from many, many industries. But I also wanted to point out that it will transform some of the industries as we know it to a completely different level. So industries like entertainment, education, software engineering. So the way we used to work in those industries are going to change completely. And also, what might be quite interesting to see is what are the more advanced applications, more second order, as I call it, applications that might appear in future. For example, things like intelligence agents. So those applications we actually don't know yet, but I think we are right now in a phase of figuring out things on what else can we do apart from increased productivity and efficiency.
Thank you. Yeah. So thinking about it a bit further, then, what areas can we apply Gen AI for digital transformation? And John, can you take that one? Sorry, you're muted.
There we are. Yeah, so when we think about digital transformation, what we're actually talking about in the majority of cases is identifying initiatives to automate existing processes which are currently repetitive and predictable type processes which are generally carried out by human beings. So that's sort of one of the more underlying factors that drive digital transformation initiatives. I spend a lot of time talking to customers, and when we talk about process automation, a lot of the time the use cases that they're actually discussing generally revolve around cost cutting. Whereas I think the real potential, or one of the more significant potential around Gen AI, which arguably is not currently talked about enough, is how we can harness the potential of generative AI to drive growth. And the first area that I think most obviously springs to mind is using Gen AI to optimize and enhance the quality of existing customer experience. The majority of us come from telco backgrounds, where contact center experience and sort of experience via things like chatbots and into IVR type queues and things is pretty much suboptimal at the moment. So I think the most obvious immediate application to enhance customer experience and drive revenue is around using large language models to optimize existing NLP type capabilities to create a more enhanced experience in that space, and particularly in enhancing and optimizing how customers interact with their telco operators today, and indeed with other industries and suppliers. Second area where again growth potential can be enhanced is around using other forms of foundation models to enhance the innovation kind of agenda, and particularly sort of interacting with marketing type of organizations where we can think about, image generation, animation, music creation, and so on, again, to sort of use to harness the power and potential of generative AI, to start really sort of taking marketing campaigns and so on to the next level, and indeed building more sort of more Gen AI foundation model type capabilities around optimizing sort of the next best action, next best activity. What we quite often talk about as well in the customer experience domain is increasingly we now talk about next best experience. So it doesn't necessarily have to be actions or offers and so on. It's actually using Gen AI or potentially harnessing the potential of Gen AI to anticipate, what is the next thing that a customer is going to require, building sort of contextual based decision making into there based on location, behavior, mobility, and so on. And then finally, again, cost cutting is a reality, or cost reduction is a commercial reality which we all face. And like I say, certainly, what we're seeing at the moment is a lot of emphasis around that. Again, using Gen AI type capabilities around, again, we saw in the previous presentations around document reviews, document summarizations, and so on, but also other areas around things like anomaly detection and so on. And then again, as we saw in the previous presentation, using Gen AI capabilities around things like synthetic code generation or synthetic data creation to enhance the quality of model training and also to generate code. So I think there are a number of areas where Gen AI can drive the transformation agenda. But yeah, what I would really encourage people to do is look beyond. The majority of the use cases I see at the moment seem to rely around or revolve around cutting cost, whereas I think the real power and potential of Gen AI lies around the generation of revenue to add value to companies.
Thanks, John. There's clearly a huge number of benefits and a lot of potential there. So as business leaders, what should be the expectation when adopting Gen AI? Over to you, Anirban. Sorry.
Thanks, Steve, and thanks, John. Actually, John covered some of the points that I was going to touch upon, but again, I basically think Gen AI is going to be transformative across, whether you're talking B2B or B2C. Again, I think that right now, if you think about Gen AI, then as a technology, it's great for generating text and summarizing text, and therefore the base use cases tend to be summarize something or talk to me, right? And I think as John was pointing out, I just want to double click on that. I think it's one of the greatest advantages we have with this technology right now is for businesses to think about, again, enhancing, user experience, right? So if you improve user experience, you're delighting the users, you're making them happy. That actually does drive, revenue generation opportunities and so on. So as business leaders, I think you should think about on two lines. I think one is think about productivity. Right, so you're improving the productivity of the people that work for you, and the second line, think about enhancing customer experience, how personalized those interactions can be. And again, this is another advantage. You can have you can take people on sort of a personalized journey, right? And that personalization, I think, again, drives customers to come back to you. For example, they feel good about it. So I think there's lots of opportunities there to look for. I guess you look for the new opportunities of business that you're able to create by giving people better experiences and making it more, personalized when you're talking to or dealing with people using Gen AI, for example, as for example, chatbots or things like that you're dealing with. A couple of things I want to quickly touch upon. If you think about as sort of business leaders, when you think about integration, you really have to work through, and I think this is something that Mark was talking about, again, specific to if you're using, for example, Google solutions, and you do have to think about, integration. So, how does, the APIs talk to your systems, right? And because, you have to make it work for your specific use cases. Because again, most people won't be building their own models, right? You'll be using a pre-trained model and fine tuning that. Obviously, think about your data, how you're going to make those. You again need to still provide the right context. Again, there was those examples about if you tell sort of the generative AI what you wanted to understand, then they'll deliver more for you. I guess couple of things to think about here, though, might be it's easy to get carried away in terms of deploying solutions right now, but these Gen AI technologies are advancing as well rapidly, right? So I guess the thing to think about is if you are going to be deploying these solutions and you want to have this upgrade path available to you as the technology sort of improves. Otherwise, you might land up in a situation where your competitors have better solutions because you didn't really think about your deployment strategy. I guess longer term, again, this is for businesses that are not think about using it specifically for simple applications, but maybe are trying to actually develop their own models and do something specific that is specific to the data set. Again, I would encourage you to think about what's your long-term moat here. Do you have a specific moat because you have a specific data set that nobody else has, and then therefore you can build an application or a use case around it? So that would be something to think about. I'll hand it back to you, Steve.
Oh, thank you, Anirban. So I'd like to think a little bit more around how we can apply Gen AI for different areas. And myself, I've worked primarily in the telco domain and enabling digital transformation in that space. And on the telco side, it's quite interesting because there are things that are very common with other industries as well. So if you think of the customer care, we've all experienced the chatbots, we've all experienced different things on that side of things. Trouble reports in any enterprise, you get trouble reports about things. Being able to triage what has happened in the past and just simply ask a Gen AI solution that has every single trouble report ever recorded with its root cause, and then all the recommended actions and stuff all in one great repository, just to get the answers straight away instead of having to spend a few minutes, a few hours, or even a few days to triage a problem. The applications, they could be across things like optimizing the network to make sure you get the best mobile coverage in a telco, or if you're running an application as well. I'd like to sort of think about some other industries. So maybe, John, do you want to just expand on that a little and share some of your experiences?
Yeah, certainly. I think what's also quite interesting, I think you touched on it, Steve, is that we tend to talk when we think about the applications of Gen AI, we tend to think about things from either an industry-specific perspective or a domain-centric perspective. But what I think is also really interesting, as I think we've already touched on a few times, is around that we're seeing the emergence of a sort of fairly generic set of use cases and capabilities which are actually applicable across different lines of business, but actually across different industry verticals. So I think we're zeroing in quite extensively on around the front end, around sort of chatbot optimization and IVR optimization and so on, which again sort of to some extent customer service is customer service, irrespective of whether it's in retail, finance, telecommunications, or whatever. And I think that there's actually a risk that, I'm already beginning to see this. There's a certain amount of sort of clustering is beginning to occur across the customer bases around, like I say, a fairly generic set of use cases. And I think the risk to a lot of organizations is that, a potential negative outcome of that is that, that they'll begin, as a consequence of basically everybody doing the same thing, that they're actually beginning to lose the ability and the potential to differentiate through the power of Gen AI. So again, we sort of zero in on the front end of the process, and certainly at least one of our customers within the customer experience domain sort of almost completely inverted that paradigm. And the CIO of that particular customer said, everybody's actually using Gen AI or AI ML more generally as a means of trying to put distance between themselves and their customers, to try and remove human beings from the process as much as possible. And they actually completely inverted that and said, within the customer experience domain, or within the customer service domain, let's try and use AI ML to anticipate why customers are calling in, such that actually they get through to a human being more quickly who already knows what the root cause of their problem is and what the actions that need to be taken are in order to resolve that problem, thus significantly enhancing the quality of their experience. So actually, with some imagination and forethought, there is still potential to differentiate, across multiple lines of business, irrespective of whether that's, fintech, medical, sort of retail or whatever. And around the back office, as we've talked about, so improving and optimizing some of those processes, as I mentioned previously, through process automation. So again, order management and fulfillment, proposal creation, for example, again, as was previously said, around using it to sort of summarize, create documents and so on, in addition to saying, as you said previously, Steve, rather, in addition to saying, go and learn from every trouble ticket that's ever been generated, we can also sort of start saying, actually, in responses to to proposals and so on, by feeding every piece of company documentation into the models, then so again, things like proposals can be created very much more quickly. And again, areas like fraud detection, revenue assurance, and so on, common to multiple industries. What's also going to be common, I think, is a fairly generic range of more internal considerations around architecture, around governance, security, and data management, and so on. So again, a lot of thought, I think, in harnessing the power and potential of this also needs to be given to: do we have the correct architecture? Will it size and scale? Is it sufficiently flexible in order to accommodate these requirements? Have we thought sufficiently about our data sharing or the data sharing type obligations which are going to accompany this? In order for the Gen AI models and algorithms to work correctly, they need access to a huge amount of data. And again, in sort of traditional, sort of more monolithic type architectures, where data sets are siloed around multiple parts of the organization, that has the potential to be quite challenging. So before we get too excited about the models, there are quite a lot of hygiene factors that already need to be put in place. And obviously with that, we need the governance and the access control and the security type procedures to ensure that data is being shared freely but responsibly, and that we understand who has access to that data and what they're using it for, and so on. And that's before we even start to think about regulatory considerations such as GDPR and so on, all of which will have a significant impact. In addition to selecting the right use cases, we also need to understand that we have the right prerequisites in place to enable us to build truly differentiated capabilities around Gen AI.
Oh, thanks, John. You brought loads of points out there that we'll come back to later throughout the chat. But I wanted to focus on one of the domains you mentioned there. You mentioned medical or healthcare. So, Dr. Saranga, can you just provide a few more details in that particular vertical that might be of interest?
Yeah, sure. So I think when we talk about Gen AI, healthcare is often pointed out as one of the areas that's going to significantly benefit from Gen AI. And there is a very good reason for that as well, that you consider the hospital system in any country, it's hugely overloaded. And it's often pointed out that most of the time, the medical staff, doctors, nurses, they spend more time on paperwork than actually spending time with the patient, diagnosing, discussing, and so on. Some reports said estimated about 60% of doctors' time is on paperwork rather than actually, doing, talking to the patient. So some of these electronic medical record related tasks, like, filling them up, querying the patient history, generating a summary for the doctor before they see the patient, and also, making sort of insurance claims, preparing letters, and all these things. It's not that we are going to sort of completely, rely on Gen AI for that, but it will effectively, you could use it quite smartly, and the doctors could use them to effectively manage their time, which is expected to cut in terms of cost as well as their time. Then you could serve more patients from the hospital system. I think that's one of the sort of very basic yet more effective applications of Gen AI. And also around that, there will be other applications. For example, the personalized content is one of the major advantages of Gen AI. And when you think about treatment, so it's more, there are cultural barriers, there are communication barriers, there are sort of all sorts of barriers that doctors, medical staff face. Now you could actually potentially overcome with these with the help of Gen AI, preparing personalized treatment plans and so on, and communicating them more clearly to the customers and to the patients, but also providing them more natural language interfaces for them to query, sort of ask questions. Those will be helpful medically as well as emotionally for them. So that's a huge opportunity there. But also in terms of, more second order, more advanced applications, we always talk about drug discovery and how Gen AI going to be helpful there. I think that's something going to happen quite soon. And also, like, in terms of medical research, things like synthetic data sets and so on, at some point, we'll discuss this later as well, that we are going to run out of real data to train Gen AI. So, we could potentially use Gen AI to train, generate medical images and so on. That's another area. But I also wanted to point out that we should not rush into using those irresponsibly, because medical industry or the medical domain is one of the areas that is tightly regulated, and also one of the areas last to adapt tech, because there is huge skepticism around privacy and security and so on. So if you are creating a personalized plan for a care plan for a patient, should they have the right to know that it was assisted, it was created by AI, it was assisted by AI? If so, which AI was it? Was it coming from Google, Stanford? Will it create any types of disparities among the treatment, right? So all sort of those questions, but also how you collect data for Gen AI, informed consent. Can we actually use the data we have collected so far for Gen AI? Do we have the consent for that? Is an interesting question. So those things we have to navigate, as we go, and there will be regulatory guidance, as we will see. US already put some executive order a few days ago. So, those things we will navigate, but eventually, I think healthcare industry, medicine will be transformed using Gen AI, different aspects.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Zaranga. Some great points there and stuff. And I think the interface that humans have with the doctors and stuff, if it's easier and simplified with Gen AI, that would be great. Thinking about another important area to everyone, money or fintech. And Aniben, do you want to just give us 1 to 2 minutes on that topic?
Yeah, so I'll make it very quick. Fintech is already seeing a lot of Gen AI being used. So I think the most obvious use cases that we've already seen that's being deployed, for example, at scale. Banks like JP Morgan Chase, for example, are using generative AI, for example, for various personalized comms. Other banks are as well doing the same sort of thing. But there are a few other things that are interesting here. For example, robo advisors have been around for a while. The question really is that can you use tech like Gen AI for actually making it very personalized, and there'll be some interesting things like if you ask any of these generative AI tools that the web interfaces, for example, design a portfolio for yourself, it might come up with some very interesting suggestions, and they'll have some curious implication as to how it came up with that. So I think there's more work needed, but there's some other interesting use cases which I haven't yet seen being applied, sort of widely. Like financial markets, there's a lot of data and a lot of stuff that's written. There's earnings reports like 10Ks and quarterly reports. It would be great if a tool is there that actually takes this and summarizes it for you, and gives you this information. Provides information summary in a easily digestible fashion. So I think that's one obvious use case that this exists. Bloomberg's GPT, they've developed a solution essentially leveraging data that they have got, along with all the the publicly available data, and they're basically implementing this with the Bloomberg terminal. But I think similar solutions can be there, because essentially the data that we have in the financial world is it's all openly available. Right, all the 10Ks, annual reports, earnings reports, broker reports, you should be able to access that. I guess the interesting thing to think about is, if you just extend this further, and if information is easily summarizable, information is easily accessible, then we sort of go towards, in a very basic form, towards you can get to a very efficient market because all the information is now known. But there's a downside to an efficient market. If the market is efficient, nobody has actually outperformance. The market basically delivers you market performance, and this will be the economic dream, I guess, from an economist's point of view. Efficient market is a theory, but there are people who do outperform the market. Does generative AI and similar technologies, I guess, over time take away outperformance because then nobody can have an information edge in any real way if the information is easily available. So that's again something to think about.
Yeah, all right. So there's clearly some great applications of Gen AI. I'd like to think more a little bit about the challenges and whether it's the right time. So, I mean, from my own perspective, the challenges I see, Gen AI is great when the answer is right, but what is when it's wrong? The term hallucination is used many times, or we hear lots of talk about energy. The energy to train and just sheerly run a model is quite a big challenge on its own. So I'd like to ask Dr. Saranga, is now the right time for an organization or an enterprise to adopt Gen AI?
Right. Great question, Steve. I think, so if you look at it as the transformative technology, we probably don't need to fall behind with the other companies. For example, there have been some reports where they studied the consulting industry and saw that how much increase in effectiveness and productivity they could get by simply using Gen AI. So it's between I think 10 to 20%. So, it is the point of time where, if the others are doing it for these applications, purely targeting productivity, I think those applications we should embrace. But you raise a good point in terms of the infrastructure and the capacity. So if you think about an LLM or these kinds of foundation models, there are not many companies who can actually train them. If you think about the GPU infrastructure, there are only a handful of companies in the world who can actually train the actual foundation model. But it doesn't mean that, the other companies are restricted. All these API-based services and, Meta is releasing open source models, more compressed versions, which gives you enough material to build your own application. So I would say that this is the time where you actually think that, okay, there are immediate benefits on increasing your productivity, but this is something that's going to change the world. So you don't want to fall far behind. So consider this as a preparation work that, when the industries are transformed, your company is ready for this kind of change, and you have the knowledge, you have the skilled personnel, and you have the infrastructure to actually embrace what's coming towards you.
Thanks, Dr. Saranga. You said an interesting phrase there, change the world. I'd like to ask John if it's a one-stop shop for everything. And if you could try and give us 2 minutes on that topic.
Okay. I guess the simple answer is it sort of depends on what you're trying to do. And so I think, one of the limitations that I see, in my role as a business consultant is that, as I've said, I think previously, is that insufficient effort is going into asking those fundamental questions about what are we trying to do, why are we doing it, and how are we going to sort of quantify and measure the success of these things. The majority of Gen AI capabilities that we see at the moment are actually extensions or enhancements of existing capabilities that are already around. And so I think, the one of the limiting factors around whether or not now is the right time and whether or not it is the one-stop shop, it comes back to what question are you trying to answer and how accurate and how detailed does that answer need to be. So if a 95% accurate answer is achievable using existing non-Gen AI capabilities at half of the cost that it would take through this or that GPT type process, then maybe that's the right way to go, particularly if cost is the big driver, as we've said before. Cost reduction, cost cutting, cost optimization, call it what you will, those are the primary drivers. And so actually it's not so much around, is Gen AI a panacea for everything in business. I think actually the more critical question is or the more critical observation, if you like, is that even the most sophisticated algorithm in the world is only as effective as the question that you throw at it. And so ultimately, unless you've sort of really, for many organizations, if your objective is just to do Gen AI, then fine, Gen AI is clearly the right answer. But actually, we need to spend much more time nailing down what is actually the question we're trying to answer before we then think about what type of Gen AI or AI ML type capability we throw at the question. So cost will be a very big driver, and then ultimately there are still limitations around bias. So again, insufficient time to go into that in any great detail. But clearly there are vulnerabilities around, ironically, sort of one of Gen AI or one of the average foundation model or large language models greatest strengths is also one of its greatest weaknesses in using pre-trained models. One of the selling points is that you only need a relatively small amount of training data in order to optimize and fine-tune that model. But clearly the risk there is if that training data is not sufficiently representative of the target demographic or whatever that you're trying to address, then there is the risk that you will get seriously skewed answers. And also, as as the chap from Google said, in kind of limiting a model's exposure to the public internet also reduces the possibility or reduces the risk of bias. And interestingly, actually, I think human interaction has still not gone away and will not go away in mitigating and reducing the risk of bias. There is clearly a huge need around, in addition to selecting the right training data, is that there are a lot of internal governance and sort of safety type processes that are still required. In one of my previous lives many years ago, we used to talk about the Mark 1 eyeball check. And so, if something doesn't look right, it's probably because it is not right. And those kind of criteria will not go away anytime soon, I think. And combined with, interestingly, there are a number of summits happening in various parts of the world, around sort of understanding what is the long-term impact of Gen AI and how do we ensure that we're applying this in a way which is safe and ethical and so on. So again, I think explainability and transparency is going to be another area that organizations need to think about in being very clear about which models they're using, why they're using them, and explaining the results and the outcomes of those processes. So yeah, I think sort of short answer is I don't see it as a panacea for everything, and I think above all, then very much more thought needs to be given to why are we doing this and what do we hope to achieve from it before we can really give serious thought to whether or not we have an answer to that question.
Yeah, so it's not a one-stop shop for everything, but there are things that it can be applied to very well. So I guess the next natural question is, and I'll ask this to Annabelle, is do we have the right infrastructure and technology to use Gen AI in industry? You're muted. Sorry, you muted?
Yeah, now I'm unmuted. I think the short and sweet answer would be yes, right? Because we have the cloud, we have the basic models are there. There's open source models that are available. So we've got a basic toolkit, the tool sets needed to leverage. I guess, sort of double clicking on what John basically said, it depends on the industry and depends on what you're trying to do, really. It depends on what is your objective. And, are you a startup building a new model? Are you trying to, solve something specific? Are you doing a Bloomberg GPT equivalent, or are you fine tuning? And then it comes down to what's the purpose? Do you have necessary data sets? Do you have the people, the experts to actually drive this? Do you have the engineers and the scientists, or have you, liaised with appropriate consultants to actually drive your agenda? So I think it's a lot. I think the basic infrastructure exists. Question really is, how does it fit in with your, I guess, business objectives? And have you thought through what the longer term impacts are going to be of the work that you are, wanting to entail? I guess the other considerations would be, have you thought through the regulatory framework issues, privacy, security considerations, deployment, ongoing support, all of those things. I think there's a lot of practicalities that people need to think through. But I would say that, infrastructure-wise, from a technology point of view, I think, it's at a stage where you can use it and use it in a meaningful way to drive benefit for your business. I don't have any doubt about that, but there are lots of other challenges that need to be addressed.
Yeah. So thanks for that. I guess we're drawing to the end and we'll go to Q&A soon. So it's been a really interesting discussion. I mean, there's been a huge amount of points brought up from around Gen AI. There's clearly a massive potential, and there's lots of things that have been touched upon. I mentioned hallucinations myself. That's obviously a big challenge in Gen AI, but where it works, it is very effective and stuff. The bias point that John brought up is quite interesting because your base or your foundation model that's used in whatever sort of Gen AI application or usage you're putting it to is fundamental. If there's any bias in any of the data, it will eventually ripple up. So it depends if the overall, if the checks and balances are in place and to actually check that. If you've got guardrails to stop it when it goes off track, and it can be the life cycle management of the Gen AI models that are managed and stuff. So do we, if we go back to questions at the moment, so if there's any questions, I believe we're due to have a short break before we come back for the questions. Just want to check that. If there's any further thoughts, Dr. Saranga, before the questions come up, then do you have any further thoughts on when listening to the other speakers, what you've heard today?
Yeah, so because everyone talks about hallucination, I'll sort of give some of the results we know so far, a little bit on that. So the idea of hallucination is essentially that it generates something not true very confidently, but that's essentially what we ask Gen AI to do, in the sense that the Gen AI is there to generate text. So what we have seen over the last year or so is that compared to the early models of GPT-3 and onwards, the reinforcement learning with human feedback essentially has got rid of hallucination quite a lot. So if you use the latest version of ChatGPT, you will realize that it doesn't make that many mistakes as it used to do. But the point is that we shouldn't be overconfident there, because it doesn't mean that it has disappeared. It just means that we had the engineering around it. We have the guardrails to make it difficult to hallucinate. But in a critical application, there is no guarantee at this point that it may not. So we have to be very careful in terms of how we handle hallucination. I think bias is also a problem that that regulations are going to address that. If you build Gen AI models, it should be unbiased, or you should have guardrails for that. I think the way I see how the research develops is that we step by step, these are being addressed, but we can't say for sure that 100% we have addressed them.
Okay, and I'd just like to get any final remarks from Anirban, just quickly.
Just a quick one, I guess. As Saranga just pointed out, I think what happens is the tech sort of advances in sort of leaps. So if you think of GPT-2, it advances, and sort of plateaus. Then you sort of go to GPT-3, then it advances, plateaus, and then you have these step changes, with going from 2 to 3 to 4. So you have to sort of think, but incrementally, I think what does also happen is, as you go from 4 to 5 to 6, you'll probably see the incremental benefit going from each of those step changes is also going to decrease at some point, and maybe you'll move to something else to get the further step change. Or if you don't, maybe you have got really good generative AI capabilities at that point, with little to no hallucination and so on. And if that's the case, then that's the time when you would think that, there'd be pervasive application deployment. So I think something to think about, just from if you're just trying it out, is also think about sort of how the tech curve improves over time, and whether it's the right time for your business to consider deploying these sort of solutions, and at what scale you're looking to deploy them.
All right, and then John, just quickly, if you want to give 30 seconds on your thoughts.
Okay, that's quite a tough ask. I guess it sort of builds on some of the previous points. Is that clearly we're at the very beginnings of this journey, and that, as more and more foundational models become available and we go to ChatGPT X, Y, and Z, then I think, clearly the boundaries around, what is achievable will become pushed to ever greater and greater extents. But then, sort of at the risk of sort of closing out on a slightly mundane point, that from a sort of infrastructure and architectural perspective, the sort of overheads associated with that for organizations to maintain analytical architectures and ecosystems that support that will become more and more onerous and potentially more and more expensive. So I think there are going to be some interesting trade-offs in the future around what are the correct models to use, what is the right outcome, and again it's sort of my constant war cry is around and I think potentially driving more sort of laser-like focus on, as I said earlier, what are we trying to achieve, why are we doing it, and what does a successful outcome look like? And I think we need to be cognizant of that throughout the entire thought and planning process around all things to do with generative AI.
All right, thanks, John.
All right, Steve. Let's give some time for our audience to absorb what they have learned right now. We'll meet again with the Q&A session of the fireside chat after this short break.
Are you struggling to manage customer profiles and keep track of customer interactions? In today's digital world, understanding customer behavior is a critical success factor in managing customer relations. Introducing AxoNet Customer Explore, the solution to fulfill your customer's lifecycle with a 360-degree view and enhanced customer interaction management. AxoNet Customer Explore is designed with state-of-the-art technologies to ensure seamless integration with any legacy system, minimum hardware footprint, and end-to-end secure transactions and flexible user management with comprehensive audit trails. With Customer Explore, customer care agents can easily manage customer data and interactions, streamline business processes, and focus on providing personalized and timely support, leading to improved customer satisfaction and loyalty. AxoNet Customer Explore is a single source of truth for customer data and makes it easier to access and analyze customer profiles. AxoNet Customer Explore optimizes the marketing and sales processes, boosts collaboration among teams, help business administrators and campaign managers generate more successful leads, and improve upselling and cross-selling. It provides valuable insights to target and position different customer segments with specific sales optimization strategies. AxoNet Customer Explore is the ideal solution for your customer lifecycle fulfillment. Get in touch to find out more.
Welcome back. Steve, over to you again.
Oh, thank you. So we've got a question here, and I'm going to address it to all of you one by one, and I'll do it in the order I've got you on the screen. So I'll ask John first. So basically, it's related to sort of AI tools or Gen AI in general, I think, and how would you select the tools to do this type of work? And there's kind of an underlying question about, will it be influenced by the large businesses that were mentioned before? So if you could just address that from your perspective, and I'll go around the others quickly.
Okay. I mean, I guess I think there are a number of sort of real world realities that sit under this. So, regarding, this or that hyperscalers offering, sort of without being in any way partisan about it, obviously I come from Amazon Web Services. We have our offering, and I'm not going to go into that, but, I think generally speaking, all of the majority of decisions in many respects are sort of pre-made in that, this or that corporation, decisions have already been made some time ago about which of the hyperscalers they're likely to be going with in terms of using their underlying AI, ML, and more recently Gen AI based capabilities. I can only speak from my own organization's perspective, but we offer a number of large language models and foundational models as a service, pushed out towards the customer base via APIs and so on. So I think, and I'm sure that in fact, I know that all of our competitors, offer similar platforms and capabilities, which offer, a wide variety of models and so on, which organizations can experiment with in order to sort of firstly to sort of identify which is likely to be the most suitable or applicable model, and then refine and fine tune that as they move forward and as the level of accuracy in the results starts to emerge.
Thanks.
I'm not sure that was a particularly clear answer, but I think the reality is I think a lot of those decisions are pre-made.
Thanks, John. We've got the hyperscaler view of the world. Let's go find the analyst view of the world. I'm going to go to Anirban now. Would you like to give your perspective?
Actually, my perspective is no different from what John said, because that's the right perspective. I think the decisions have been already made in many ways. I think I'll just point out the good news is that there's a lot of open source models. Like, for example, Meta is making a lot of these models available, which means that model will be available on any hyperscaler of your choice. And, your decisions are going to be driven by, where else are your systems running? Where are those APIs? What have you committed to using and things like that. So, I think you'd get pretty competitive offerings across, most of these hyperscalers, and your choices are going to be decided based on other considerations. Or maybe you'll use multiple, multi-cloud is a thing. So, it's a real thing, right? So maybe you'll be multi-cloud, and
Thanks for that. And thinking of the future, obviously, Dr. Saranga, being in a university background yourself, you do lots of research looking forward. So how do you feel the answer to this question?
Yeah, for this particular question, I think it pretty much comes down to, what you want to do. That, if you want to get something quickly done and, pretty much standard application, the infrastructure is already there, the API is fine-tuning within the cloud and so on. But if you want to, do something really customized, that is very specific to your company, then that means you are trying to build your own model. So then you have to start with something like a Meta Llama model, get the infrastructure ready, train it with using your data. So that requires quite a lot of engineering effort as well as research knowledge there. So it really comes, what kind of value addition you are trying to get out of Gen AI. So, that's kind of the point I can give.
Thank you very much. I think there's three great perspectives, all very similar, but slightly different in their own way. And I would go back to, I'll just wrap it up with, like any AI project, you have to experiment, see the results, prove the results, and do it in large, do it for your own application in your own industry. So it's clearly a very exciting arena at the moment, Gen AI, and it's got a really interesting future to come up. So looking forward to see how it develops. So I'll hand you back to the compares. Thank you very much for a great panel, everyone.
Wow, interesting. It has sparked a true debate on the topic. Thank you, Steve, for moderating the discussion, and thank you to our great panelists, Dr. Saranga, Anirban, and John, for sharing your expertise with our audience. We'll go for another short break, and afterwards, let's join with the fifth keynote speech of the day.
As data continues to change and drive businesses, the private information of individuals and companies continues to be at risk of exposure. Since 2004, data breaches have led to the loss of over 17 billion records, which have cost companies millions of dollars in damages. Do you know what sensitive data you store, where you store it, and who has access to it? Most organizations overlook the importance of securing their sensitive data. The challenges of knowing what type of data you have, where it is, and who's accessing it are made even more difficult by cloud and big data environments. We understand you value protecting your customers' data. However, the data collected can be monetized to your advantage while ensuring the privacy of your customers' data. Introducing Incognito, a data anonymization platform that cares about your sensitive data. Incognito helps you to discover, secure, and monitor personally identifiable information, sensitive customer data that is crucial to an organization's operational success. Whether your data is in the cloud or on premises, Incognito gives you the freedom to manage all your workflows from a central location. Many government organizations and industries have their own regulatory compliance when it comes to the protection of sensitive customer information, like HIPAA in healthcare, PCI DSS compliance in the banking and finance service industry, along with other governing bodies that enforce data standards. Violating these regulations can have serious consequences. Incognito consists of configurable, pre-built data classifiers which automatically detect sensitive data in your data assets. Incognito uses powerful algorithms to anonymize your data regardless of the format or size, enabling you to freely analyze and monetize this data while protecting your end users' privacy. At Axiata Digital Labs, we believe with the right data, you have the power to make a real impact. That's why we keep your data safe so you can focus on what you do best. Interested? Get in touch to find out more. Axiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
To continue the intellectual journey we are on today, we hereby welcome our fifth keynote speaker, Brian Spisak, to talk about another interesting topic, leading through crisis with AI. Brian is PhD holder who is a research associate at Harvard's National Preparedness Leadership Initiative and the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. He is also an independent consultant, a faculty member at the American College of Healthcare Executives, and a best-selling author. His new book, Computational Leadership: Connecting Behavioral Science and Technology to Optimize Decision-Making and Increase Profit, is an essential read for leaders striving to navigate an evolving digital landscape. Without further ado, let me welcome Brian to our AI Forum 2023. Brian, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me, and great to be here. I'm looking forward to sharing some ideas with everyone. For my talk, what I want to do is really scale this down and bring this back to really focusing on the needs of the user. And so that's what I focus on a lot in my work is something called Leadership First, Tech Last. And I'll go over that briefly today. And we'll look at some of the needs of leaders right now and how they can use even some of the simplest applications of Gen AI to really kind of augment and boost their performance. So let me share my screen with my slides and we'll get started. So as mentioned, this talk is about leading through crisis with AI. And that's what we'll talk about. So my work, particularly for this talk, is related to what I do at the National Preparedness Leadership Initiative at Harvard University. And there we work with very, very, very senior leaders in the public and private sectors, trying to help them build their resilience and to better prepare for, lead through, and learn from crisis and creating a loop of learning, essentially. So positive feedback. And this is something where I think Gen AI can add a lot of value in terms of helping to guide leaders through the uncertainty and the complexity and everything else that comes with crisis. So before we start, I show this slide just to kind of get everybody going. I'm a bit of a Star Trek nut. I don't know if I call myself a Trekkie, but I definitely like it. And whenever I give this presentation, I like to ask everybody, what's the one thing that's constant or hasn't changed inside this vessel? This is hundreds of years in the future, it's obviously science fiction, but what's the one thing? And just have a quick think about that for yourself for a moment. There's essentially one thing, and that one thing, as you've probably started figuring out, is us, humans, right? So no matter how advanced the technology gets, no matter how space age we are, underneath all that, it still needs to work with humans, as long as humans are in the loop, and I hope they remain there. And in that case, that gives us a constant. So we can understand that no matter, again, how advanced this technology gets, we have to really understand the needs and the fundamental psychology of human beings. How do they think? How do they feel? How do they behave? And how can advancing technology kind of serve to improve that so that we ultimately hit our mission, whatever our mission may be. So that's really where I want to center and focus on this, is that it's really thinking about that underlying human psychology that is indeed based on sort of our cognitive aspects, our emotional aspects, and our behavior. So to do that, I developed the concept of computational leadership science. So it's really kind of a subfield that connects, well, computational social science and leadership sciences and bringing those together. And just a quick definition really is it's a multidisciplinary field which integrates advanced computing techniques, artificial intelligence, data-driven approaches, and so on to enhance decision-making and problem solving. And that's really my main focus, is really how can we help leaders advance and enhance their decision-making and problem solving. And this is one of the things that my background I really value, is it's at the intersection of high quality data, proven social science, and with my background and my PhD in organizational psychology, this really resonates with me. Cutting edge tech is another point. And then finally, and I think this is super important, that we all need to really address, regardless of being computer science, social science engineers, whatever we are, we really have to understand what's that invaluable knowledge that's gained from experience. And I think tapping into the users, particularly in my instance, leaders, and what their challenges are and what their opportunities are, and fundamentally understanding that and connecting that with, again, a fundamental understanding of what it is to be a human being. And then we start thinking about what's the data that's necessary, what's the quality of our data, and then we start looking at what's that cutting edge tech then to give us a cutting edge advantage. And that's why I ultimately say in this third point, it's not a tech-centric approach to leadership. This really is about leadership first, tech last. And we start along a process of leadership and understanding people and processes and needs. And then we start looking at how data can help and inform that. And what data do we have? What's our data quality? How can we improve that? Because that's a fundamental understanding and necessity for ultimately when we get towards the tech. And in this part, in this talk, we're talking about Gen AI. So that's really the core of all of that I'm working on right now. In this space with Gen AI, is first looking at what's the leadership needs, and then going along a process that takes us to ultimately the tech that can improve that. So in this talk, I want to address, so some of my talks and a lot of my work now is looking at things in healthcare, for instance, but I know that we already had a talk in healthcare, so I thought I'd give us something about crisis. And one thing I want to point out about crisis, that is poly and perma. And what does that mean? Well, poly means essentially that crises are interdependent. They're connected in that sense. They can create a cascading effect. One crisis can trigger another, and then all amplifying each other. And it's perma. We're in a time where it seems like, and in many ways it is, crisis is permanent. It just keeps coming and it keeps coming. And it costs a lot of money, and it costs a lot of lives, and everything in between. And I just want to put that into some facts and figures to really set the stage here. So we are facing a labor crisis. Just one example here. This is a great article that came out looking at sort of the costs related to losses from heat-related reductions in labor productivity. And just in Los Angeles, in 1 year, there's a loss of $5 billion US dollars related to issues about climate change and how that's affecting labor. So there's a real clear and present crisis. Relatedly, we have natural disaster crises. This is according to Swiss Re, which is a very, very large insurer, and they are the people in the know when it comes to the cost of crisis. And that there's a total economic loss of natural disasters just in 2022 to the tune of $304 billion. So the numbers kind of get big. If that's not big enough, and I'm sure many people that are watching this are familiar with this, cybersecurity is a massive crisis. It's been estimated that cybercrime costs upwards of $7.3 trillion in 2023, and they see that number growing. And finally, there's unthinkable crisis. And this one is, if I haven't scared you yet, I hope this one kind of does. The WHO notes that there are 17 nuclear reactors that are in a current active war zone in Ukraine. And Chernobyl, just to give you an example, costs $850 billion. And they expect that cost will continually rise for the next thousands of years to maintain the safety of that region. So these costs are real, they're right now, and they're big and they're growing. And so we need to understand, how can we solve the needs of policymakers and people in business and leaders in business that are actively affected by these issues. And so that's really the starting point that I look at when we talk about how can we use applications of Gen AI. And what does that do for me then? I have to look at immediate ways of addressing problems. What can we do now in a safe way that can add immediate value to these leaders? So we know that there are solutions available right now, and I know that everybody in this audience knows that. We have everything from massive data streams that we can track, for instance, pandemics on a global scale. We see things like Slack will be introducing Slack GPT, which can help kind of guide people in project management. We have business chat and Teams. We have Copilot from Microsoft that's coming out, which I believe somebody is or is going to be talking about. There's OpenAI services. So we have a lot of solutions available right now. That's not the problem. Things we have to do is to make sure that we know how to, in a very intelligent way, connect the digital dots. Because if we don't connect these digital dots, threats will escalate. So this is just an example of some of the major threats that leaders are worried about right now. And this is according to well over 2,500 experts from around the world. And they've ranked these threats and they see these things escalating. And so this is a very important immediate threat. So we have to really kind of think about what are the resources right now and how can we connect them? Because if we don't connect these digital dots, the wrong dots start to connect. And this is from the World Economic Forum. Some of you may have seen this. And this is, they looked at the interconnectedness of various crises and showing how one can trigger another that triggers another. And we're seeing this unfolding right now. So there's very much a need, both in sort of the public sector and in the private sector, to solve these issues with the technology that we have. And so that drives a lot of this. But that's what will happen. This is what needs to happen. And I'll be using probably the word needs over and over because I think it's super important to understand needs. And what we need is a proven crisis and resilience framework to connect the digital dots. What is the underlying framework that's taken from experience that we can then start using this framework to kind of knowing what technology to use and when to use it? And so this is from my group at Harvard. They've developed something called the POP-DOC loop, which stands for perceive, orient, predict, decide, operationalize, communicate. And I won't go through and explain all of them right now, but I just want to give you an example. So this POP-DOC loop has been designed by senior faculty members at our group through a lot of experience. When I mean a lot of experience, we're talking about people that were second in command at FEMA, which is the Federal Emergency Management Administration in the United States, the head of the Coast Guard in the United States, the head of the TSA. These are people that there are pictures of them I've seen regularly standing next to, say, for instance, President Barack Obama trying to solve some of the major problems and crises of the time. So for me, it's a lot of imposter syndrome when I'm in the room, but I also learn a lot. And this is how they've taken all that learning and distilled it down on how to prepare for, lead through, and learn from crisis in a continual sort of feedback. And this is what we want to look at. So perceive, understanding what's going on, orient, what are the patterns of a crisis. And by the way, these crises can be anything from large scale war or pandemics, even to, for instance, the turnover crisis that we see in hospitals and healthcare. And this really just kind of is a way of guiding you through. It's a course or a circuit to follow. And what I'm looking at now is how can we use AI as a guide on this circuit or this course. And so I'm looking at it like this: real world, real time co-pilots. And so I like using sort of the metaphor here of a rally car. And if anybody knows what rally car racing is like, it's a very detailed course or circuit. Now, as an individual driver, you can get around it, and you can do that, especially if you're skilled. But if you have a co-pilot sitting next to you telling you what's the next turn, when to turn, how to approach it, it significantly improves your time around that course. And this is the same thing that we can look at on how we deal with the course of, say, crisis, and how Gen AI, for instance, can help guide us through that. And that course has fundamentally been mapped out through the POP-DOC loop in this case. So there we know what the course is. We know what we need to do to navigate through that crisis course. And then we have our co-pilot to help us with it. So I've been helping leaders develop their own little co-pilots. Now, Gen AI in many ways, and I think some people have talked about that, the accuracy, the hallucinations, there are a lot of issues and there's a lot of work to be done on that, and we'll get there. But but we're not there yet. And so we have to think about what can we do? And these co-pilots can be great in terms of creative problem solving and giving ideas, but remembering that you as the leader, you're still the one that's holding the steering wheel. You're behind the wheel, you're guiding. So you make the real call, but this can be a very creative way to kind of guide you through that. And so this is not going to be super technically exciting for many of you in the audience here. But when I show this to leaders who maybe are not familiar with Gen AI, this gets quite exciting. Sometimes I think maybe they think I'm a wizard. And I promise you, and I know that the audience very much realizes I'm not, but what I do is I go through and I show them how we can create some basic co-pilots. So I prompted, give me examples of how I can use cutting edge tech at each step of the MPLI pop-doc loop in a natural disaster. And that was a prompt to, and I'm just using, by the way, here, basic ChatGPT 3.5. I keep it super basic for people that maybe, for instance, don't even have premium access to GPT-4. So this is just to get them exposure to this technology and starting to think about how they can use it as a co-pilot. And I think that's a very important aspect, is understand so that they understand their needs and how they can use this technology and with gradual exposure. And once that exposure, they kind of get the idea, then they start asking questions, and then we started going into more advanced. So what I have to do as well, so, you know, the ChatGPT may not know what the MPLI pop-doc loop is just right, so I kind of have to sort of teach it, as it were, and through prompting, just give it the basic backgrounds of what it is, and then it can start working through. And so I show this to leaders and give them examples. So this was all written and given to me from the AI. Perceive, and it said leaders can use satellite imagery and remote sensing technology to deal with a natural disaster, for instance, to quickly assess the extent of damage, and so on. And it gives an example of what can be done specifically in terms of the technology. Drones can be used to gather real-time data, and so on. It then goes on to the orient to understand sort of what's going on, and leaders can use data visualization tools, etc. So what this is really doing is just giving leaders, even in times of crisis where we can have a lot of cognitive and emotional load, which can really suppress our decision-making quality. This is a way of just kind of giving very clear and basic and creative ways of thinking about how to deal with their situation. In this case, dealing with a natural disaster. And it just walked itself through all of these. So predicting, looking at, for instance, patterns, and it automatically kind of, leaders can use machine learning algorithms, as we know, very good at finding sort of patterns and real-time data analysis, and so on through the whole of this. And then what I show them is this, is the crisis co-pilot benefits, right? So there's human AI collaboration that supports the operators, harnessing both the strengths of what AI offers and also, and very important, the strengths and the experience that the operator brings, the user, the leaders that have had, many of them, years of experience dealing with various crises. Again, from things like international level pandemics to turnover crises in their organization. This helps with real-time data analysis. And I think this next one is a very important one, is it really helps with enhanced situational awareness, because sometimes in the fog of crisis, it can be very hard to understand and see the patterns for decision-making, and this can help cut through that fog of crisis. In my book, this was one of the big points. So I had a chance to interview for the crisis chapter, the head of crisis management for Microsoft. And this was one of the biggest ones that she was most interested in, was at the size of Microsoft, the fog of crisis can become so amazingly complex that having this sort of technology to enhance that situational awareness ultimately helps them address the business continuity issues and get back to business as usual, or business as unusual, but still operating as quickly as possible. And that goes back to the speed and efficiency and rapidly analyzing for a faster crisis response. And then ultimately risk reduction too, is to better equip us to prepare and learn from, so that we can assess and mitigate potential crises. And there are some crises that we can mitigate, and this is a great opportunity to do that. So this is where it's going. And I think first it's just getting leaders to go, oh, I can work with this, and it can give me ideas all along that sort of pop doc loop to better enhance my crisis response. So, oh, I didn't think of this. A lot of aha moments. I think is one thing where Gen AI can really help leaders right now. And these are some of the questions I ask them, and I get some really interesting responses when I ask questions like, how would you use AI-powered crisis copilot to lead through a crisis? And once they start seeing what the capabilities are, then you can see the light bulbs turning on and sort of this improvisation that I think starts coming when we learn how to properly work with Gen AI. And that's what I'm trying to trigger: exposure to improvisation to then development of their own solutions that are AI powered. So what else can it do? And I'll briefly go through some of this. This is something I'm building right now with a colleague. Is personalized interactive training bots. And I won't bother showing you, we don't have the time anyway to show you the sort of the developments that we're at right now, but it's rapidly advancing, and it's very exciting. And I'm particularly looking at developing training bots now for healthcare executives on how to deal with, for instance, issues about lower engagement and satisfaction in their organizations, and how to potentially walk them through simulations to mitigate issues about higher stress and burnout, which ultimately then leads to things like turnover, which is a massive problem in healthcare. So we're working on these training bots, and I've been also developing some for crisis, and these are some of the benefits that we're immediately seeing. So you get instant course correction with immediate feedback, and it's maybe not always the best, but it's very, very good, and it's a lot better than not having it. Confidence building. I find that these training bots, they tend to take on a life on their own, and they can be very encouraging with positive language. You kind of forget that you're talking to an AI at some point. And what it also then does is it can really help with individualized support with personalized coaching. So it really does understand what your needs are, and the more we refine it, the better it'll get at this. Understanding your needs in terms of whatever situations you're dealing with as a leader, and identifying, say, maybe where some of your gaps are and opportunities for improvement, and really working on that. And there's a lot of psychology behind that, which we don't have time to go on today. But if anyone's interested, I'm happy to discuss these things further. The psychology, for instance, of stress and burnout and turnover is fascinating. And once you understand people's underlying sort of intrinsic needs, you can be a very powerful tool, and AI can help you understand these needs and how to directly apply them to your needs. And it can be very, very powerful. Again, going back to needs. Next thing about these training bots, which I'm super excited about too, is the inclusivity and accessibility of anytime, anywhere training. In many ways, high-level superior coaching has been reserved for those at the very top of organizations, but that doesn't have to be the case anymore. Everybody, anywhere, anytime can have a very, very powerful coach working with them on any problem that they have when they need it. So that's where I think a lot of this will be going to, is democratizing things like coaching, making us all better as individuals and ultimately as organizations. So just to give you a small example, and we'll fly through this, but here's one prompt. Give me a specific crisis scenario and ask me questions about how I can incorporate data technology and behavioral science to address each step of that pop-doc loop I mentioned, one by one. After my response for each step, you'll give me additional ways I can use data tech and behavioral science to enhance my leadership response at each stage of the loop. So basically what it's going to do is throw out a scenario at me. I'm going to have to work through it one step at a time. So going through the pop-doc course, and it will give me feedback at each step, right? So that's the basic idea, and here it goes. Sure, here's a crisis scenario and a challenge question for each stage of the loop related to wildfire. Wildfire is broken out, and it just gave me a random wildfire task. And it said, perceive, how can you effectively monitor wildfire despite fast-moving, unpredictable nature of it? So it just gave me a broader scenario, and then broke it down to smaller vignettes for each step of the pop-doc loop, and then orient and so on, right? And then I gave a response, and this is just the abridged version. My response for this is, for the perceived challenge, which is one of the pop-doc steps, the first one, I would use satellite imagery, drones, and remote sensing technology to ... And I learned that because I also worked through it as the co-pilot, and it gave me good ideas that I could feed back in my training. And here, without kind of giving any underlying sort of prompting. It said great response, and it was encouraging to enhance, and it went on about why my response was great, and you just have to trust me, it was the best response ever. But anyway, to enhance your leadership, you could also leverage crowdsourcing data, citizens. So not only did it give me positive feedback, it explained what I did, it then said how I could develop my response to go even further. So again, it's happening right now. It can augment what we already know and take us further. So what this ultimately gets to, and I'll start wrapping this up, is utilizing dynamic and custom scenario generation. So it can quickly simulate realistic situations, right? So using this sort of technology now, we can really go in and say, okay, what is your real-time situation? What's your real-time problem? And create that custom scenario. And this is leaps and bounds ahead of where we've been in terms of crisis management, crisis planning training for years. And it's funny, only a year or so ago, a lot of this would have seemed very much like science fiction to many people in this field in terms of business continuity and crisis management. And now everybody's like, oh, well, of course, and I just have to remind people, subtract a year ago, we weren't having this conversation. Or we're just about to have this conversation in many parts of organizations, and leveraging real-time interactions and this is something I think is where I'm really going now, is it really does. It can put you in a simulation or a scenario, and it can give you immediate response, and it will adapt its response to your response. And you engage in this sort of dialogue that takes you down like a choose your own adventure book, but it's alive and it's AI powered. And it really helps you learning in the moment. And that learning to application gap is really, really kind of becoming less and less, because we could learn and train just before we have to actually deal with the real life situation, right? So these are very exciting opportunities that we have to develop leaders and make them better at dealing with things like crisis, and ultimately boosting their resilience and their organization's resilience. So just below the tip of today, here are some things that we need to consider. Adopting responsible AI principles. I recently published a Harvard Business Review piece on this. I think guardrails are important, but we also, and I think this is even more important, we need to establish a culture that is supported and rooted and fundamentally based on responsible AI principles. Guardrails will only get us so far. We have to have a culture that is responsible with AI. We need to assess AI and digital transformation readiness, because as much as we'd like to talk about all of this, there are so many organizations, just their data quality alone is so poor that it will take forever, and it'll be very costly for them to get up to the AI capabilities that senior leaders want. So we really have to think about how can we assess readiness, and once we assess it, what can we do to rapidly get them ready? Enhancing collective intelligence and decision-making with AI. I'm partnering with an organization where we're doing just that, where we can bring together hundreds, thousands, or even millions, theoretically, to bring together that collective intelligence. So there's no longer this loudest voice in the room problem, and its decision-making becomes scalable, democratized, and equitable. And lastly, and this is something that I'm super interested in, and I look at it in healthcare, but other areas as well, is how do we establish a process for end-to-end digital transformation? So that starts from isolating threats, challenges, and opportunities, to deployment of solutions, to continual refinement. And that is the life cycle that we ultimately need to be on. And I think that's where everybody in this audience really has an opportunity to contribute to this process in this very exciting time, because ultimately what we want is a responsible AI that is safe and also game-changing. So thank you very much for your time. Please do, let's connect. There's a QR code for my LinkedIn. And if you're interested in learning more, here's a link to my book. So thank you very much for having me.
Thanks, Brian. Definitely going to read that book, because looks like everyone has a personalized guru in near future. Thank you, Brian, for sharing your invaluable insights and expertise with us today again. Audience has some questions for you, so we will be back with the Q&A session for you after a short break.
Introducing AxonEct Marketplace, a carefully constructed digital catalog of robust, future-proof solutions to accelerate your enterprise digital transformation. AxonEct product suite consists of an extensive selection of software and platform solutions, bringing agility, innovation, and rapid service delivery capabilities to your enterprise landscape to leverage the maximum revenue potential from emerging market opportunities. With comprehensive coverage of solutions in microservice development, API management, telco BSS, cloud workloads, IoT, data analytics, AI and ML, and blockchain technologies, catering to a multitude of domains and industry use cases. From the Axonect marketplace, you can explore offers with informative product material, request a demonstration from our product experts, or even take advantage of a free trial before making a purchase decision. Additionally, Axonect Marketplace offers flexible pricing models to choose the best option that works for your business, and quick cloud-based deployment options to get you started in no time.
Hi, welcome back to our Q&A session. Hi, Brian. So we have got two questions from the audience. So the first question is, how can we protect patient data from cyber threats and ensure the security of Gen AI systems used in healthcare systems?
Yeah, that's a huge question. And so I think the short answer is right now we can't in many ways. As much as we want, there's a lot of concern, and I'm probably not the one that's best to answer the cybersecurity question. There are, if you're interested in that, there's, for instance, a company called Epic, EPIC. They do a lot with the electronic health records. And this is something they've partnered with Microsoft, for instance, to automate a lot of the documentation issues that clinicians have to deal with, right? So the ability to act as a co-pilot when they're working with a patient that can then kind of quickly make the notes and incorporate them. This is early stages, and this is why I'm using it for creativity and not even talking about necessarily integrating it into the system just yet. But there are people worried about that. I'm not the person to answer for it. I am concerned about this because there's already a massive cybersecurity issue problem in healthcare. They top all the lists in terms of threats and attacks. And I would just recommend those that are interested, do check out Epic, EPIC. Health records, they have a very clear approach to how they're dealing with security threats.
All right, Brian, so then question number 2 for you. Is there a way to validate the crisis identified by AI before taking preventive measures?
Yeah, it's called leadership first, tech last. That's where we have to constantly, there's this idea of having like sort of humans in the loop. And I think humans have to be not in the loop, they have to be in the driver's seat, and using my metaphor of the rally car. They're the ones that are sort of at the wheel. This is where we need to, so some crises are going to be very obvious and immediate, and we don't need to really validate. We know it's there. We know it's an issue. So other things, for instance, say the telltale signs of a pandemic coming. This is a great way to kind of raise some early warning signs about, for instance, a pending pandemic. But ultimately what it comes down to then is that we have to work with that AI. We're the ones that need to make those decisions. So we take that information in, we assess its validity as a group, and that goes back to this collective intelligence idea. So not only can Gen AI help us kind of identify and generate a response, there's other AI that's out there, right? It's more than just Gen AI that can help us connect collective intelligence to pinpoint the validity of this, right? And so I'm working with a group called Unanimous AI, where they do just that. They are able to connect literally hundreds of people together, whatever, to increase the predictive quality of collective minds. And this is one way to go about, say you get an early warning signal from an AI that's saying, hey, there's a potential threat here. Okay, then you bring together hundreds of thousands of experts and then have them in a collective intelligence way, then assess that threat and its legitimacy. So I think that's how we get this sort of human AI collaboration, all underwritten by AI, obviously, to connect us as well. So that's how we can validate.
Well then, thank you once again, Brian, for joining us here at AI Forum. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for having me. It was great.
All right, for the audience, hang in there. We have more exciting content lined up for you. Up next, we have Rita Abdelatifi to talk you on leading the era of generative AI. Rita is responsible for driving customer success of Microsoft data and AI solutions in ASEAN, focusing on AI domain. With 20 years of expertise in machine learning and advanced analytics, she has deep and diverse working experience across industries like banking, public services, telecommunication, retail, manufacturing, and digital sector. Hi, Rita. Welcome to the ADL AI Forum. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me in this session. I'm very, very excited, and moreover, this is one of the topics that are very close to my heart, generative AI. So I'm going to take you through today in a session that's going to tackle actually generative AI from a Microsoft perspective. So as you know, Microsoft has been in the loop of AI for a long time already. Let me know when you can see my screen, if it's actually, there we go. Can we see my screen? All good? I will assume it's a yes. So Microsoft has been actually in the era of AI and generative AI for a while. And what I'm going to talk about today is really about the advances from a generative AI perspective, what took us actually there, and what are the things that you can already use in terms of generative AI from a Microsoft perspective. So we're going to actually tackle the technology aspects, but also the use cases that we've seen like now getting more popular from customer use cases. So let me first, just very quickly introduce myself. As Boudica has mentioned, I'm in the era of artificial intelligence for over 20 years. So I've been like really looking and watching all these advances from an AI perspective, moving from, the advanced analytics all the way to the data mining, all the way to the data science, machine learning, deep learning, and now generative AI. I am not as excited as I could be because, like, honestly, I haven't seen so much actually attraction and caption from the field and the people that have been actually really interacting with AI until now. Because we talked about AI for a long time already, but this is the first time that we see so much actually traction from, the consumer, from any individual that is using a phone, using social media. And we've seen like ChatGPT really taking over in terms of, the discussions on social networking, on different areas where, we have seen a lot of not only tractions, but also a little bit of concerns when it comes to AI really getting into the world. So it's not only a fantasy anymore, it's a reality, because now people can actually understand AI and they can actually use it in their day-to-day life. So I'm going to just explain a little bit in terms of, how these changes are going to really not only affect the human being, but also the companies and the industries that you are working on. So basically what we are talking about is how to actually integrate those Gen AI solutions into existing businesses that are already transforming. So we've seen a lot of transformations from a technology standpoint that were coming from the data aspect, but also from the cloud aspect with the digital transformation. But also because economy has changed tremendously in the way we are actually now interacting. Like we used to have economic, very locally driven, and now everything is international. Everything is actually spreading across multiple stakeholders, multiple customers, and the business models have changed dramatically. So this is where AI is going to be like really a very important part of that transformation, and in particular generative AI. So technology is all over the world, and it's all about making sure that all those transformations are going to happen, and that they are going to be driven with the right innovation aspects, and making sure that people can benefit from it. So generative AI, so that's word actually came up just later last year. We actually launched ChatGPT and OpenAI. So ChatGPT is one part of the generative AI capabilities that have been actually very popular, but it's just one little piece of what can be done actually with generative AI. So what is generative AI comparing to all the other AIs that we have seen so far? So for those who don't know, artificial intelligence is not a new word. It comes from the 1950s, and it's been actually driven by computing science, where we were trying actually to really automate all the different iterations that the computer could do in order to address a particular problem. So for the ones who are familiar with the Turing machine, this is actually when artificial intelligence started to become a thing. So after that, of course, we have automated some processes, algorithms, to make it like more iterative and make sure that we can get the outcome straightforward from a computing science perspective. Then came the machine learning actually capability. So machine learning was taking actually one more step in terms of the AI by including some algorithms. So those algorithms were coming from mathematical and statistical approach, where we actually enriched the view of artificial intelligence by adding a bit of more pattern-driven, root cause analysis-driven kind of capabilities. So this is where we started really to look at AI with a more intelligent kind of capability. But the problem of machine learning is that it was a bit too limited in terms of the number of data it was able actually to tackle. So came up the problem of those algorithms were actually limited, not able to handle millions or billions of data, and moreover they were actually also limited in terms of the constraints to build up the data sets underneath. So we came with this concept of deep learning. So deep learning is one step ahead of machine learning, because this is the first time that we were actually able to use multiple data with like a lot of the different connections between those data, and be able actually to address very complex problems. So still very much towards supervised learning, still needed to have those data in place in order to address a particular problem. But then here we were able actually also to address unstructured data such as images, videos, and unstructured text. So that was kind of a revolution. And this actually started only in the 2017s. So that's where, we started to look at, AI differently and say, hey, you know what? If we have all this data together and we are able actually to use some of those very advanced algorithms, why don't we actually just like build a big, huge model that will actually help us to generate some of the answers straightforward? And this is where generative AI came to place. So generative AI is actually taking deep learning to the step ahead, which is no need for actually data to feed your model anymore, because we're going to actually build that huge super model that is going to capture billions of hyper parameters, put them all together, learn from everything that is actually available in there in terms of external data. And we know that nowadays there are a lot of information that can be captured. And when it comes to language, because here we are talking about large language models, it's actually being able to also put all this information together so it makes sense when the conversation comes in place. So this is where generative AI has been really a big transformation in terms of getting to that kind of approach. So generative AI 2021, so not very far away from today. And then what we have seen is that it has been impacted the world like tremendously. So what we've seen so far is already some customers adopting generative AI and being able to solve some problems that they were not able to solve before. So here are just some examples in terms of customers that have been actually leveraging generative AI from Microsoft with Azure OpenAI, the ability to really like enhance the productivity, the ability to be able to also enhance the accuracy, as well as the ability to enhance the efficiency of the whole logistic that can be put in place. So basically, if you look at the way things have been done, of course, there is no magic, but generative AI has helped out on and getting more closer to the outcome that customers were looking for, as well as making sure that everything was actually used in order to get to the right response for any specific use case. So what is it for you in terms of generative AI? Is really the opportunity to lead with a generative AI transformation. When we talk about generative AI transformation, we talk not only about AI, but we're going to talk also about all the other aspects that are going to help you in terms of getting there. So first of all, having the right infrastructure that's going to help you actually leverage any computing, any storage that might be required for you to build up your solution. Making sure that you are in the digital transformation means that you have everything in place to actually embrace the different technologies, solution, and softwares that are going to help you address your particular problems. And the generative AI transformation is going to be really the cherry on the cake that's going to help really get much more faster to the results. That's going to also help on getting answers to questions that you were not able to address so far. And that will help also to get to some competitive advantage whenever you need to actually really address a particular market or product. So what is it that we have done in Microsoft? So again, generative AI didn't come overnight. So it's a lot of investments that came from Microsoft for a decade already to actually build up that solution that you have heard about around OpenAI and Azure OpenAI. So the research that has been done was around, of course, all the different aspects that were related to the generative AI itself and the transformers and all the technology that was underneath, but also everything that was related to responsible AI. And I heard the person that was talking just before me, Brian, really highlighting in terms of ethics and responsible AI. This is something that we have taken very seriously with our generative AI approach, because we know how important it is to put in place the safeguards for any solution to be actually used by the end customers. So responsible AI, the security is another aspect. So security and safety, making sure that you have the access given to the right people, making sure that whatever you're doing with your solution, you have it all under control from an access control standpoint, as well as from the safety aspects. And then, of course, being able to rely on whatever you are actually building, because having an AI that is not able actually to be accurate is sometimes counterproductive. So this is for us one of the most important aspects of what we have invested in that research. So all of this have been like a result of a lot of those research, billions of investments in money, billions also in terms of people who have been also working on those different projects to come up with that solution. And what is it, that solution? So you heard probably about ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is part of OpenAI. So OpenAI is the solution that is actually the fuel of all the different foundation models for generative AI. So you have heard probably about GPT-4 or GPT 3.5 that are actually the solutions that are fueling most of the applications that are already embracing generative AI. But we have also other solutions such as DALL-E for image generation as well. And we have also what we call Codex, which is the solution that will also help developers to generate codes and optimize the way they are actually doing their job. So those are things that have been the result of multiple iterations, using huge data storage, using huge processing as well, and making sure that all of this was actually done by capturing as much as possible of the data that was already in there. So then Azure OpenAI service is the result of that collaboration. So having OpenAI services that were giving all the generative AI approach with the cloud infrastructure of Microsoft and all the different aspects that will help actually not only leverage on the cloud infrastructure, but also pilot and co-pilot some of the applications by leveraging generative AI. That's the Microsoft project. So let me take you through the first earnings that we have already went through in the last few months. and just giving you an idea of where we are in terms of, getting that momentum done. And it's super exciting because like it's been there for like something like a year or less, and we've seen like a lot of different projects that already have been born just recently, and where we see a lot of also already results that are very promising. So it's not just like the number of customers that are coming in day by day, but also the projects, the innovation that it is driving in the head of the people, because everyone is becoming now so innovative, and everyone wants to look at their business with a different approach by breaking really the barriers of creativity, making sure that they can really get to the fantasy that they had in terms of the opportunities that they have in mind. So you see that we have been like not only partnering with some very high level consulting firms, but also we have been driving a lot of success around the world with some very interesting use cases. So some names here that you can see in terms of big industries such as Zurich Insurance or Miro or Kahoot, a lot of them have already adopted generative AI into their solutions, into their applications, and very quickly have been able actually to deploy that into production. So it's not just a dream that we are talking about. We are talking about real life applications. We are talking about real deployments in place that are driving billions of dollars and being able actually to transform the business and the business models. So with that, I want just to give like some customer examples that we've been like working with. So we mentioned earlier a list of industries, but here some big names such as eBay, Coca-Cola. You can see that even some software industries, so companies such as Data Robots and other DocuSign have been adopting generative AI from Azure, OpenAI, and Microsoft. So those are not just like premises of something that is likely to have, but really we can see really that the driving of the business is happening. So let me also take you through the Copilot. I heard the term for Copilot earlier, and it's really pleased me because this is a very important way to address generative AI. So when you talked about generative AI, the idea is not to say, hey, you know what, I'm going to just give to a bot everything, and I'm just going to listen to that bot on the answers that it is going to give me. So the idea of Copilot is that you can actually leverage generative AI with your own applications. So how to do that? So of course there are like different APIs that you can use for that. Microsoft has decided to do it directly with their own solutions by embedding already generative AI and the OpenAI into their own solutions, such as Microsoft 365, such as well Dynamics, or also Power Platform. And also for our security, I heard some questions earlier on security to actually identify some of the issues and be able to defend much more accurately any threat that is coming from any end user or solution. So those are the things that Microsoft has been able to do. So I'm going to share very quickly a video just to give you a hint in terms of how Microsoft has been doing that.
Today, we are at the start of a new era of computing. At the center of this new Copilot experience is an all-new Bing search engine and Edge web browser. I'm going to look for a 65-inch TV, but now I want to refine this query. So I can do that by going to chat. We have now a new chat scope. Bing knows the context, and it just goes in and refires the queries.
Imagine every employee having a co-pilot that is able to analyze reports, write reports, summarize projects, create a task list, even brainstorm with you.
Introducing Microsoft 365 Copilot. It works alongside you, embedded in the apps millions of people use every day. Now you can be more creative in Word.
Copilot can use your internal document and can give you a first draft. It inserts product images and pulls in relevant visuals from other files. The average person uses less than 10% of what PowerPoint can do. Copilot unlocks the other 90% using just your words. Copilot translates Word into PowerPoint and can even animate the slide.
The real magic of Copilot happens during a live meeting. Here, you're in a meeting with your team.
You can ask Copilot to summarize what's happened so far. Copilot is really capturing the spirit of the discussion. As the meeting progresses, you can check on where people stand. You can even ask Copilot what questions are unresolved.
Copilot in Viva will offer leaders an entirely new way of understanding and engaging their workforce. With Copilot, I can ask questions of my Glint data using natural language. I can ask Copilot if teams that coordinate in-office days together are more engaged than those that don't, blending Glint's survey data with Viva Insights and the Microsoft Graph.
Viva Sales now gives sales reps the AI capabilities that enable personalized coaching and intelligence that help sellers push a deal to the next stage and ultimately close more deals. It all works inside Outlook and automatically integrates with the data inside your CRM.
With Copilot and Power Automate, you can automate things in minutes using your own words. With a little direction, Copilot can write a summary of the problem, post that summary in the appropriate Teams channel, and tag the right colleagues to resolve the issue. This now gets seamlessly added to my workflow, getting it just the way I want it.
Developers using Copilot today see a 55% developer productivity boost. And over 40% of all the lines of code that a developer that has Copilot enabled is now actually AI generated.
Microsoft Security Copilot is a game changer, empowering you to defend at the speed of AI.
We deeply integrate Security Copilot with our existing product experiences and workflows, and it will work with third-party security products and data as well.
We think the era of AI is here. We think the ability to capitalize on that is limitless, and we're excited to partner with you.
So it's just a glimpse of what you can do with generative AI. And you see like those copilots that have been built with Microsoft technology. So you can build your own copilots, as you know, I heard earlier in the discussion. Just want to actually highlight some of the things that I think are super important on the understanding of generative AI and Azure OpenAI. So there is no such thing as we need your data in order to build up a generative AI. So there is nothing that belongs to Microsoft when you can actually use generative AI. When you use that kind of service, any completion is your own training data, and they will belong to you. There is nothing that is going to be available to OpenAI. There is nothing that is going to be used to improve the models. We are not talking about machine learning or deep learning kind of model where we need to actually retrain in order to get to the outcome. The models are already there. So you just need actually to capture the information that you need. Even if you're going to use your own data, those data are going to just be used in order to identify the range of information that will make sense for you. So everything is going to be under your control, your way. So the models and capabilities, just in terms of where we are from a technology standpoint. So now we are in the GPT-4 version. So the GPT-4 version is a very exciting version because now it's able to really generate even more complex documents. So that are going to be able to address subject matters, very complex areas. This is also the area where we're going to actually be able to annotate and be able to really also handle some languages like slangs or dialects and be able actually to interact in any type of language, even languages that are a mix of other languages. So this is where, you know, we have reached that level where conversational AI becomes really something that is going to strengthen the way how people are going to interact. So you would not see the difference between interacting with the Azure OpenAI versus interacting with a real person. So this is, again, some of the things that have been also released in terms of the capabilities. So the ability to leverage your own data, meaning that if you want to limit actually the access to the information to a particular set of data, a particular business, a particular also range of information, this is where you can actually deploy using your own data. If you want to actually leverage provisioned throughput model and have your own, OpenAI with the capacity that goes with it. You can also have that, as well as if you want to plug in your solution, your application to any web application or to any external web browser, and make sure that you can actually capture all this information as well. It can be any internal or external application. This is where Microsoft has also developed a lot of new features to really facilitate the way you're going to actually embrace generative AI. And first and foremost, the DALL-E capabilities with the image generation. This is just amazing. So of course, when you think about image generation, a lot of the people would think about marketing, how to actually use image generation to have some, promotional images. But it is also something that we're going to use more and more in the healthcare industry, for instance, or even like in manufacturing, if we are looking at, generating some images for some particular assets or pieces of information that we are looking for. So those are like really changes, a game changer in terms of how we are going to do our work. The generative AI plus document intelligence is going to really change also tremendously the way we're going to do documentation, the way we can actually summarize the content, the way we can actually extract information from all the different insights that we are getting in. Summarizing documents is so important because it's help us not to miss out on important information that we might get. And we know that, we can get a lot of emails coming in day by day, and sometimes we don't pay attention to all the details. So this is where, this kind of service is going really to change the way we're going to consume and interact with the others. The last thing that I wanted also to capture is the whisper. So it's very good and very amazing capability that is coming in also with the new era of generative AI, with the ability to transcribe even more efficiently, translate any type of language. And yesterday during the Geek Out, we did some tests even with the Sri Lankan language and slang. This is an amazing actually capability that is able to capture and get the right level of transcription for people to make sure that they can actually communicate with the right insights. So one last but not least thing is around the interaction between Azure OpenAI and generative AI and LLMs with the other AI solutions. So the ability to actually create what we call a prompt flow and integrate that with applications. So Microsoft has also integrated generative AI in other AI solutions to make sure that you can have the best of breed between generative AI, sometimes deep learning also capabilities, and be able actually to do all of these in a safe manner. So just to leverage on this, the way you're going to do it is you're going to actually connect your Azure OpenAI and then leverage on multiple data sources as well as any type of data that can come in. So your application or your Copilot agent will be able actually to look at all those information through the eyes of Azure OpenAI by leveraging also all the other capabilities from Microsoft, either the SQL capabilities or the Azure machine learning capabilities. Very quickly, in terms of the use cases, 4 use cases that are top of mind. Content generation, of course, that's the one that we see through ChatGPT, the summarization capability, the code generation, and then the semantic search. So we see here already some use cases that have been actually generated and built up across different industries, either telecommunication, manufacturing, or even like in transportation. So here, of course, we will share all those examples, but you see that everything can be done from an end-to-end perspective. So we are not just talking about one feature, but really the ability to take AI to the next level. So some industry trends that we've seen, so contact center is top of mind, of course, but anything that can actually automate either documents or reports or any content that you have, things that are going also to help agents become more intelligent and communicate more much better, either with your employees or with your customers. And of course, making sure that every time you get any document or any images in place, you can actually extract the right insights that will help help you drive your business. So here there are some examples in terms of manufacturing and telecommunication, where you can see some real life examples. Here I wanted also to kind of highlight in terms of the healthcare, what are the things that have been also deployed in that industry. That's one that is very close to my heart. So we've been like really working on a lot of things to make sure that, you know, we can not only help the industry to, you know, develop the right approaches when it comes to diagnosis, but also identifying the right patterns when it comes to, you know, bad diseases, cancer, and so on and so forth. So I will leave all of this to the rest of the audience to get more familiar with this kind of use cases. But I hope you will find good insights and good ideas to fit that with your own use cases. With that, I'm going to just finish with this slide in terms of accessibility and inclusion. We talked about responsible AI. I just want to make sure that you also know that Microsoft, whenever we're going to develop products, and it's the case also for generative AI, we're going to actually look at really making sure that it's going to be accessible and it's going to be inclusive. So making sure that people with disabilities are actually able also to leverage. So we're going to look at every time the solutions that are going to be as inclusive as possible, that are going to make sure that it's going to be easy, whatever is your ability, and if there are like some disabilities, that we can take that in account. With that, I'm going to thank you very much for your time today, and I am taking the questions.
Well, that was a very informative session on the capabilities of generative AI. Thank you very much, Rita, for sharing your expertise with our audience. And we'll be back with our next keynote speech after this short break.
Are you looking to enhance the customer experience and reduce service costs for your business? Introducing AxonX Self-Care, a powerful, user-friendly self-care solution for mobile and web. AxonX Self-Care is designed to provide a unified interface for customers to have full control over the resources and accounts, introducing brand new experience and improved quality of digital lifestyle. With AxonX Self-Care, service providers can increase engagement by allowing subscribers to access, monitor, and customize services from anywhere on any device. As more customers become connected, their expectations for better quality of services increase, and the requirement for innovative business services become essential to minimize churn. AxonX Self-Care offers its customers total control over balance, resources, and subscription management, while facilitating comprehensive records on usage and make bill payments and transaction histories, as well as improved customer interactions through complaints and service requests. For business administrators and campaign managers, AxonX Self-Care offers extended real-time control over the application through a configuration management portal. Via the portal, accurate usage can be tracked to understand customer behavior and send real-time notifications to customers on latest campaigns and products, resulting in improved customer engagement. The product architecture and design of the AxonX Self-Care feature, independent, modular, and flexible microservices architecture for seamless BSS integrations and feature expansions. Transactions and user data are highly secured with end-to-end security and comprehensive audit trails. AxonX Self-Care is the ideal solution to increase customer engagement for revenue enhancement. Get in touch to find out more.
We are about to dive into generative AI more and more now. So let me introduce our 7th keynote speaker, Mani Chandrasekharan, Principal Solutions Architect at Amazon Web Services for India and South Asia. He has more than 20 years of technology experience, including 7+ years at AWS, and has worked in different geographies in the world and across technology domains. He has deep expertise in enterprise architecture and application modernization, and trying out new things like generative AI and its application to business. AI Forum 2023 to talk about the AWS generative AI story, from machine learning to artificial intelligence to the cloud. Mani, over to you.
Thank you, Ridmi. I hope everyone can see the screen. All right, so let me get started. As the introduction said, I'm a principal solutions architect for AWS, work with customers in India and South Asia, including countries like Sri Lanka and other countries, right? So today I want to talk about an important topic, which is about about something related to generative AI, but with a slightly different pitch. What I want to cover today is primarily around actual usages of generative AI that we are seeing with from our customer standpoint of view, and a little bit at the end around some of the services from AWS which can help you get started with the AWS on the generative AI story, right? Now, the most important question a lot of people are asking is, why now? Why is that generative AI suddenly taken off, right? I think if you were to look at it from the point of view of where the technology has evolved, right? I think I would say a time when we had a lot of talk about big data. Then there was something around blockchain. Then there is a lot of work that happened around machine learning and artificial intelligence, right? Well, I mean, to me personally, my opinion, and also what we also think from an AWS point of view is, the reason why it's reached a tipping point is due to the convergence of we have this large proliferation of data that is now available, which was not the case before, right? I think it's not just structured data. You also have a lot of unstructured data from social media, videos, and a lot of other data that has reached, I would say, some kind of a level where it could be start being used for cases like generative AI. That is one. Second is in terms of the compute and power, right? I think we also now have, with introduction of GPUs and larger compute kind of instances in the various cloud service providers, as well as the traditional data centers. Now you are able to leverage the compute and this mass proliferation of data, right? So I think these are, I think one factor, and of course, the kind of some of the machine learning algorithms that have cropped up in recent times, they are able to now tap into this corpus of data, as well as the kind of compute power that is available, right? Now, in terms of what is the kind of little bit of use cases that are out there in terms of how customers are using it. So these are again a snapshot of different kinds of experiences, right? One is, of course, the most popular one happens to be around enhancing customer experience. Chatbots are very popular use cases, right? And then, of course, user productivity tools are again, I would say, so pretty much common, right? I think whether it's code generation or summarization, conversation search, and then of course creativity and content generation is again quite common use case, right? I think we have customers, especially in the for example, we have a customer in the travel and lifestyle industry who are able to generate customized kind of emails to their customers, for example, planning a trip, right? I think leveraging generative AI, they're able to just send out based on customers' preferences, they're able to generate some kind of a travel plan, right? That some of our customers are doing. And then of course on the business operations side, you might have heard about a very common thing called retrieval augment generation, where it's able to leverage your existing corpus of data, right, along with the power of generative AI, right? So these are a few kind of aspects. Of course, sometimes when you look at the general trend in what we hear in the industry, sometimes things like generate around image generation, things around creative writing might kind of tend to skew in terms of what you're hearing and seeing. But then again, if you look at the real world use cases, they are kind of spread across, multiple things, right? Not just, right? I mean, using a prompt to generate some nice, funny diagrams, right? That's also there. But then if you look at it, you also have other very valuable use cases which can help the business, right? So all in all, some of the industry trends are saying, there is a potential of generative AI is, with a forecasted, $7 trillion, right, in global GDP over the next, 10 years or so, right? Now, at a high level, what is that? For example, if you want to look at from the previous slide to this, let's assume that you want to use generative AI in a customer help desk kind of use case. So in this case, maybe how do you help? For example, in this case, the contact center agents to get a better user experience for their customers, right? In this case, let's assume that the customer, they're able to, based on the tone and tenor of the conversations that they are having with the customer, they might be thinking that the customer is thinking of closing their account, right? Now, based on the context that you have, whether it's with a contact center, I mean, there might be call center transcripts that might be there and existing customer data. Then you can leverage some of the large language models in AWS. Obviously, we always our preference is to give a choice to the customers, right? I think in this case we have a fully managed service called Bedrock. At the same time, for customers who want to use other kinds of large language models, whether it's open source or cutting edge or bleeding edge kind of models, then you can also use something called SageMaker Jumpstart, right? So with that, you will be able to then generate something where you might be able to kind of give, I mean, you might be able to kind of give them a more prescriptive kind of suggestion, whether reiterating some of the key aspects of their maybe an insurance policy. They may give them a one-time discount, which we all hear, right? I think, okay, sir, I mean, let me give you a one-time offer kind of a thing, apologize and reassure, and maybe if things don't work out in all these three aspects, it might have also help to escalate to the supervisor, right? So all in all, this is one small snippet of how generative AI can help your business. Now, let's go to some little bit of cool use cases, right? So a few customers from, these are, of course, publicly referenceable customers. So one customer is a company called Runway. They have a thing called Gen2. It's a multimodal AI system, that can generate very novel videos, okay? This was, again, trained on AWS in collaboration with NVIDIA, right? I think this again is a fun use case. And then, of course, a lot of us have heard about Canva. That it's a global visual communications platform, and they are extensively using AWS to bring AI-based image generation facilities to their more than 100 million active users, right? So Runway on one extreme to where you can generate these kind of novel images versus Canva for a global communication platform leveraging generative AI. Now, there again, LG Research has built something called X1. It's a foundational model that is built on top of Amazon SageMaker, where they will be which can handle a very large amount of handle a large amount of data, right? And it has been trained on large scale data and things like that, right? So again, with SageMaker, LG has been able to optimize distributed training, and they were able to train their model much faster by almost 59%, right? Now, similarly with Autodesk is one more customer, right? Again, they have used Autodesk for some of their use cases around engineering design and entertainment design industries, right? And as you can see, with using some of the generative AI capabilities of Amazon AWS, they were able to help their customers to design something which was one of their automotive clients, which was almost 45% lighter than the previous design, right? and this was equivalent to almost taking out almost 93,000 cars off the road, right? Again, as you can see, this has a very strong impact on environment as well as on the customer's bottom line, right? So these are a few use cases. Now, closer home, as you know, our parent company is Amazon.com, and one of the use cases that we launched recently, in fact, last month, was helping a lot of the sellers in Amazon, right? Sellers is a term that we use, primarily, people who sell stuff on Amazon to, customers like you and me, right? So in this case, one of the things that we found that we could help, customers or rather sellers was how to create very compelling kind of product descriptions, and in some cases even images too, right? So with that, what we have done is we have enabled generative AI capability for sellers on Amazon.com. So using some nice prompts, they were able to leverage generative AI to create something very nice, and in the sense, what it translates is to more business for our sellers, right? So that is one important thing. Now, coming to very quickly a few use cases. So Stable Diffusion, as you all know, is a very popular, text to image generation kind of a foundation model. Now, some of the nice, funny, and important ways some of our creative folks, customers, are using generative AI with Stable Diffusion is primarily, with certain areas like, for example, product design. So in this case, it's using something called control-net canny model. So that's obviously, so essentially Stable Diffusion with the text to image foundation model, right? And then you can then use it with something called a diffuser, which is a control-net, and it can take actually brand specific content and develop different kinds of versions of it. As you can see here, we used something like an AWS kind of branded soda, and then gives you a lot of options. And then for product designers and maybe people who are marketeers, right, who can then use one of them, and maybe you can even use something like an A/B kind of a thing to select the one which has the most impact to the customers and then select it. That's one, right? That's in the product design aspect. Now, in terms of product promotion, obviously they might have a product, but then you might want to have different festivals. You want to use the same product and show them in different scenarios, right? Again, using ControlNet, you can create different kinds of product placement strategies, right? I think, for example, in this case, you can use it for Christmas or something else, Diwali and few other things. Again, this is the power of right? So this is one more example. I'm not going to go too much into it. Again, this is like a placement of different things. For example, somebody wants to have like a tropical kind of an environment and stuff like that. Now, the one that I wanted to kind of spend a minute or so is, as you all know, might know or might not know, is Amazon has a concept store called Amazon Go, where you don't have basically cashiers and people who kind of take stuff that you buy there to actually bill it and stuff like that. So the concept with Amazon Go is you go to the shop and essentially at the beginning you swipe whatever your Amazon.QR code and things like that, and from then on the whole system, which is again based on artificial intelligence, machine learning, computer vision, and generative AI, it's able to then track you throughout the store, and it knows you picked up a bag of chips. It knows that you went there somewhere else, or maybe you picked up a bag of chips, then you decided that no, I don't want it, I want to put it back, and then you picked up a bag of potato, right? So what we do is we have all these cameras up in the ceilings, and then we track you. But I mean, when I mean saying track you, it doesn't mean the tracking. We give this kind of a anonymized kind of a IDs to users, and as you can see, this is a real shot of customers in an Amazon Go store. Obviously, I think this is probably at a lunchtime where you have a lot of people probably near the sandwich kind of a section of the store. store, right? But bottom line is, this is again a big use of generative AI, and then we are able to very accurately pinpoint, what is that you have purchased, and then we are able to kind of also, if there are two people or there are people in a group and somebody else, one person was paying, we are even able to aggregate the purchases to one person or individual people, right? So that is a little bit of real world usage. Again, where is that? Whereas does AWS and Amazon are using generative AI? A lot of this has to come from some of our retail kind of a background. And of course, Alexa, we have billions of Alexa devices, they're also embedded in other kinds of systems and things like that. And then, of course, the just walk out of the Amazon store that I showed you about, right? Now, what is the AWS play for developers and customers and partners like you, right? I think the first important thing is our concept is, we want to make it very easy for you to build it. So I think the biggest thing about AWS is we feel that, there's no one single kind of a model, a foundation model that would probably fit with a customer scenario. So we want to, give you a choice of models, right? So that's the reason why we have, when you use a fully managed serverless service like Amazon Bedrock, you have a choice of not just foundation from Amazon, but we also have partnered with customer with other ISVs or technology partners like AI21. You have Anthropic, Meta, Stability AI, and a lot of others, right? Now that is, I think, the most important thing in terms of what is our idea of Bedrock, right? So so each of these models, as I said, can perform one or more kind of a function, and in some cases there might be overlap too, right? I mean, if you want to have text generation, you could probably use some a foundational model from, say, Anthropic, as well as, say, from the title models from Amazon, right? But then we also have guidance, and then we provide you a playground where you can then test it out, and obviously based on your particular requirement, you can then select one of the models, right? So again, we were one of the first cloud providers to also leverage, give you the Llama 2 as a one of the options from this thing, right? From Bedrock. So of course, one of the things that we realized is it's not just foundation models that can help you do the task. So we also have a thing which we are currently in preview called agents. Bottom line is agents help you. For example, in the previous example I gave you for a customer use case where something like an insurance customer was trying to talk to an agent. Now, in that case, obviously the customer data is probably stored in some other backend, and you should be able to retrieve that data using agents. And we provide that using agents for Bedrock, and that can basically give you rather than giving you some canned response, it can actually retrieve actual data and then give an answer which can help you help the customer in real life. So we have a bunch of customers. I'm not going to go through each one of them, but for example, Fox Sports is using Bedrock for a lot of especially the Amazon Titan Foundation model to primarily in the data analytics space to give both for real-time sportscasting content for customers, right? So that is one. Now going to the next one, what is that? One, I talked about a choice of foundation models that we give to our customers. What about data, right? So now obviously your data is your differentiator. One of the limitations, as you might probably know, which was the limitations earlier, was for these foundation models would have been trained on a data at one particular point of time. But then obviously what to do with the fact that you have a lot of data, how do you deal with current data, right? For that, obviously you can now customize it, right, using a concept called a fine tuning with Bedrock, right? I think where you can help it give more better answers leveraging your data as well as with current data, right? So, and then again, from a security point of view, this is not shared with other customers. You can do it in a very private manner, right? Now, one other thing that I've personally used is with Lonely Planet, right? I think, as you know, they provide a lot of tour guides. Again, I was talking to you about giving some kind of a personalized experience. Again, of Lonely Planet has used a foundation model from Anthropic Claude on Bedrock, and they were able to reduce the itinerary generation that they were able to give to their customer by almost 80% in a very extremely scalable manner. As you might imagine, Lonely Planet is an extremely busy website, right? Now, going on, obviously, it's important not just to select the foundation model, but also to make sure that you build a data strategy for your generative AI applications, right? I think that's very important. Otherwise, your application built on generative AI is as good as the data that it is trained on, right? And then, of course, these are some important, as you probably know, we take security very seriously at AWS. We make sure that none of the data that belongs to you is used to train the underlying model. All data is encrypted, and as you might probably know, if you're from the AWS, side of the world, you probably know we have data encryption at rest. You have private link access to Bedrock. So that especially for the more security conscious customers, we don't share it, right? Obviously, now there are a few things. I talked about Bedrock, but then we also have started introducing generative AI capabilities in some of our other services. So QuickSight is our visualization service. So we have added a thing called, what we want to call it as generative BI, right? Generative business intelligence to QuickSight to help you essentially use things like prompts and other generative AI capabilities to design nice, good graphs which can help the customers, right? And similarly, for HealthScribe, healthcare software vendors can, help them reduce the amount of time that they spend in creating clinical documentation, right? I think that's where responsible AI comes into play. And we have customers like 3M who are already leveraging AWS HealthScribe, right? So this is, again, a very important thing. Now, we have a service called Code Whisperer. So this is a coding companion that you can use along with your, if you're using either VS Code or IntelliJ or a few other tools, you can install it as a plugin. I mean, the most important nice thing about the Code Whisperer is it's free for individual use, right? Of course, we also have a business tier which has got much more additional capabilities. We already have seeing a lot of traction and adoption of Code Whisperer with some of the larger global system integrators like Accenture, Infosys, HCL, and a few others, right? Now, the other important thing with Code Whisperer that I wanted to kind of also share is this thing around customization, right? In a bottom line, what we realized it is a lot of the more bigger, larger customers who are used to using a code generation tool like Code Whisperer, they said that I have my own coding standards. I have my own frameworks that I want leverage on to make sure that Code Whisperer uses those standards to ensure that the recommendations it gives, the code snippet it gives, follow these standards, right? So we heard that, and we have now, it's in public preview, where something called Code Whisperer Customize, where you can get Code Whisperer to train on your code. This code could be in a S3 bucket, or it could be in a GitHub, and you help make Code Whisperer train on that data, and then subsequently all the recommendation it gives will then leverage the data and the frameworks that you already have, right? So a few more slides. And of course, we have done a lot of investments given you a choice. And more than that, I think one of the biggest differentiator from AWS is that, we are building, we are also leveraging some of our own, chipsets. As you know, we have acquired, some companies in the space. But so we have, two more chips. One is called Trainium for helping you save a ton of money on training costs, at the same time for something called Inferentia 2, which can help you for inferencing, right? So these two chips will hopefully, I think, give us more choices for customer along with other chip providers, chipsets which we already have. right? So bottom line, one, make sure that you select the right use case. I think we don't want to be in a scenario where you do it just to be something like novel kind of a thing, right? Text to image might be easiest one, but make sure the one that you choose a right use case which can help the business, right? So that's one. Second is make sure that because this is a new thing, right? I think a lot of people who already know stuff have to probably relearn stuff or adapt to this new technology and paradigm. So for that, we have a bunch of courses that we have created which can be used, accessed for free at skillbuilder.aws. At the same time, we also have created specific generative AI courses on Coursera and a few other forums, which you can definitely use to leverage, right? So, and bottom line is make sure that you get started on your generative AI journey with a POC. Try it out. There's nothing better than trying it out. And with some of the serverless services like Bedrock, it's much more, I would say, an easier way to kind of get started on your journey, right? So with that, I come to the conclusion of my little bit of a rapid fire kind of a session on where Amazon and AWS are in the AWS generative AI journey. I hope this was useful. Of course, the limited time I was able to cover it in a little bit of a more quicker manner. But my coordinates are here. Please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn or drop an email, and we can get started on your generative AI journey on AWS. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mani, for sharing your thoughts, insights, and learning opportunities with our audience on AWS Generative AI story. We will be back with the next keynote speech after this short break.
Welcome back. Now let us have the pleasure of listening to another great speaker, Suresh Shankar, who is the founder and CEO of Crayon Data, a big data and AI company. He is also a podcaster and the president of IIM Alumni Singapore. He is an evangelist of AI, big data, and analytics, and is passionate about using data to solve real-world problems. Hi, Suresh Kumar. Welcome to our AI forum. Over to you.
Hey, thank you very much. Let me start by sharing my screen, and hopefully this is visible to everybody. Good afternoon and to everybody on the call, and thank you. And it's nice to see some familiar faces, Anthony. I'm going to talk a little bit about generative AI in the enterprise world. And let me start by making a short introduction to myself and the company that I work with. I'll tell you a little bit about the history of AI, because sometimes I think when we lose context, we tend to over-ascribe, what the current is. What I would talk about is the consumer hype of Gen AI, the enterprise reality, and also the future of Gen AI for the enterprise. So without further ado, let me get started first with myself. I'm a two-time entrepreneur. I'm an evangelist of AI and big data, as you said. I have, but the funny thing is, I'm neither a technologist nor a person who knows statistics or maths. So I actually worked in advertising and media for the longest time. But in 2000, I set up an analytics company called Red Pill, which pioneered the analytics revolution in Asia, simply because I felt the future was going to be about data and analytics. That story ended well, exited that to IBM. And then I felt in 2012 that the future was going to be about AI and big data. So while my first story ended well, it was stupidity gene number 2, as I call it. So I said, let's go and start something about AI way back when it wasn't really a thing. And I spent about 10 years trying to practically implement AI and big data solutions in large enterprises. So a large part of what I am going to talk to you about is based not just on a theoretical knowledge about how Gen AI should work or what AI is, but the real problems that enterprises face when they are going to actually use this kind of technology. And just separately, I also run a podcast called Slaves to the Algo or the Algorithm. And basically, it's conversations with experts who talk about how data and algos affect their life. So that's a little bit about me. So as I said, I'm not a technical person, but I do believe I have got some experience to share on how we can use AI to improve our business lives. Crayon Data itself, the company I'm the CEO and founder of, has been in this space for about 10 years. We've become a go-to player in AI innovation. We work with only very large enterprises. We focus on the Asia Pacific, Middle East, Africa regions. As you will see, and I don't want to kind of tell you too much about what Crayon Data is. I'm not here to sell Crayon Data. I'm here to talk about Gen AI and the enterprise world. But as you can see, we work with very, very large players, global names like Visa and American Express and Emirates Airlines, but also extremely large local banks like HDFC Bank and KBZ and Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank, etc. What's interesting is that today our AI powers about 75 million end users of our clients. And we've been working with most of these clients for multiple years, going through the challenge that they face in terms of data, the data journey, the AI journey, how to clean up data, how to use it better, how to create better customer experiences, etc. Enough about me and Crayon. Let's get on to the topic, right? If there's one thing that I would like to leave all of you with, it is this word: make haste slowly. And I will explain why I'm using this word when I talk about Gen AI in the enterprise world as you go through the presentation, and I will sum it up in the end. So let me start about why I think, sometimes we all get excited and we think that all this was born yesterday. No, it wasn't. It was something started in 1943 with Alan Turing. The term itself came into being nearly 50 years, 60 years ago. It's gone through multiple summers and winters. But just talking about, I think one of the areas where AI becomes very big, which is the world of how it's used in sports as big challenges. I mean, Deep Blue was in the late 90s when IBM built a machine that could say, listen, I can actually use this to compute all the things that can happen in chess and find an intelligent pathway. From there, we went to the use of unstructured data and something like IBM Watson. And then, of course, you've all heard of AlphaGo and how it can play Go, which is even more complex as a game than chess or Jeopardy, if you will. So I think people have been trying to do this for decades, if you will. So in case we think we invented it and it was all born yesterday, that's not the case, right? Also, all AI is not just Gen AI, right? I mean, Gen AI is there are multiple types of AI. I don't want to go into a lecture on it, but there are so many different types of AI that people are using that I think when we get carried away and say Gen AI, I just want to remind people it's not just Gen AI. We need a lot of different types of AI to work. However, some pivotal moments in the last few years, from DeepMind's audio generation to NVIDIA's gains on the chip to the OpenAI GPT-2 and GPT-3, have really, I think, created a moment where we have accelerated and changed the landscape of how AI is used. And that's certainly the moment that we are in today. So it is a new dawn. So while it's been around, it is a new dawn for AI. And I think Gen AI is literally become the poster child of how this new dawn of AI will work. And I don't, again, need to preach the choir about how much people are using it and talking about it in use cases. Lots of people have talked about this. LLMs, lovely word. It's the new lightsaber if you're a Star Wars fan, right? And so everyone seems to have a new lightsaber. Everyone seems to have an LLM. And everyone is a hurry. My LLM is the best. And I'm just, as you can see out here, there are multiple versions of this, everyone claiming that they are multimodal, they are whatever it is, they are built on a better data set, a better interface, it's integrated fully, etc., etc. But here is a case where the lightsaber, which is a very powerful weapon, has become something that everyone says, I have one. So who's going to win in this case, right? But the problem with lightsabers, and I think very few people talk about this, is also the fact that there is a dark side to that force. And I think as a person, as a practitioner, I would be irresponsible if I didn't talk about the massive challenges and threats that we face with Gen AI. There's obviously a huge amount of acceleration of misinformation, manipulation. I think we all see enough of this. You all seen about Tom Cruise and Scarlett Johansson complaining about that, and the Pentagon, Pope Francis, nothing. Nobody is free from this. And that is a big problem, because if you cannot trust what you're seeing, then you have all faith in AI itself will go, because the data itself is not trustworthy. There's also rights and responsibility. What happens to content? You go and feed in something into the internet. Who has the right to that content? How do you actually if the system generates something, who has a right to that content? If I gave the code thing, not address an issue that's not yet been addressed. And quite clearly, protection, privacy, data innovation issues are going to become a lot more sensitive as we go into this new world. And I think we should tread with caution, both as individual consumers, as well as, I think, when we're sitting in the enterprise world. However, let me move from the consumer hype or the individual hype that exists around this to what I call the enterprise reality. And I think this is a very different world today. There is no doubt that Gen AI will change the enterprise, right? I mean, people are talking about the fact that there's going to be $16 trillion of money, of value that will add to the global economy. Out of that, like I said, Gen AI is not the only part of it, but Gen AI itself will fuel about $4 trillion. And I'm going to talk about a sector that I know very well, the financial services sector, where people are saying it could generate about 200 to $400 billion of revenue in the next few years annually. I do want to make the point, that's just Gen AI, but it's not just Gen AI, like I said. The fact is there is advanced analytics. People have been using this for about 20 years now. There's traditional machine learning, probably about 10, 12 years in the enterprise. Deep learning, probably about 3, 4 years. So while generative AI will have some new use cases, and it will also enhance the existing use cases, the total economic potential is not only about Gen AI, and Gen AI standing on its own is not going to be enough for an enterprise. However, when it comes to the enterprise, I think the most important challenge that we will face will be adoption. Simply put, the stakes and the risk for an enterprise, a bank, a telco, a retailer, an airline, a hotel, is far bigger than it is for a digital company that's serving consumers. Let me explain why. We all know the problems I talked about, right? There's algorithmic bias, which is what data set, you've all seen this thing about how most data sets and images are trained on Caucasian skinned people, and therefore they generate that for good things. We all know about security and private risks and cybersecurity challenges. But here is the problem. If a large language model that's in the consumer space gets a recommendation wrong or shows something wrong to you, there is very little that can be done about it, or there's very little hue and cry. If your bank were to make the wrong recommendation to you, if your telco were to tell you something that does not seem right, if your telco were to lose some of your data, if a retailer were to say, listen, my data systems have been breached, the hue and cry will be far greater. The reputational risk to that enterprise is going to be far more. The fact that regulators will find them because they're all regulated businesses, unlike in the case of the digital giants. And therefore, enterprises are going to be much more cautious, because they will weigh the risks of this before they just go into jump into it and say, let me start using this right away. You cannot make a risk about telling a consumer something that is absolutely wrong. You cannot take a risk with violating their privacy or their security or their data security. And as you've all seen the amount of banking scams that are going on, you cannot take a risk where AI is used to fish. I mean, imagine if all of you got a call from me at the end of this saying, hey, I'm Suresh, I'm in trouble. Can you send me $50? All of us have had these kind of scams before. So I think adoption in the enterprise world is not as simple as it is in the consumer world. And we are going to face a very challenging thing to make sure that all AI can actually balance the trade-off, find the right trade-off, balance out the obvious opportunity with the amount of risk that it generates. But let me go into how does an enterprise use it. So most of the action, most of the work, most of what you're hearing today, most of what you're hearing from everybody else is the foundation layer, right? There's infrastructure, there's platforms, there's models and data. And everybody, Microsoft, OpenAI, Meta, Google, AWS, everybody's got their own version of doing what they will do with text and image and audio and 3D and video and even DNA. Some of them are closed source, some of them are closed source, but available via API, some are open source. This is very clearly a game that can only be built at a global scale. And by and large, most of these companies are America-centric, possibly some in a couple in Europe maybe, but that game is pretty much something that will be played at a global level. What the good news for the enterprise is that the availability of that foundation layer opens up different ways to play. You don't need to now focus on doing that. Again, I'm going to go back to the cloud. Earlier, we had to set up a data center if you're a bank or a telco or a retailer. Now you don't. You use the cloud. In the same way, the foundation model opens up different ways for enterprises to benefit from the Gen AI revolution. And you have 2 or 3 options of how to do it. You can build your own, and that's fantastic because today I think the democratization of those tools allows you to build your own. But it's also kind of hard to build or own some of these things. So in some cases, you will buy stuff from people who are experts in a particular domain, who either it could be a horizontal domain, like, how do I improve my call center experience? Or it could be a vertical domain. Can I do something for financial services? Or can I improve a travel experience? Or in many cases, and I think this will be a dominant mode going forward, there will be a partnership model where people will work with multiple players to actually try and create a model that's just right for each individual enterprise. However, again, I'm stating this again, for it to work in the enterprise, a lot more work needs to be added. You need a context layer of the enterprise and their business challenges. You need enterprise data sets, and you need applications which make it possible for an enterprise to experience the power of Gen AI, right? And the 2 most fundamental things in this is that you need knowledge-based AI models that are built for enterprises and their problems and their use cases. And you need to find a way to combine it with other AI models and frameworks, because an enterprise doesn't just work with one kind of data set or an unstructured data set or something that will generate that. You're working with different types of data, and a large part of the data is actually structured, and therefore we need to find a way to put it together. And quite clearly, below that layer, you need solid data structure, data infrastructure and governance. You need to be able to fine-tune models because, as the enterprise goes out, puts it out there, it's going to be clear that the model won't work. And very, very critically, no enterprise is going to do this without a human in the loop oversight of the model. Why do I say that? Is because I told you then the stake is very high for an enterprise, and you need to vet it. I can't just say, look, the system sent me this, I'm going to send it out to a customer or to an employee. You need a certain amount of human intervention and oversight to make sure that what is going out is verifiable, simply because the risk of doing so and the legal risks of being sued for that are much higher. So essentially, what you're going to work towards is a world which looks something more like this, right? You take the foundation models from the global thing, you have to have enterprise-specific models, and then as an enterprise, you decide which kind of AI enablement you're focused on. I'm going to share with you a couple of examples of this very soon, and I'll show you a demo of something. One of the big promises right now, and I think out of the 2 big promises, this is probably the one where people are really focused on today, is workflow automation for enterprise efficiency. Whether it's business process or document processing or information analysis, many people, I think, are doing work in this. For example, in our own company, we've been asked to do work like, hey, can you look at all the earnings reports of all my competitor banks and tell me how they're doing in comparison with me? Can I use it for investment report generation? Can I do research on going out and trying to analyze thousands of things? Can I thousands of documents to give me something where I don't spend the time, etc. And I think this is obviously a very, very big area where there is lower risk. There is a very huge gain in terms of efficiency and obviously a cost saving. And a lot of the effort is going in today into this particular area. The bigger, I think, opportunity in the longer term is in redefining your whole experience of your customer. Today, this is fraught with obviously all kinds of challenges. And whether it is conversational banking or personalization of content or user experiences, this is where a lot of the big companies are actually spending time and effort today, saying that the biggest problem I have is not so much my interface with my 10,000 employees, but the interface that I have with my 10 million customers. The 10 million customers are people I don't have control over. I need to actually, the AI can actually help me scale this far better, because I can always go back. I have some level of control inside my own environment. But if the AI can make my ability to deal with literally millions of customers better, it truly is a big problem for the enterprise to solve. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to very quickly show you a couple of examples of how what we see Gen AI doing in the enterprise world. For example, everybody, and I think all of us have used Gen AI, we've gone into one of these things and said, I want to take a trip to Singapore. And everybody will give you a personalized, every one of those things, even today, will give you a personalized itinerary plan. I'm using a fairly common example that all of us can relate to out here. Any open LLM will give this to you, no matter which company it is from. It'll obviously personalize the content. It'll base it on web data, but it'll also base it on your prompt. I want a 5-day itinerary. I want to be looking for certain kinds of food, etc. The data that it draws is external public data sources only. The models are clearly Gen AI. They're only coming from that foundation layer. And the experience is typically a conversational experience. This is table stakes in Gen AI today because every foundation model offers to you. But is it enough? And the reason I ask, is it enough, is it is quite likely that whether Boudica from Axiata, Anthony from Cloudera, or Suresh Shankar from Crayon Data ask this question, we will typically get the same kind of answers. And yes, it will learn over time, but it's not going to be very different. You also know what happens is that when we say we will start generating personalized emails, and I've tried to do this in my own company, and after a while, all of it starts to look more or less the same. There is a generative capability, but it is a mile wide and an inch deep in terms of what it is actually able to do today. And that really is the problem, because it has no insight of data about an individual that's being fed into that model. Let me kind of do something else about what an enterprise has. Let's say it's a bank, let's say it's a telco, let's say it's a retailer, anybody, an airline. Typically, you would find that a bank or a thing has a lot of transaction data, and you're able to kind of infer a lot of profiles about the customer, a lot of different inferences about their taste, their preferences from this data, which is not available as an open LLM, because only a bank, only a telco knows exactly where I've been and what all I've called and what I've done with my phone and my plan. Only a retailer knows the actual things that I bought. Only an airline knows where I've flown to, etc. A bank tends to be a cross category because you use it for payment in multiple ways. Now, this data is actually very critical, because if you know that different customers have different profiles, in this case, Andy and Bella, they're probably going to get the same answer from an open LLM. But imagine now if you're coming to the enterprise and the enterprise says, I want to use the benefits of Gen AI, and I want to use the benefits of my data and obviously there are risk models and other models that have been built inside the bank to do this. Then you start to see something very different, because the profile of the customer and the prompt is auto-created by the AI. It's created by a different AI system sitting inside the enterprise data, where you're trying to say, look, I'm actually profiling Andy and saying his travel personality is relaxed. He likes these kind of activities, because I'm looking at the transaction data to find what kind of profile that he fits in. Now, the prompt, therefore, doesn't need to come anymore for the customer. You're going to take away some work from the customer. And you're going to say, we know already what kind of person you are, because we've seen that behavior in our enterprise. And we know how to query an open LLM, which has a lot of external web data, to say what could be an even more personalized experience for you if you're planning a trip. For example, if you are generated by a bank, you could be something like this, right? You can combine the best of the enterprise data set and the web data set, the Gen AI model that comes from the open net, but also the other models that exist inside a bank. So the content is personalized based on both external web and internal transaction data. You're using external data sources, but you're integrating it to the internal data sources. you're combining Gen AI and traditional AI ML recommenders, and you create a conversational experience, but it's not only a conversational experience. You're creating it with structured data. You're able to say, why am I telling you this? Why do I tell you to go to this place and not that place? Because I have a view about your taste and your preferences. Why do I know that you're the kind of person who might travel 5 kilometers to eat at the right place, but somebody else is just really only focused on something that's very close by? We'll always make that choice because that kind of data only exists with the enterprise. Now, the challenge of putting this together obviously is hard, right? Because what you're trying to do in this case is you now have to go and convince the enterprise about all the traditional things about whether you'll be able to manage the data, whether you'll be able to get data privacy considerations, data security considerations. You'll have to do test and control. You'll have to do a lot of work for the enterprise to consider putting something like this out there. It's not as easy as going and saying, just log in here into my OpenAI, Meta, Llama, whatever it is system, and try and generate a personalized itinerary for me. And I think that really is the opportunity and the challenge of trying to drive adoption in the enterprise world. I'm going to, I don't know how I'm doing for time, Budika, but if I can show a small demo. Would that be okay? Okay, let me go ahead and show you how this demo would work. Give me a second to switch to my other screen. So if you really look at this, you're talking about something. This one is powered by some sample data sets that we've filled in from an enterprise. It involves some data that we've taken from people like external data sets like Lonely Planet. I think this uses some stuff from Google's Vertex AI and Palm. It also uses some stuff from OpenAI. So it's a complete mishmash of this. But I'm just going to show you how it works with two different users. So for example, user one, and that's just a profile I fed in already for the interest of time, comes in out here. It has concluded that the person is a family-friendly person. So you can already see that when you're starting the whole thing, it's talking about kid-friendly activities, relaxing and recreation, and it kind of starts to generate something different. I'm not going to spend too much time waiting. Well, it's going to load. So let's give it a minute. So you can already see that it's the River Safari, the Night Safari, Universal Studios, etc., etc. That's the kind of thing that's happening. I'm going to go back and I'm going to try and just do another user. I'm just going to call that user 2. Again, it's a profile I fed into this. And you'll suddenly start to see it's a 3-day itinerary with adventure sport and backpacking with friends, because we already have from the profile of the customer that's the kind of thing that they're looking for. And when you pick that, you'll suddenly start to see even within that a completely different experience. And so I guess the point I'm trying to make out here is that you'll start to see as it comes up, is that you have a situation where the same, a bank or an enterprise like a telco, an airline, a hotel can offer, and you'll see it's a very different kind of things, right? Enjoy a Singapore sling, you kind of want to do the Singapore Arts Museum, you want to go to Sentosa for a day of adventure. It's a very different experience that you're talking about, only because the prompt in this case is actually being generated by a AI system that's also looking at the data that the enterprise has and drawing some conclusions about that customer. This kind of work is much harder than just saying, hey, let me just take some Gen AI stuff and put it out there. And that's why I'm also saying one of the big challenges that you're going to have in this thing is adoption. And clearly, there are multiple ways in which this can happen. We can, there are multiple use cases and stuff that you can do. If you can still see my screen, there's obviously capabilities that you can get about. For example, you can build a shopping assistant. And let me upload my inventory out here. Let me take this chat. I'm going to upload an inventory out here. It's a sample inventory that I've kept ready. It's from a shoe company. I kind of do this stuff. And now I'm basically going and saying, let's say I'm a shoe company and I actually wanted to have somebody do something. And I said, planning a trek to Kilimanjaro. And what it can do if you're a store that has an inventory of stuff like that, is that it's going to come back and tell you, look, I'm not asking you to search for shoes. I'm asking you to I'm telling you that I've looked at all of this stuff and I'm kind of coming back and talking to you about 3 different kinds of shoes that are out there, because now the prompt, in this case, you'll notice the prompt is coming from me. It's not coming from what the enterprise already knows. But I think these are the kind of things that enterprises will want to do, because this combines a traditional recommender model along with what a Gen AI model will do in terms of being able to kind of use unstructured data. So let me go back and finish the presentation because I don't want to overrun. So I feel that, because of all of these, both the opportunities and the challenges, Gen AI will change the future of work. It will become an indispensable utility. It will have to be widely adopted by employees. I think many companies will start asking, have you used AI to do something for this and make your job better and make either do it faster, better, or cheaper, or in some cases, all 3. But I think the bigger challenge in enterprise is that the race is not only for the data and the model, but also trust. We need to be able to trust it, and enterprises will have a much higher standard of trust on what they put into that than a consumer would. And I think on the third big learning is that it will be a 2-sided thing. It will be used to both benefit employees by making mundane jobs better and make internal operations smoother, but it will also be used, more importantly, to redefine the customer-facing product. I said make haste slowly, and I'm going to explain this. Excuse me. The dictionary definition of the word make haste slowly is this: that the quickest way to accomplish something is to proceed deliberately. I believe that, while in the consumer world, people are going to start saying, listen, let me use Gen AI to do all these things and do lots of things hurriedly, it is also going to lead to both disaster and problems, as we've seen in other technologies like social media. I think in the enterprise world, people will proceed with more caution, but they will actually accomplish far more. And therefore, the quickest way to accomplish something in the enterprise world will be to proceed deliberately, or, as I say, to make haste slowly. Thank you for the time. I am available. I think the presentation is being shared. Me and my colleagues are available. You can reach out to us. Some of my podcasts and otherwise are all embedded in the presentation if you want to contact me for more details at any point of time.
Thank you, Suresh, for enriching our event with your expertise and wisdom. Up next, we have our second and final fireside chat. Stay tuned with us. We will be back soon after this short break.
Welcome back. So Pragesh, it's time to start our final fireside chat for the day. And this topic will be on future of generative AI and its ethical implications, moderated by Anthony Burhan and featuring another amazing panel. So starting with Tony Calzina, who is a renowned CEO of Clarity and a TM Forum Global Ambassador specializing in digital transformation, autonomous automation and 5G monetization. With 40 years of industry experience, he has held leadership roles at telecom companies, worked as an entrepreneur and served as an SI solutioning and consulting CTO. Tony is an automation industry evangelist and an independent director in various technology companies with a strong focus on government digital maturity and transformation initiatives.
We also have with us here today Chris Levis. Chris has covered all aspects of the global telecoms and adjacent industry sectors with over 30 years working as an industry analyst with Logica, Ovum, Yankee Group and IDC, as well as independently under the Levis Insight and Great Telco Debate banners for the last 10 years. He offers a unique perspective on the emerging telecoms and networking markets and how they fit into the broader emerging digital landscape. He also works at the TM Forum, sits on the GSMA's Mobile World Congress Advisory Board and acts as a judge for many industry bodies.
Let me introduce our moderator of the fireside chat too, Anthony Burhan, Managing Director for Communications, Media and Entertainment at Cloudera. Also, he is an industry recognized innovator and evangelist for the power of data and AI in the industry. Throughout his career, he has been a champion for the transformational power of data, from API development in the early 2000s to IoT and AI in recent years at IBM, where he was a member of the IBM Industry Academy. Let me now hand over the platform to him to start our fireside chat. Anthony, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of you for an excellent production. It's really been a great day. I've listened to a lot of the presentations, and they've been very, very insightful. So Tony and Chris and I, we're going to chat today about the future of generative AI and its ethical implications. This is the fun stuff, right? So a lot of people would say, well, generative AI, that is the future. We're going to try and go a little bit beyond that and say, well, okay, well, what does it actually mean, and what's going to happen? And we're going to chat a little bit about the ethics of it as well. I know we've just done the introductions, but just as by way of sort of opening comments, I think it'd be interesting just to think about, you know, how generative AI is impacting on our businesses. And from my perspective, you know, Cloudera has been, you know, one of the leaders in big data and sort of, you know, the Hadoop world and all that sort of thing. And today we have about 25 exabytes of data under management. And so a lot of our customers are coming to us and saying, how do I do generative AI? I have all the data. I have all this great stuff, right? So there's real power in it. I need it for my reporting, and I need it for, you know, regulatory compliance, and I need it for all sorts of analytics and so on. But can we do some generative AI stuff? So we're doing some really interesting things based on enormous data repositories within industries. Chris, hopefully we got the introduction right there. You know, generative AI must be impacting on your business as well. What are your clients saying to you about it? Is it's very topical? There's a lot of hype around it. Is it real for you?
Absolutely. And in fact, before I go into say what my clients are asking, just thinking about the analyst world, where, you know, we're soaking up enormous amounts of data, changing parameters for the models that we use and that we analyze the markets, and the fact that the reports that would have been written by a horde of analysts and consultants in the past could easily be written by an AI session. It is quite disrupting, shall we say? But I think from a client point of view, I guess it falls into two buckets. That on the one hand, you know, I work in the telecom industry. The telecom industry is, let's say, experiencing little to no growth, depending on which market you're in. So there's a lot of concern about the top line numbers, and therefore the ability of AI in its broadest definition, including ML, to take cost out of a very complex business is probably the main question. They're always, of course, looking for new revenue. But the flip side of it, the customer-facing bit of it, which I think is perhaps not been addressed quite as much, is that using AI and the various systems and mechanisms to actually render the service that we as consumers or businesses, so referring back to the last presentation, the services that we need to support our lifestyle, personal and business, and societal for that matter. So yeah, it's enormous implications, because it's for the first time, certainly in my 40 years of looking at the subject, we have ample compute, ample storage, ample processing, interfaces, APIs, all those things which come together with the power of data to deliver services. Now, whether we truly believe that computers and machine systems will think, I think we've had a lot of comments about training in the last few sessions. I think whether they truly think or whether they just follow rules, which is certainly where they are today, then I think that's a big question. But the building blocks are in place. Yes, all of my clients, whether they're on the supply side, on the telco side, on the adjacent to the telecom market side, are all fascinated, obsessed with what AI can do for them.
Yeah. And Tony, you're in the telecom. I mean, we're all from the telecom industry, I guess, although the telecom industry serves a lot of other industries. But from your experience, generative AI, a big theme as well.
No, absolutely. And I guess with my 40 years, I've actually been commercializing AI machine learning now for over a decade in the Axiata group, for that matter, to calculate automatically the net promoter score of all the 10 million customers of Celcom. So we've been experimenting, commercializing, if you like, machine learning AI now for a little while. But now what we're getting from our customers is, they're worried about turnover, so they want to capture organizational memory, so they need corporate coaches, that they need zero touch intent driven automation. So it is an essential tool in the toolbox for us, absolutely, and our customers.
Yeah, very good. So generative AI, then let's get into it. There's kind of three groups of topics, if you like, that we want to cover. We want to talk about ethics and ethical issues and sort of the good and the bad in that. We want to talk a little bit about policy and regulation and where we need to go on those. And then we'll finish the conversation around that sort of future view, and we'll put on our tinfoil hats and see where the world is going to go. But so generative AI, so AI has come a long way. Thinking about generative AI specifically, the machines are now talking back to us, right? This is the big shift that we've seen. Like AI has been around, as we've seen from other presentations, for 50, 60 years in one shape or form. But now with generative AI, it is building new ontologies. It's building new models. It's building new worlds in some sense. And so, Chris, maybe you could be the the good cop on this one. How does it help? Right? Why is it a good thing? And not just economically or in terms of cost controls and all that sort of stuff, but why is it a good thing for us socially? I mean, does it help us to live better?
Well, I think it probably takes me back to my undergraduate days when I did a degree in computational linguistics, when we were trying to build the first systems to translate between European language pairs to replace interpreters at the European Commission. And 40 years on, we've come a long way in terms of delivering that. So it does help, and I think that the language model is one that gives us a great example where it helps, because we can suddenly have a completely different view in terms of language barriers to activities. When you think of all the points that is analyzing to deliver that and to render it in a way that you can consume it as an individual. And I think you're right, that the bit that I often focus on is the fact that we always struggled as people trying to use technology, that we had to speak the language of the computers or the language of the communications environment that we've all been experienced in. But for the first time, what generative AI does is it talks to us in our language. And I think that's why it has suddenly become such a massive subject for everybody. For individuals getting excited about being able to write CVs or write letters or summarize a situation, let alone politicians getting excited about it, because they obviously want to ride off the back of the AI wave. But the fact that the systems and the output is in our language is such a major change. So we can interrogate all the various data that people have been referring to in all the previous sessions. The amount of data is enormous. We know that. We know that it's often been kept in silos and protected by different parts of different organizations. So this gives us an opportunity to really leverage all of the data points. And let's face it, if you think of it as I often picture this, and being blind, I don't use graphics anymore, but think of a series of concentric circles with the individual at the heart, at the center, with all the information flows off the individual, and then around the household and the business, and then around society around that. All of those information flows, and they're all gathering data about lifestyle, about activities, about the environment in which we live. And I just think the ability for that environment to talk back to us so we can experience it, whether it's in the example in the previous session about the Lonely Planet, picking up the right information. So the systems, in that broad definition of the word, the systems can actually do the heavy lifting, and then it leaves us as individuals, as humans, to enjoy the content and, of course, learn from the content. Let's be very clear here that we're all going to learn enormously from this. We're going to pick up the facts that we want to get hold of, to interpret. They'll be interpreted for us, and it just enriches everybody's lives. And obviously, go on.
Chris, I was going to say, so when you say it talks to us in our own language, that's not just a sort of a technical thing that it speaks English or it speaks, Russian or Hindi or whatever. It's that it speaks to us personally, right? It's not just about a particular language, but also a particular dialect, particular ways of communicating, not just words and language, right? It's a deeper communication.
And I think, and one of the other pieces of work that I'm heavily involved with now is, and it was mentioned by Reach from Microsoft, is this notion of accessibility and inclusion. One of the pitfalls for this industry is that we, at the IT industry as a whole, is that we tend to design for the mainstream network, the sweet spot of the network. One of the issues with AI, and certainly from my point of view, when I say it speaks our language, that may be in sign language. It may be in text format. It may, so language, but I guess the interaction that we have with all of this information becomes very personalized. In the mobile world, we've been talking about personalization for 20 years? And this is really getting towards that hyper personalization where the information given back to us, if we're going on that Lonely Planet trip to Singapore, is personalized around, well, actually, Chris doesn't drive because he can't see. Therefore, you need to have an offering which suits him with an accessible hotel and so on and so forth. So, yes, you're absolutely right. Contextual delivery, speaking in our own language, is exactly what it will deliver.
So this is vast quantities of data with vast insights about individual preferences and behaviors and so on and so forth. What could possibly be wrong about that, Tony? Or what could possibly go wrong, right? Do we have an issue with transparency?
I think we have. It's a great tool, a great technology that mankind has come across. If you think about it, we discovered fire when we were living in the caves, and then along came the wheel, and then gunpowder, and then I think, the atomic energy? Every one of them, and now AI, are potentially very positive, but potentially also very, very negative. And so much so, this one, more than atomic energy, in my view. I think we have, in my opinion, it's the Wild West at the moment. And at the moment, I think we really need to over-regulate and control while we learn. Regulate what we learn, which is, I think, what Biden says. For example, I think we need every model needs an ethics model master, a human that ensures the ethics are maintained. Every company needs a chief trust officer. We need to put these in place because I think there's so many examples. Can I give you a couple? Let me give you a few that come to mind. But if you think about it, if you look at Meta, now Meta's been taken to court now in the US, as you know, by about a dozen states because of what they're doing to our kids, right? They're creating the algorithms that effectively create depression, anxiety, insomnia in our younger generations. These kids, my goodness, they should be outside playing. Instead, they're addicted to this technology in the form of, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram in particular. So there are a lot of things that we're just learning, and we're the guinea pigs. These generations are the guinea pigs. And there are good guys and there are bad guys. And what will a bad actor do with gunpowder? What will a bad actor do with fire? What will a bad actor do with atomic energy? What would a bad actor do with AI? They can do a lot of harm. So yes, I think we've got a lot of issues, and transparency is a key one of them there, Anthony.
Yeah, and so what about the creative industry in particular, right? So we've seen some examples of this recently, where there are a number of court cases, actually, not just with Meta, but other court cases about AI models that have been, I think that the term is scraping insights from the web and so on, and building new creative entities based on other artists' work. And when I think about it, I think, well, all artists are inspired or influenced by someone. You can go back to Van Gogh or Picasso, or they all have their inspirations, and we can list them out. AI does too. I mean, is there a bad, is this bad for creatives, Tony?
It's very dangerous for creators, and I think as Biden's trying to put in place watermarks, if you like, equivalent watermark technologies in anything that is fake, so at least that it isn't real. And so there's a lot of things happening in the last couple of weeks in trying to mitigate this. But the scraping and, in fact, the problems, in my opinion, are the models. I mean, there are so many examples of lack of transparency of these models. In fact, if you ask the DeepMind AlphaGo guys to tell us more about how the hell they developed that, even them don't quite understand how the hell the thing works. And there are, in fact, if you look at all the case studies of things gone wrong, right? Remember when Amazon did they had an AI recruitment tool that was sort of scraping data that basically was biased towards women because it was picking up, the last 40 years worth of males that were in the industry. So therefore it was biased against women. So there are a lot of examples, I guess, in the history that we have. Watson made a blunder of oncology because it basically was running the wrong advice. And like this, I think you can find dozens of we're learning and we're tripping over some things. Like Microsoft released one of the things, I think that they it only lasted 16 hours before they had to pull it out again because people were teaching it bad manners.
Was it Tay? Yeah,
it was Tay, their Twitter bot. Yeah, so that was about a few years back. So like that, even Uber had this tool called, I think it was called the Grey Ball or something, and it looked for cops and police and other regulators that may be against them. So they're all applying the technology in a way that is an experiment, and that to me is very dangerous. So we need to be very aware of that.
But isn't it also a little bit like sport, right? Where you and I'll quote the New Zealand rugby team as my example, that you always play slightly beyond the rules in order to get the best results. So yes, the referee's there to ultimately check, but actually, if we stifle creativity, which is one of the potential issues of having all these checks. I'm not arguing against the checks. I'm just saying we have to be a bit careful that we don't want to stifle creativity, which was crying out for innovation. And by the way, of course, the people who really benefit from this are the lawyers, because there's going to be a lot of legal hours spent crawling all over all of these systems to try and find, and of course they benefit as an industry because trawling through all of those enormous, cases to find the right reference points is a massive issue. But I think you touched then upon the issue about built-in bias, and I'll draw you back to the comment about people who are excluded from the current market. So the disabled and the elderly and the like, and it's only likely to exacerbate that unless we mandate that things are designed inclusively in the future.
But aren't we sort of expecting a bit much of the technology? I mean, Heidegger used to say technology was about revealing, and maybe what this technology is doing is just revealing biases that we have in ourselves. And so, I don't know, Tony, are we trying to get this technology to correct our own natural biases rather than be, in some sense, unbiased?
Well, I think that goes to the whole issue of ethics, and as cultures, we have our own, I guess, evolving ethics. So, I mean, my grandparents and what they thought was right, and what my kids think is right, they're like light years away from each other when I listen to both, right? Yeah. So I would say, yeah, I think it's almost like putting some safety barriers around the technology, because and the more important thing is to have the conversations. We need to have the conversations about bias and fairness, about privacy, about accountability, and what do we as a community of technologists, as well as government, think are the safety buffers that we need to put around it in order to control the growth, regulate as we experiment. I think is the key, in my opinion. And obviously, as Chris has said, you can over-regulate to the point where you kill it. I'm not advocating that, but it is very dangerous. And as I said before, gunpowder was very dangerous, and see what happened with that at the end. And even now, we're still trying to master it.
Indeed. So let's talk about regulation a little bit. Let's talk about policy. And Tony, you mentioned the Biden's recent initiative. There's the executive order that they issued this week on safe, secure, and trustworthy AI. And at the same time, Rishi Sunak and Bletchley Park had their AI safety summit in the UK with a Twitter interview with Mr. Musk last night, I understand.
What a classic that was.
I've read some reports this morning, and I'm not going to actually watch it.
It was on Sky News.
Oh, wonderful. But it was interesting. There is a difference in approach. It seems that in the US, surprisingly perhaps, the US seems to be taking the job of federal regulation much more seriously and saying we need to put rules in place here, that this is a super powerful thing. And then in the UK, it's, we don't want to stifle innovation, to your point, Chris, just a minute ago. It's going to be light touch regulation. We're going to allow industry to drive innovation and so on. Clearly making a play for investment in the UK as a place where you're not going to be bothered by government, if you're going to be driving innovation too much. So there's a kind of there's this trade-off. Chris, should this be left to government, or how do we best go about regulating this space?
I mean, I guess the question is, should anything be left to government? But I mean, it's a global issue, isn't it? I mean, it looks like we're facing with this is that we're going to have a very split, fragmented governmental intervention, like you say, with the US on the one side, China on the other side doing its own thing, and perhaps UK playing a role in bringing some of the others together, but. There has to be a role for government because there has to be ultimately that protection role. But as Tony was talking, it occurred to me that this is just the same as regulating the internet. That we have the same issues. We just had a child safety online bill go through the Parliament here in the UK, which people see as being very inadequate because it's sort of following the activity of the web. As we move into Web 3.0 and I guess AI is part of that. We don't often hear them spoken together as terms, but I think it is absolutely true. So therefore, the question is, who regulates that? Who keeps an eye on that? Who makes sure that people don't abuse the access they've got to people, don't abuse the access to content they've got? I do believe in the watermarking. We have to have some way of identifying that content has been produced by the Borg or whatever we want to refer to it, and so governments and agencies, yes, the regulators, is it something the FCC in the States or Ofcom here or the European Commission can do? My fear is always that lags so far behind what the technology is actually delivering that I think it's much better to get the Metas and Microsofts and Googles inside the perimeter before we start trying to tell them what to do. It's ultimately, at the end of the day, for those guys, it's a business. and they will make money out of the business, and we shouldn't lose sight of that. To my previous point on innovation, we shouldn't stifle innovation. But what I do think is interesting here is that a lot of the discussion in the previous sessions has been around the big players, the big guys, the global players. I do think, and people talk about foundation layers, I do think we then go down to a country level, and there are issues at country level, whether it's data sovereignty or whatever. But we also not only go down to a country level, we go down to a device level, because the power, if you've heard the recent announcements from people like Qualcomm, the power that's going to be in those handsets, in those sensors in the home, all around you, to go back to my concentric circles, is enormous. So it's not just about the hyperscalers and the cloud players, and it's really, you've got to take it down to the level of every device that will be part of this AI universe. And perhaps we should think of it in those terms, and it's not just up there in the cloud somewhere. It's going to be happening on your device, in your hand, in your home. So who regulates that, right? So that tends to come down to the people controlling that ecosystem. So whether that's Apple or Android or whatever. So I think it's a much bigger question than people have at this stage thought about.
Yeah, in as we say in Cloudera, no data, no AI. And when it comes down to data, and you look at the regulation of data, and the European Union and GDPR, but also the Digital Services Act, the Data Act, the AI Act, and so on, that are coming down the track, and data jurisdiction that you just mentioned, that's really, really important, and it's going to have a bearing on what's possible with the hyperscaler models, or the global players and their models. In that, if you're importing from a third jurisdiction, a third country, some models and implicitly some data, that you're going to have to be able to trace it back. And I know my work in Cloudera, we get asked about observability and traceability and auditability and governance so many times that's becoming so important. And so open source models and stuff like that are becoming very, very...
And Anthony, there's another really important issue here, which is, so we tend to think about the dissemination of this whatever the AI produces out to the end user. But of course, there is the looking back at it the other way, how we consume stuff. The question of identity. How do we identify? Do I identify as a blind person living in London? There are certainly, if we're going to ultimately hyper personalize services to the individual, we've got to give up quite a lot of our own identity in order to get the right service back. So there's a hell of a protection issue there around identity, which that opens up a whole new kind of virtual AI worms, doesn't it?
It does, and it brings up all sorts of issues around trade politics as well, and how trade politics bleeds into data regulation and all that sort of stuff. Tony, what frameworks are you seeing?
I think the answer, we've been on this road before. I mean, the telecom industry and the way we created a global telecommunication network, it was about collaboration between government, industry. I mean, bodies like NIST and the TM Forum, even governments themselves, the G20, for example, they are a group of governments that are acting together, and that they put together, as you know, a forum on AI and risk and resilience, and so I think the answer lies in collaborative, and even the individual, the citizens, the people in the humans, through education. We vote with our dollars, right? So we all have to participate in this, and we can't all, no one is a victim, and we all have a part to play, even in identity. So what I'm seeing is obviously industry is doing a lot of work. NIST is doing a lot of work in particular, I think, and there's a number of working parties under NIST. The EU, as you mentioned, Anthony, with the Artificial Intelligence Act, a lot of work. But the key is industry, and to collaborate as industry players to a common tune. And I think if you look at all of the writings of the EU, of China, of the US, and even of companies, they're all saying the same thing, and they all want these things to come into play in obviously in different ways. They all see the bad side of the technology. I think we need to play that out. We'll play that out, and there are examples in China, I think, with a regulator who's asking for that. There's the conversations that industry is having with the White House. I mean, there's so many examples of what at least I'm seeing, which are all positive things to put the safety barriers around this.
Is there a problem when we think about the bad stuff and we think about regulating the bad stuff, in that we kind of talk a lot about sort of future machines that are going to take over the world and so on, but the real problem is more immediate than that, and it's in things like fake news and the existing applications of, let's just say, advanced AI and generative AI, I guess, with deepfakes and stuff like that. But the problems are more immediate and more real rather than sort of future end of the world stuff.
Absolutely. And you hit it on the nail. It is about fake news. It's about data. It's about, as you said earlier, intellectual property rights, privacy. There are a whole bunch of things that we need to do right today. And we need regulation around that as well. So to make sure that people that break the rules are in fact held accountable. And we need to processes in company, as I mentioned earlier. The chief ethics officer. I mean, you need to put people in play so that the technologists do have someone that is looking over their shoulders.
Yeah.
Anthony, we always had it in the early translation work on AI that you either pre-edited or post-edited. You never let something out unless there'd been human intervention, and I think that's only been amplified by what you've just been talking about.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's talk about the future, right? So we've just sort of touched on it there. So generative AI is an astonishing technology, and there are there are lots of different ways in which you can go. So let's move away from the policy and the constraints and so on, loose the constraints, and let's think about where we're going to go. There's a guy called Irving Good who wrote a piece in 1963, and he said an ultra intelligent machine will be built, and it will be the last invention that man may need make, since it will lead to an intelligence explosion. This will transform society in an unimaginable way. It's a piece by Irving Good on ultra intelligent machines, and if you haven't seen it, it's a hoot. He's just so prescient in 1963. So what's going to happen, Chris? Are we going to be usurped by technology, by our own technology?
Honestly, I think in many ways we're overestimating the intelligence part of AI at the moment. I mean, in 30, 40 years' time, that may well be the case. But certainly for the time being, I think I prefer to call it automated intelligence rather than artificial intelligence. And I think you're referring to the artificial intelligence where the machine takes over and starts telling us what to do, and I think in the worst case scenario wipes out humanity. But in the short term, I don't think there's a risk of that. I think we've already touched upon many of the risks of people abusing what power is there, and not the creativity that has been so absolutely fantastic as part of the human race over the years. Does that get marginalized? I don't think so. I think the human element will always be a critical factor in it. There is always the danger of the dystopian view that the machines take over. I think we're not anywhere near it yet, is my honest view.
Yeah, I remember there was a movie Transcendence about 10 years ago. I think Johnny Depp was in it. And it is something that's been referred to by a lot of AI ethicists, where it wasn't so much that the machines took over, but well, I guess it was, but it was that they fused in a kind of a cyborg structure with the rest of humanity and so on.
but to be slightly tongue-in-cheek about it, if you go back to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where the computer becomes so depressed because of everything that it understands, perhaps it will self-destruct, because it just realizes that the world isn't perfect and there are many flaws in it, and there's nothing it can do to change humans to any matrix. There you go. There's the thought to.
But I think it was 42, right? That was the meaning of life. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I think there was a suicidal android in Futurama as well. But look, there are good applications as well that we hope will come, right? So we hope that these kinds of technologies will help to cure cancer, that will help to alleviate, famine and water shortages around the world, and so on and so forth.
Absolutely.
I mean, what are some of the good applications? I saw a Korean movie recently called Young E, JUNG_E. A really interesting movie where a character in it, spoiler alert, is getting a terminal cancer diagnosis, and the scene unfolds, and the doctor explains that this is what's going to happen, and you've got 3 months or whatever. But as the scene ends, it's a machine, and you could see that it's a machine. It's all very unemotional, and it's kind of a really useful, very human, very engaging kind of application of advanced technology. And there's a lot of AI and generative AI that you can see in that sort of process. What do you think, Tony?
Oh, sorry, go on, Tony.
So was that for me?
Go ahead, Tony. Yeah.
I thought I was a bad cop. Now you want me to think like an angel? Oh my goodness! All right. Let me take off my hat. No, absolutely. I think the best is yet to come, and I think as the processing power increases, as quantum computers take over, as we reach that Goliath, the Goliath quantum mechanics machine, we'll get to singularity. But I'll redefine singularity a little bit, and I think I agree with Chris. I think the problems are now more than in another few decades. I think the problems we have now is that, what Gen AI is 40 years ago, you went to the library and got a lot of stuff, and then after a week, you got enough knowledge and information to make a decision. Then along came the internet, and a little bit faster. Now with Gen AI, you get the information to making decisions very, very quickly. So you've got this engine, which is very powerful. You've got automation and zero touch, intent driven automation, which is the two technologies I'm playing with. And then you've got bad actors. You got the Gen AI technology that gives you, and then you've got the zero touch, intent driven automation. You put all that together, you've got some very dangerous things. I mean, even robots, right? That are programmed to follow you and no matter where you go, and do all sorts of nasty things. So I think the building blocks of bad are here today.
Yeah, you're right. There's a book called The Future of Violence by Ben Wittes from a few years ago, and Gabriella Bloom, I think, as well as the co-author. And it went through all of the things that are here today, and it was talking about the Internet of Things, and it was talking about drones, and so this was pre the generative AI hype, and it was and when you combine those things with sort of miniaturization of nuclear devices and all sorts of horrible bioweapons, and it's terrifying.
But Anthony, the thing which I think is you touched upon it with the medical side, that what AI does, what generative AI does, its ability, as Tony said, to take on board, analyze, and produce something useful to you. What you realize whenever you get involved, especially in the medical world, is that doctors' knowledge is so finite, and yet the number of variables involved in even an eye condition like mine, for example, that what I suspect will happen in the world is that the ingestion of information based around, certainly medically, will allow systems and ultimately medical practitioners to solve many more health issues. Because at the moment you've got N degree. I happen to have a condition called Stargardt's macular degeneration, which affects relatively few people, and therefore getting enough research done on it, getting enough people to spend time on it, to dig right into it, to why, which gene it's affected, how, all that sort of stuff. That stuff will get modeled more and more accurately, and we've seen stuff already about systems being able to identify cancer much earlier than a doctor can do. So I think you got to remember the AI bit is about going in and pulling all this data together and extracting. Well, we used to call it pattern recognition, didn't we? It's finding patterns. It's assimilating information, and it's giving information back to you as a human to make a judgment, to make an action. So I think there's enormous potential in terms of supporting, identifying the health issues, supporting people in their lives, and just think about the aging population we have in many countries, certainly in the West. The issues we've got about how do we cope with all these people in the future. Then one of the problems, by the way, that I think this does raise is that in the past, people's disciplines were very narrow. And there were people looking at the way chips are designed, at the way systems were designed, the way devices were designed. What this says now is actually you bring drones in, you bring sensors in. You've got to have a much more holistic view as to what is happening and accept that the inputs to making that decision in the future will come from an enormous variety of places that we as humans can't cope with. There's just too many parameters to deal with. Now, once it's presented to us in a coherent fashion, which I think is the beauty of where we're going, then the greatest brains on the planet will be able to help make decisions and take it to even another level. And I think
and machines can't do that, right, Chris? Machines won't be able to do that. The innovation and the ideation is what they can just organize where we've been, where we're going. That's for us.
And Anthony, you mentioned the data sets you deal with at Cloudera. The telco data sets. That I guess the frustration of being someone working in telecoms is that we've had enormous amounts of data about individuals, about businesses, and yet we've never really leveraged it. So I think an opportunity for the industry is, can we leverage this for good, or for good and for business, but without abusing the people that are involved in it.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a couple of questions from the audience. So let me see. So the first question, I think we've covered this. In your view, can AI be a technological threat to humankind? I think we've covered the really bad stuff. Although one thing we haven't touched on is jobs and sort of how it will affect a threat to society and so on. I don't know if you guys want to comment on that.
No? I think it's a massive issue. It's a massive issue, because businesses want to take cost out of their business in order to be more profitable, and therefore, in a capitalist-driven world, that is more likely to happen than in a more socialist-oriented world, shall we say? So perhaps there are moves there that we need to think about. That whether we go for the national income level, like the Swiss do, for example, where you don't have to work. It's got some major societal implications, but I'm not sure. I mean, Musk made this comment yesterday, didn't he, in the Rishi interview?
Yeah,
about that was going to take it over. Well, we all know that the cycles of technology that we've seen over the last 40 years, everything takes twice or three times as long as everyone predicts. So I think we're a long, long way from that, if that would ever be the case. I think that creativity, and I think there was another question, wasn't there, about creativity within the business community, within businesses. The human element of that. Why do graphic designers get paid so much for designing a Coke logo or touching up a Coke logo or things like that? It's because there's something that I believe a machine won't ever be able to do. I'll stick my neck out there and say, So I think is that level of creativity. But there's nothing to say that the information being gathered by the system and fed back to us won't help us think about the next leap. But I think
that is the second question, Tony. If I can just set you up, it was about human creativity and productivity. How organizations can leverage generative AI to enhance that.
Absolutely. I think it'll enable that. It'll empower that. It'll get rid of the boring stuff and it'll liberate us to be creative. We won't all be poets or philosophers, but there will be a lot of social people type of things we can do that we don't have time today, right? Like we've been at the office, so no time for the family. I mean, that'll be a thing of the past. So I think absolutely will enable and empower us.
There's a real sort of snake eating its tail question here that's just come in. And I'm not sure if we have enough time to do it justice, but with generative AI generated content, the human generated content will be less in the future. then how can we enhance future generative AI models without much real data? So,
good question.
I guess if the machines are generating the data, do the machines learn from the machines, and suddenly we end up in a cyclical doom loop?
Well, synthetic data can be very dangerous, and that itself needs to be regulated. I would say that we've generated 90% of all the data we've ever generated, I think, in the last couple of years. So I wouldn't be too much worried about the data we generate. How relevant it is to for doing good is another question. But no, I don't think it's a problem. I think it's an opportunity.
And also tying it back to authentic data. I was just involved in a launch of a network management product recently. Rather than analyzing the whole of the data lake, it was actually going back right to the core of the mobile packet and saying what caused this to happen. And I think there has to be an audit trail of data to say, actually, to your point, Tony, that it's not just on synthetic data, that it is authentically based on actual data. And it goes back partly to the regulation comment. But I just think we will be more creative than I'm hoping we'll be more creative than the machines. But
well, we're coming to the end, guys. This has been, I think we're just getting warmed up, and we could probably go for another 3 or 4 hours, but we can't, unfortunately. So maybe I'll just give you a chance just for a couple of final comments. It's a very exciting space, Tony. What do you think are the things we need to take away from the conversation and from this day that Axiata put together for us?
I think we need to learn from history. And we need to learn from the way we mastered fire, the wheel, the way we mastered or not gunpowder, atomic energy, the lessons we learned there. And now we have a new wave of technology in our toolkit for humanity that it probably needs to be taken with a little more care. And I think having the conversations between government, multi-government, like G20, industry and citizens, and giving citizens a lot more accountability for what happens, I think is very important. So let's start the conversations. Let's agree on what we can agree, and the things that we can't agree, let's move it on and kick out down the road a little bit further. But I think we should put the safety buffers, and we should promote innovation, because this is a very powerful technology, but yet it can be a very dangerous one.
Very good, very good. And Chris, any takeaways?
Well, I think the last point Tony made there is probably my favorite one, which is that allowing for innovation. And I was in a discussion yesterday about, funnily enough, AI in the area of mental health or cognitive issues. And the conclusion was actually the younger generation will create and engage in this. So give the younger generation tools. Don't assume that this is an industry for the people of our age or people a bit younger than us, and actually encourage that innovation. Make sure that the big boys don't control and shut out everybody, and that it is ultimately focused on the people, on humanity. Yes, people need to make money through business, but actually we typically as an industry think inside out when we design all this technology and we eventually expose it to the unknowing customer. I think we need to make much more account of what the end customer is, and my point about identity and about the individuals and those people within society. It's an unbelievably powerful set of activities and technology that we can put in place. But let's make sure that we ultimately benefit society and people as much as we do business.
Very good, very good, very good. And then look, from me, I think the one message that I would leave is that this isn't the first time we've had this argument, and it won't be the last. There have been new technologies in the past, like Tony was talking about. There will be more in the future. If you look at the argument about autonomous technology going out of control in the 1960s, about nuclear weapons and so on, and the nuclear position, if you look at that dialogue, you could overlay that immediately onto AI.
Yeah.
But I want to close just with a quote. There's a book from Nick Bostrom from about 10 years ago called Superintelligence. It's really cool, and he says in the book, he said the challenge we face is in part to hold on to our humanity, to maintain our groundedness, our common sense, and our good humored decency, even in the teeth of this most unnatural and inhuman problem. We need to bring all of our human resourcefulness to bear on the solution. So there you go. I think we need to hold on to our humanity.
Hey everyone.
I agree.
Hey everyone.
So
hey everyone, Frank Kane here.
Frank? Sorry, I think we're just coming to the end of our session.
I think he was an interloper.
Intervening. Chris, Tony, thank you so much for your time. It's been a fascinating conversation. I hope everybody out there got a little bit of something from this. Chris, Tony, and I are all on LinkedIn. You can reach out to us and contact us there if you have any follow-up questions. And thank you to Axiata Digital Labs for the opportunity today and providing us with the forum. Thank you very much.
Thanks for sharing, Anthony. Great stuff, Tony. Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Wonderful combination of panelists, and thank you, Anthony, for moderating the session, and a big thank to our panelists Chris and Tony for enriching the discussion with their expertise. Now we have another special session arranged for you. Let's start our last keynote speech of AI Forum 2023. So let me introduce Frank Kane, President of Sundog Education and a well-known instructor when it comes to AI and machine learning field. He picked a fascinating topic to share his knowledge with you all, as AI is not a hammer and every problem is not a nail. Frank spent 9 years at Amazon and IMDb developing and managing a technology that automatically delivers product and movie recommendations to hundreds of millions of customers all the time. So he holds 17 issued patents in the field of distributed computing, data mining, and machine learning. Through Udemy and his company Sundog Education, Frank has delivered valuable technical and career skills through over 1 million enrollment around the world. Please welcome Frank Kane to our AI Forum 2023. Over to you.
Hey everyone, Frank Kane here. You might know me from Udemy and other online learning platforms where over 1 million of you across the world have enrolled in my courses on generative AI and machine learning and big data, data analytics, data engineering, all sorts of stuff. If you want to learn more about that, do head over to sundog-education.com, my company's website. But today's talk is brought to you by Axiata Digital Labs for the AI Summit of 2023. Quick little blurb about Axiata. Axiata Digital Labs as a prominent player in the field of digital IT services and solutions, boasting a wealth of experience grown over the years. ADL comprises various specialized practices, including analytics and AI, telco, IoT, fintech, and more, enabling them to deliver a wide array of world-class services. The ADL AI Summit is a result of the combined effort of the practice of analytics and AI. ADL AI Summit aims to explore the future of AI and how its recent developments will impact different industries. This year is the third consecutive session of the ADL AI Summit with the theme Generative AI and its potential to transform the AI-driven future. Well, I'm here to turn all that on its head because my talk is about when not to use generative AI. Maybe it's not quite ready for what you want to use it for, and maybe there are simpler tools out there for you to use instead that are more appropriate. So let's dive in. Hey, I'm Frank Kane, and today we're going to talk about resisting the hype of generative AI and GPT and ChatGPT and all that stuff. It's amazing technology, don't get me wrong, but we have to remember it's not the solution to every problem. Just because it's trendy and it's really high on the hype train right now, don't forget that there are simpler solutions to many problems that will perform even better and at much less cost. ChatGPT is a very, very expensive system, and its costs aren't just monetary. Sometimes there are simpler solutions, and simpler can be better, and that's the point of this talk. Now, you may be familiar with the hype cycle. Just to review, though, when a new, hot, trendy technology comes out, often it will blow up, kind of like we're seeing right now with generative AI, to the peak of inflated expectations. But we're just past that peak, I think, on ChatGPT. Already usage is starting to trail off a little bit. And we've sort of gone in the conversation from, oh my gosh, this thing is smarter than humans. We've reached general artificial intelligence. We've reached a singularity, right? You don't hear that so much anymore because the more people have actually played around with ChatGPT, the more they realize that maybe it's not that smart after all. You know, it gets a lot of things wrong. It doesn't really approach things from a logical standpoint. It's very limited in what it can do. But the biggest limitation, though, is that it gets a lot of things wrong. You know, it's good at sounding like it's a reasonable answer, but when you dig under the hood a little bit, oftentimes it's just telling you what you want to hear, right? So we're heading toward maybe the trough of disillusionment here. And after that, maybe we'll hit the slope of enlightenment. People will say, okay, well, it still has its place. You know, there are still some very useful applications for this technology that can help me be more productive. And that's where we end up, the plateau of productivity. where we start to use this technology as a helpful tool to make us more efficient and make us more productive. We saw this before with the world of big data, right? Big data was all the buzz, 10 years ago or so. We're now firmly in that plateau of productivity where people just kind of take that technology for granted. Other examples of the hype cycle would be things like, crypto, blockchain, NFTs. I think those are still kind of stuck in the trough of disillusionment. We'll see if they climb out of that or not. But we've been here before, people. Overhyped technologies. It's happened before. It's going to happen again. It's a great technology. It has its place. It will make us more productive. But keep in mind, we're still pretty close to that peak up there, and it's not going to last. You have to remember, AI is not a giant, magical, throbbing brain. It is not some mysterious, intelligent creature that we've conjured up from the depths, right? It's scary good at sounding like an intelligent human being, but it's not. So we're going to explore how it really works and demystify it a little bit for you. And if you understand how it actually achieves what it does, maybe you can understand its limitations a little bit better and how to better apply it to real-world problems. Let's get some terminology out of the way first. So some terms you hear thrown around a lot in this world: machine learning. Machine learning are just algorithms that are trained on data sets to become models that are capable of performing specific tasks. And this is not just limited to neural networks. There are many other machine learning algorithms that are much simpler than neural networks that we're going to talk about here. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is more general than ML. People often use those two terms interchangeably, but technically AI is any software that mimics human cognitive abilities. So technically, machine language is a subset of artificial intelligence. There are other ways of acting like a human than actually doing learning. Generative AI refers to any AI system that generates new content, such as chat in the case of ChatGPT, or images in the case of DALL-E, or maybe even music and things like that. And finally, large language models, or LLMs. These are the massive AI systems that are trained on a massive amount of text, like the entire internet, right? And they model how a given language works. So for example, ChatGPT is mostly a large language model that's further trained on how to be conversant, how to answer questions that are posed to it. So really brief introduction to neural networks. I realize not everybody watching this is going to be technical or have a background in machine learning and AI. So at a really high level, I'm going to gloss over things, I'm going to oversimplify things. It's okay. Here's how neural networks work. So imagine that we're feeding individual words into this neural network system. All of these circles represent artificial neurons that are all interconnected, right? So maybe my goal is to predict the next word in a sentence, just like ChatGPT does over and over again. That's how it works. So let's say that I want to finish the first line of Star Trek, and I feed it the sequence space, the final. And I have to translate those words into numbers that the system can understand first, but we'll gloss over that for now. Basically, those inputs come in at the left here. Those are our inputs, and they get fed into this giant network of artificial neurons. And you can see these are all connected together with these lines where every layer is connected to everything in the previous layer before it, right? So the magic is computing the weights between these connections. So every one of these neurons is going to take all the inputs coming into it, combine them together in some way with specific weights on each one coming in, and then pass that output to the next layer beyond it. And the magic here is in how it's trained. So initially, these are all going to just be initialized to random weights. But over enough trial and error, if it stumbles across the word frontier at the end, we're going to say, hey, you got it right. I'm going to reward all those weights that led you to get to this point. And by that, what we call back propagation, where we say, hey, you got the right answer here. I'm going to work my way back through the neural network and reward all those weights that led to this correct answer. You do that enough times and you end up with a general system that can do pretty much anything that you want it to do. But as you can see, it's a very complicated system. Learning all those individual weights takes a lot of trial and error. It takes a lot of tuning, and it's just not an efficient way to go about things. However, it is very general purpose, and it can do a lot of surprising things, like predict the next word in this sentence. So that's all an artificial neural network really is. It's all these artificial neurons that are interconnected, and all these connections have individual weights associated with them. And through brute force trial and error, we learn what those weights are, and we yield a model that is capable of doing whatever we're trying to train it to do. For example, say frontier after space the final. Now, this training, again, can be very expensive and very time consuming. So this is not always the most efficient way to approach a problem. Now, how did we get from here to ChatGPT? Well, the breakthrough in ChatGPT and today's modern large language models was a concept called self-attention. And there was a paper called Attention is All You Need that really changed the world in this area. It's a pretty simple idea. The details are kind of involved. It's not complicated, but I could teach it to you in like 45 minutes, which I don't have right now. But here's the basic idea. So the idea here is to capture the context around a word and to try to figure out its deeper meaning based on the context, right? So for example, the word novel can mean at least two different things depending on the context. It might mean a book, or it might mean something original, right? So how do we figure that out when we're trying to model a language, when we're trying to figure out what you're actually saying to this system? Well, self-attention basically creates these weights between the other words in the sentence, right? So for example, in I read a good novel, perhaps it would learn that there's a strong connection between the word read and the word novel, or read in this case, right? So by seeing that connection there, I can say, okay, well, what we really mean here is a book. So we input in this sentence, I read a good novel. Self-attention will learn in much the same way that we trained that neural network that we talked about over time, that in that context, novel and read are very tightly aligned. And when I see that, maybe that self-attention block will output a token that means book as opposed to original. In contrast, if I had the sentence, attention is a novel idea, perhaps it might tie together the words novel and idea through its training and say, okay, well, within that context, what I really mean is original. So that's how it can take these words and distill their meaning in their context to the next layer above it. That's all self-attention is. I'm oversimplifying, but that's the general idea. And from that, we can construct GPT. GPT is the part of ChatGPT, right? This is the underlying large language model that it relies on. So what we do is we take that self-attention block and we combine it with a feed-forward neural network. So this is exactly what those two previous slides were, where we saw that self-attention mechanism and we saw what a neural network looks like. All we do is stick them together. So first we do self-attention to extract the inner meaning of those words, and then we shove that into a feed-forward neural network. And the secret of GPT is that it just stacks these up on top of each other really high. So we have these really wide decoder blocks, and we have a lot of them that are feeding into each other. And as a result, we get lots and lots and lots of those interconnections between these artificial neurons. In fact, it can be over 1 trillion connections in the case of GPT-4. So to the right here, you see an architectural diagram of how that really works. We start at the bottom, okay? So let's say that I'm trying to use a system to translate English into Klingon. So I might pass in as an input, please translate me, down at the bottom there in the green, followed by a token that says, I want you to translate this now. So there's some pre-processing that has to happen before this gets fed into the transformer itself. First, we need to do what we call token embedding, where those words are sort of organized in a way where words that mean kind of the same thing are close to each other. That helps. It also does what we call positional encoding, where we encode where each word is relative to everything else in the sentence around it. Once we do that, we feed it into this stack of decoders. That's where all the quote-unquote intelligence for this system lives. And out comes the other end, another token embedding, and that yields token probabilities. What that means is it's going to tell us what is the probability of every word being the next word that I want. So in this case, I said, please translate me, and then a token that says I want to translate this to Klingon. And then I'm going to get out of the other end, well, the word that's the most likely next word to show here is I. And I don't know if that means please or what in Klingon. Does Klingon even have a word for please? Maybe that's why it's in quote. And then we would do it all over again, right? We would feed in the new sequence that includes that I at the end, and it will say, okay, well, the next most probable word for the next word in this sequence would be Gahojamara, or whatever that is, right? And we just do this over and over and over again repeatedly. That's how GPT works. That's it. So the key takeaways so far that I want you to take home here. GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. Let's break that down. Generative because it's a generative AI system. It's creating new responses to your chat queries, right? It's pre-trained because somebody already went through the huge expense, which we're going to talk about more, of actually training this thing and trying to figure out what the optimal weights are for those trillion connections in these stacks of decoder blocks. And finally, the T stands for Transformer, which is just that architecture that I showed you in the previous slide. So now you know what GPT stands for and what that really means, right? So hey, I hope you learned something already. We learned that transformers are made of these stacks of decoder blocks, where each decoder consists of a self-attention layer that tries to understand each word within its context, and then this huge neural network on top of it, all right? And the third takeaway, which I think is the most important in this context, is that for language modeling, all this system does is predict the next word in a sentence over and over and over again. So that's why when you use ChatGPT, you see it sort of spelling things out one word at a time. What it's doing under the hood is feeding that sentence back into its system to generate the next word. And then it takes that whole thing, including that new word, and feeds it back in to get the next word, and so on and so on and so on, right? So that's what's going on there. It's not really thinking through this thing. It's only thinking one word ahead at a time. And it's pretty amazing that it works as well as it does. But let me say that again. All ChatGPT does is predict the next word in a sentence over and over and over again, using this very complex algorithm that's hard to understand. It's not a giant throbbing brain. It's understandable how it works. Another way of thinking about what ChatGPT really does is that it's really good at sounding like what a correct response would sound like. So it has a very sophisticated model of what the English language sounds like, how people talk based on the data that it was trained in, right? So it really knows how to talk like a human being would talk. And it's very good at fooling you for that reason. So it can take information that might be completely wrong, but phrase it in a way that makes it sound like it's probably completely right. So it's very good at sounding authoritative and sounding believable and sounding intelligent when in fact it's really kind of a parlor trick. So keep that in mind. It's not general artificial intelligence. It does not, have any sort of inner consciousness. It does not care if it's incorrect. It does not care if it's biased. It does not care if it's spewing toxic content. We have to build these layers above this system to try to filter that stuff out because fundamentally it has no concept of any of those things, right? It's just predicting what a sentence would sound like given what you told it. That's it. It's just a huge statistical trick, really. Now let's talk about the massive cost of training this system. So we talked about, how it's only good at for certain things and what some of its limitations are. What did it take to get to this point? What have we invested in building these systems? And what are we consuming by using these systems, right? So it might not be too surprising that when we rely on the internet for most of a system's, knowledge, quote unquote, it gets things wrong and it can be toxic sometimes, right? So first of all, let's talk about just how massive of a problem this is. GPT-4 is estimated to have 1.8 trillion parameters. Those are like the weights between neurons and attention weights or whatnot. But it has to learn all of those values through trial and error. And that is, by the way, an estimate. Despite the name of OpenAI, which is the one that produces ChatGPT and GPT-4, they're not very open at all. They don't tell you the details of how it works. And it's not because they're afraid of people taking that technology and unleashing evil AIs that are going to enslave us all. It's just because this is replicable technology. Like we saw, it's not magic. It's pretty simple under the hood. You just need massive amounts of computing resources to do it. So if some other company wanted to build their own ChatGPT, it wouldn't be that hard. And in fact, they've done that, right? But anyway, what I'm getting at here is that these are all these are not official numbers from OpenAI. It's basically stuff that people have leaked out on Twitter that probably shouldn't have said anything from OpenAI, right? So there's an article from semianalysis.com if you want to check out where that came from. And the training sources of this stuff, it comes from text crawls from the web. That is the vast majority of its training data, the vast majority of it. And that should scare you. Like, have you used the internet lately? It can be a little bit, it's not accurate all the time. Let's just say that. I don't know about you, but if you've searched for how to solve a specific problem lately, it's probably taking you to some SEO optimized page that makes you read through pages of unrelated garbage before finally telling you an answer that's not even right. And all the other results you get are copies of that same information more often than not, right? That's what we're training this system on. So it has no concept. It has no way of knowing whether or not that training data is correct or truthful. It doesn't care. It's just trying to build a language model. But if it's drawing what it's saying from that false information or misleading or just, subtly wrong information, that will in turn give you subtly wrong results from OpenAI and ChatGPT. It's also been fed data from a bunch of books that are no longer copywritten and also the entire contents of Wikipedia. And surprisingly, that is a tiny percentage of the full thing compared to what it gets crawled from the web. It is also estimated, this is not an official number, that GPT-4 was trained on 13 trillion words. More technically, tokens. Like we say, these neural networks need numbers to work with. So when we convert words into numbers, we call them tokens. That's all that means. So that's a lot, right? That's a lot of training and a very expensive thing to do. How expensive? Well, the cost of that computation is estimated to be $63 million. Now, granted, OpenAI is funded by Microsoft, right? And they trained this thing on Microsoft Azure's cloud computing system. So odds are Microsoft just gave them that computing capacity, but still, Microsoft had to pay for it at the end of the day, right? Those servers and their electricity aren't free. And it's not just about the money, right? So it's estimated that the energy consumption of that training just for GPT-3, the previous generation, was 552 tons of carbon dioxide belched into the atmosphere to train this beast. Now, I'm going to put that into perspective. That sounds terrible, right? But for perspective, the average human generates about 4 tons. So we're on the order of adding 100 people to the world by creating this thing, which it's not great, but it's not like it's not directly causing the end of climate, right? If you're going to go after climate change, there are bigger fish to fry for sure. Data centers as a whole, like for everything we use them for, it's estimated they use about 2 to 3%, or they generate about 2 to 3% of all the carbon that we're emitting from man-made sources. So this is a lot, but it's not the top offender. Still, it's a lot. And the energy that it took to train GPT-3 is estimated to be 1,287 megawatt hours, which is a lot. And to make this even worse, GPT-4, as we saw, is estimated to have about 10 times as many parameters as GPT-3. So take all those numbers I just gave you and multiply them by 10 to get a rough estimate of what GPT-4 cost to train. So it costs a lot of money. It created a lot of carbon. It also requires a lot of water to cool those computers. And it just burns a lot of energy. Now, fortunately, these data centers that they used were mostly on the West Coast, where they do have greener forms of energy powering them. But I just want you to realize this technology doesn't come for free. It may feel like it when you go to ChatGPT online and start playing around with it. But no, there was a huge cost in getting to that point, right? So it is not free. It is not free at all. And it's not just about the money. Generative AI has huge costs for computing resources, for energy usage, for cooling, and also in carbon emissions. So I'm here to plead with you to use it wisely. Creating these giant generative AI systems does come at a cost that we need to compare to the cost of simpler systems that might meet your goals more directly and more simply. But wait, there's more. There's even more costs to talk about. So the thing that people don't really talk about is the human cost of creating generative AI. So when we went from GPT to ChatGPT, it actually involves lots and lots of humans to fine tune it. Like we saw, GPT doesn't care about what's truthful. It doesn't care about what's toxic. It doesn't care if it's racist or biased or whatever. There's another layer above that needs to train GPT how to be conversant, how to actually respond to a chat conversation, and furthermore, how to keep it from saying objectionable things. And it turns out there's no real secret to that. They just threw a bunch of human beings at it. So how does that work? Not going to dive into a ton of detail on this, but this is something that OpenAI has published, how exactly they train ChatGPT on top of GPT. So it all starts with some human beings. So they take that initial model, the underlying GPT model, and they train it further with humans. So in addition to all the text from the internet and Wikipedia and books that they train it in, they have human beings generate conversations where they play both sides. And the model does suggest responses to them and maybe some suggested prompts as well to help them do that more efficiently. But basically we're saying, okay, human being, generate some chats between yourselves and train me of what a good chat conversation looks like, right? So a human labeler, that's just a person, is out there writing desired responses to each prompt and training the system further with how to be a chatbot. Okay, we call this supervised fine tuning. And the result is what we call a trained supervised policy. And I'm not going to get into the details of how that works, but there is sort of an interesting story there where you can tie this from AI systems that were trained to play video games and play Atari games, which evolved into algorithms for controlling robotics. And those same algorithms are what are used here, which is kind of interesting, kind of fun. But the secret here is that ChatGPT's performance and ability to sound human and be conversant isn't so much in that giant neural network. It's really more from the supervised training that came from a large army of human beings training it. So there's kind of a man behind the curtain there, if you will, or quite a few men and women. The second step in actually making this into a chatbot is to create what we call a reward model for reinforcement learning. And I'm not going to get into what all that means. The thing you need to, however, take home is that we're going to have this newly trained model that I trained further on how to be a conversant chatbot. And we're going to ask it to generate multiple responses to each question that I give it. And what's going to happen is a human labeler, again, a human being, is going to rank those responses from best to worst. And we will use that to create what we call a reward model for further training the system on how to choose the best response out of a set of responses going forward. So for example, if ChatGPT were to say something biased or offensive or potentially dangerous, this step is where we could say, okay, the right answer here is to just say, no, I'm not going to do that, right? So that's one way that could work. So this is what we call a reward model that we're creating here. The final step is just to apply that reward model to the final system. So I'm not going to get into the details here, but again, it uses that cool robotics training technology. So when you see, robotic dogs running around and doing crazy things, it's the same technology that's used to teach robots how to walk, which is, I think, kind of interesting. It does that for several iterations, and then we get ChatGPT. But there's one more layer above that. That's the moderation layer. So even with all that training, it's still possible that because this was trained on the cesspool of the internet, it's going to generate content that could be sexual, hateful, violent, promote self-harm, or is some form of harassment. Somebody needs to flag that stuff and train it further on how to identify that kind of content and come back with a message that says, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to give you that information. And it's a complicated algorithm. It's described in this paper that I'm showing you here. But again, fundamentally, this relies on human beings, that army of human labelers. And that is not a good job, people. Somebody has to be looking at all the most toxic output from the internet here and labeling it as being terrible, right? And what gets worse is they contracted with this outsourcing firm for data labelers that were mostly workers in Kenya, Uganda, and India, where they were paid less than $2 per hour. Their most experienced people got $2 per hour, but it was more closer to $1 per hour on average. And their job was just to look at the nastiest stuff on the internet all day long. And some of these people are like scarred for life. If you look at the source for this that I'm going to list in a bit at Time Magazine, they had some pretty horrible stories. These people need therapy. It's not a good thing. And OpenAI, they got some bad press over this, and they've since terminated that relationship, but the damage is done. It relies on these people to look at these horrible things so you don't have to. So don't forget the human cost of this system. Just because it's not offending you, it did that at the cost of offending these poor people. And if you want to read more about that, there's a link here. But that's how you build an AI. So in about 20 minutes there, I taught you how ChatGPT works at a fairly low level. And if you didn't follow all of it, that's okay. But, I think I gave you enough knowledge to be a little bit more fun at parties when talking about how ChatGPT works. Or maybe not fun. It depends on the party you're at, I suppose. But here's an example of the moderation layer kicking in over something silly. I asked it, what is Frank Kane hiding underneath that hat? It said, no, I'm not going to tell you that. That's personal. You better go ask him, right? It did say I'm a well-respected instructor in the field of data science and machine learning. So thank you, ChatGPT. I'm flattered. But yeah, that's an example of the final output. Why am I telling you all of this? Well, okay, granted, all the training of the system is kind of a sunk cost. We're not going to get that back, right? But there are also costs to using these models as well. And that's expected to actually be more than the cost of training it over time because it's so popular. There are so many people using the system that the cost of processing all those requests and running it through that trained model is going to overtake the cost of actually generating the model in the first place. Creating it was extremely costly. I want you to realize that and understand that, maybe this isn't the best tool for everything. And every time that somebody makes a clone of ChatGPT, every time that, Google goes off and makes their own, or Amazon goes off and makes their own, it's going to come with the same costs all over again. So even though this is a fun tool to work with and a fun thing to play with, remember, it came at great expense, and not just in terms of computing resources, but also in terms of human resources. Another thing I want you to take home is that the complexity of this system makes it very hard to understand how it arrives at what it's saying. It's kind of a black box. When you have 1.8 trillion parameters in there, there's no way you can wrap your head around why ChatGPT said what it said, right? You can't explain its output. It's not explainable. And this is actually a very big problem that people are trying to solve. It's also often wrong. So don't forget that as well. Like I said, it has no sense of truth. It has no sense of right and wrong. All it knows is how to generate English language or whatever language you train it on that sounds believable. It doesn't mean it is believable. Okay, it's just trained on all the crap on the internet, and that's what comes out the other end. So remember that. So ultimately, I'm telling you all this so you can choose the right tool for a given job. So you've seen that ChatGPT and generative AI is a very costly thing to build. It's a costly thing to use, and it has a lot of limitations. So What kind of jobs is it appropriate for? When is that the right tool? It's a really, really big hammer, right? The biggest hammer we've ever had, but that doesn't mean that every little nail, every little staple should be hammered in with it. So, if you need to create human sounding chat where accuracy maybe isn't critical, sure, go ahead and use ChatGPT. It might be a good tool for it. If you're just using it for entertainment purposes, that's fine. Maybe a first line of defense for customer support where people can still get to a real human being and get an authoritative answer. Maybe that doesn't sound like the best customer experience to me, but whatever. Generating marketing copy, that's a good idea for using it, right? That's totally valid. You're just trying to convince people and be persuasive there, right? So it can do that quite well. If you just want to generate ideas with it, cool, go for it. That's a good application for it as well. I use it for that myself. If I'm making a new course, I might say, hey, ChatGPT, generate an outline for this topic that I'm thinking of making a course on. And sometimes it comes up with stuff that I didn't think of, and it thought of, maybe ways of organizing it in ways I didn't think of either. I would never just use that as is because it's often incomplete and often incorrect, but sometimes it can spark ideas of my own, and that's a helpful thing. And, if you want to create human sounding text that doesn't necessarily ring true, politicians could use this, right? Just saying. But let's talk about some real world use cases here where you want to use machine learning systems. So classification is a broader problem here. The classification problem is just, I have a bunch of data about people coming in and I want to classify them. It doesn't have to be people, it can be anything, right? But just to make a concrete example that might hit home for this audience, imagine you have a bunch of data about individual customers and you want to predict whether they're likely to default on a given loan. So you might have a bunch of information about these individuals, like their annual income, their debt to income ratio, their length of employment, whether they own a home, things like that, right? Why they want this debt, the term of the debt. These are just some things that we can look at here. By the way, this is an anonymous public data set. This isn't real data. I'm not violating anybody's privacy or anything like that. But this is a classification problem. We need to take all these attributes of these people and try to predict whether or not they're likely to default. So that's the classification. Are they likely to default or not? Okay. Other examples. Is this transaction potentially fraudulent? Yes or no? Is the sentiment of this user review positive or negative? Yes or no? Is this customer likely to open an investment account? Yes or no? And you can also do multiple classes, right? So I could say, is this customer likely to open an investment account? And if so, which one? Which investment account is best for this customer? That may be a case where I classify them into one of many results, right? Same thing with which promotions are best suited to which customers, right? I might classify each customer into a given type of promotion that they might be most likely to respond to. So you can see classification is a pretty common use case in the world of machine learning. But if the input isn't text, ChatGPT and GPT isn't even in the running, right? I mean, its input is text. There's no getting around that. I mean, sure, you can type in numbers, but it's just going to treat them like words at the end of the day. GPT is terrible at math. In fact, it got worse. I was recently reading that GPT-4 is way, way, way worse at math than GPT-3 was. And no one really understands why, because like I said, it's a black box. But the general consensus is that all that additional training they put on top of it to try to, make it less toxic might have had unintended effects of making the underlying model less reliable in some cases. So I can ask it, what's the probability of a person defaulting on a loan who makes $50,000 per year, but it's gonna punt. Like, it knows that it can't answer that. But it will tell me, you should go consult a financial advisor instead. So it just punts in that case. That's probably coming from the moderation layer there. However, what ChatGPT can do in some cases is help you generate code to create models that can actually do this. So even though ChatGPT isn't the right model for predicting this classification problem, it can actually help you write the code to create a model that does. So that's a little bit mind-blowing, right? A model telling you how to create another model? That's a little bit scary. All right, but even if ChatGPT or GPT isn't the answer, you could still create your own fancy neural network for this. That's still a pretty standard solution for doing these classification problems. So maybe on the left here, I have all those attributes of the customers, like their annual income, the length of the loan, debt to income ratio, whatever it is. I feed those in from the left side here. They go into this giant artificial neural network where all the right weights are trained and learned over time. And out the other end comes the probability of this person defaulting on a loan or not. So That's a perfectly good way to do it. However, it's very complex, right? I still have to learn all those weights between these neurons through trial and error, and I still don't really understand why it arrived at each individual decision that it did. I can't explain those decisions. And when you're making decisions that affects people's lives like this, sometimes they want an answer about why you did that, right? And I can't really give them that answer with this system. Fortunately, there are much simpler approaches to this problem, right? So you don't have to use a giant throbbing brain. You don't have to use a neural network for everything. There are older, simpler approaches to these problems that in some cases work better. One is logistic regression. The idea here is super simple. So all you do is plot these examples of known cases, right? So let's say I have a set of people where I know if they defaulted on a loan or not. In this example here, I'm going to twist that into what's the probability of passing an exam given how many hours you studied. So here I'm just going to plot, that's what these dots are, for each individual, how many hours they studied and whether or not they passed the exam. So I can see that, anyone that spent less than 2 hours studying is probably not going to pass the exam. And between 2 and 3.5, maybe you'll pass. But if you did 4 or more, then absolutely you're going to pass the exam based on this data. All we do is take those data points of known observations and we fit a curve to it, right? And this becomes the probability of passing an exam for anybody new that we see. So some new student comes along and we know that he studied or she studied for 4 hours. I can look at this graph and say, okay, well, you have about a 80% chance of passing the exam based on that, just by reading this graph. This is not high-tech stuff, right? This is just fitting a curve to data. Microsoft Excel has been doing this for decades, right? And I could run this on a potato. Very, very easy to understand. And if you have more than one attribute, like maybe there's more than just hours studying, maybe there's other things, kind of like with the defaulting example that we gave, we had many different attributes like income, debt to income ratio, whatever it is. Those just become additional dimensions in the problem. And though it's tough to wrap our heads around these multi-dimensional spaces, the math doesn't care. It's just as simple. So it can be used for those situations as well. At the end of the day, it's just a statistical model. Another approach is what we call k-nearest neighbor. How does that work? It's also pretty simple. So imagine that x and y axes here are some attributes. Like again, it could be income and length of the loan, whatever it is, right? So I'm going to plot again these known data points where I know if somebody defaulted or not based on past data. Maybe the blue squares are people who did not default and the red triangles are people who did. Now a new person comes along that I haven't seen before and I want to predict if they're likely to default. So I plot where they land in that little space of whatever these attributes are, and I just draw a circle around it. And if I see more red triangles than blue squares in that circle, I say, well, you're likely to default. And if I see more blue squares than red triangles, I can say, oh, no, you're probably a pretty good risk. So you're probably not going to default, right? Now, this does get sensitive to how big that circle is. And this example kind of drives that home. So with the tighter circle, I might say, no, you're going to default. But as I expand that circle out, I could change my mind, right? So there's still some probabilities to it. There's things that need to be tuned, but it's still a really easy thing to understand, right? This is not a complicated thing to wrap your head around. A little bit more complicated is support vector machines. So just like before, we will plot these data points in whatever dimensions we have for their attributes. So maybe X1 is income, X2 is, length of loan, whatever it is. And we plot all these people and we know maybe white means they didn't default and black means they did. So what support vector machines tries to do is fit a line that separates these two classes of people, right? So we start off maybe with that green line H1 and we say, well, that didn't really do a good job of separating these two classes. Let's try H2. That did pretty good too. H3 is even better though for fitting that contour. So it kind of iterates and finds that optimal separation between the clusters you care about. And there are fancier ways of doing this where that line could even be squiggly, right, to fit even more complicated cases. That's support vector machines. And you can see it's kind of converging iteratively on the right response, which is kind of the same way that neural networks work in their training. So we're starting to get closer to how neural networks work here. Another approach is decision trees. And with these, pretty straightforward. It looks like a neural network, but it isn't. What's happening is that at each node, we're making a decision. So maybe at the top, it's, is this person's income greater than $100,000? If so, move on to the right. If not, move on to the left. And then there'll be another node. Is this person's loan length more than 24 months? If yes, go to the right. If no, go to the left. And you just work your way down through these decisions until you finally reach an end node that says, okay, I think this person is likely to default or not. And, the trick, of course, is arriving at what those decision points are exactly, and that needs to be learned over time. So again, it's a complicated training process, but nowhere near as complicated as a neural network. Finally, there's random forest, which is just a collection of decision trees where we take a bunch of decision trees that were created in slightly different ways, a little bit more random, and we let them all vote on the final result. So maybe decision tree 1 says, no, you're on a default. 2 and 3 says, yeah, you're fine. They would vote, and the ultimate result will be, yeah, this person is not going to default. So sometimes these random forests can be perform a little bit better than an individual tree. So let's see how they actually do in the real world. Let's have a little bake-off here, yeah? So what I'm going to do, there was a study done where someone took that actual consumer loan default data set and ran all these different algorithms on it to see which ones perform the best. And one of those algorithms was a fancy neural network. And let's see who won. It's kind of interesting. So the neural network came in at only 70% accuracy for predicting if somebody was going to default on a loan or not, given the information that it had. This is basically a tie with logistic regression, which was the simplest solution we looked at. Let that sink in for a minute. The simplest solution, logistic regression, which I could do on Microsoft Excel running on a potato, did just as well as this fancy neural network where I had to train this collection, this network of artificial neurons and the weights between them. Now, I could spin that in a positive way and say, well, that means neural networks are a very general solution to most problems, and that's true. But there's a simpler way to do it, a cheaper way to do it, where it's much easier to understand how it arrived at its answer. The winner, it turned out, was support vector machines for this particular data set. So sort of in the middle of the complexities scheme there. Now, your mileage may vary. I don't want you to go back and say, I'm going to use support vector machines for predicting loan defaults from now on. This very much depends on your data and what works best with it. Also, the neural network was relatively simple in this example. It was like 20 neurons across and 3 layers deep, I think, which is not huge. So with a little bit more computing capacity, maybe they could have exceeded logistic regression there. But the point, though, is that they're all pretty darn close, right? Like the simple solution does just as good as the more complex solution. Why have complexity if you don't need it? Let's do another example. How about something where ChatGPT is actually in the running, where I'm actually dealing with text data? An example might be sentiment analysis. So say I have some reviews or customer feedback coming in, and I want to classify those as being positive or negative sentiment. That's something ChatGPT can do. So I used to work at IMDb, so let's use the IMDb data set for this experiment, where we're going to take some movie reviews that people wrote, and since they all had star ratings associated with them, I know if that was actually a positive or a negative review. Let's see if I can create a system that can predict, just based on the text of the review, whether its sentiment is positive or negative. This is what we call a natural language processing task, or NLP for short. So statistical methods are out of the question because we're not dealing with numbers here. We're dealing with sentences that have, deeper meaning, right? We need a way of understanding what people are writing and what that means somehow. But how complicated do you really need to get to do that? So I'm going to pit off 2 different models here. In this corner, I had a course that I made on machine learning like 8 years ago. And as part of it, I had the students create an artificial neural network that's called a recurrent neural network. It's it's the same thing as a normal one, but the difference is that we have this loop going around there. So the input at one stage gets looped back as an input to the next stage as we go through things. So that means that as I work my way through a sentence, data from the previous words in that sentence are getting fed through the system as we go. It doesn't lose the memory of that. RNNs, recurrent neural networks, RNNs is what it stands for. They predate GPT by a lot. They've been around for a long time. And originally they were used for things like machine translation. They work surprisingly well. So for this algorithm, I'm going to train the IMDb movie review data set using my own little recurrent neural network, just running on my home PC, the same PC that I'm talking to you right now from. It took about 3 hours to train it here at home, and I'm going to give you the results from that. In the other corner, we have ChatGPT, this huge multi-million-dollar system with 1.8 trillion parameters. Well, I think this is GPT-3 I'm using here, which is more like 180 billion, but still way, 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 way more complicated and way, 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 way more expensive than my cheap little PC here that's, probably 5 years old at this point. So I'm going to ask OpenAI through its API to ChatGPT. I'm going to give it a prompt that says, you'll be provided with up to the first 80 words of an IMDb movie review. Your task is to classify its sentiment as positive or negative. And then I say, is the following the beginning of a positive or negative review? And I give it the first 80 words of that review, and it will come back with either positive or negative. So I just do that over and over again for a bunch of test reviews to see how accurate it is. So more specifically, what I'm using on my PC is what's called a LSTM model, long short-term memory. It's just a specific kind of RNN, but it's still 4 lines of code for me to implement this, which you see on the right there. Both of them, so we only trained this on the first 80 words of 5,000 real reviews from IMDb. Again, I used my own home PC, and the accuracy was measured from 15,000 test reviews. On ChatGPT, I also limited it to the first 80 words of each review to keep it on a level playing field, but I limited the test results to just 200 samples, 100 positive and 100 negative, simply because using ChatGPT costs money, and there are bounds on how much you can use it because it is so expensive to use, right? So there's a limitation right there. I can infer results all day long on my home PC for free, but ChatGPT, they're going to charge me by the token, and it can add up. So let's pit them off together. Fight! What's the result? So I kicked this off on my own PC, running my own neural network, and about 3 hours later, it chugged through it all, and I didn't even spend a whole lot of time tuning this. This is just kind of my first attempt at it, and it gave me an answer, 81% accuracy. I then asked ChatGPT to go through this for 200 reviews, like I described earlier, and classify them as positive or negative, and I kept a count of how many times it got it right or not. Here's the results. So Frank's PC, without me trying too hard, accuracy was 81.4%. ChatGPT did beat me with 88%, but, look at the cost of that, right? So the power usage for me to train my model was 1 kilowatt hour, as opposed to ChatGPT, which was 1,287 megawatt hours. The cost of the electricity that I used was like 30 cents, whereas ChatGPT's was more like 63 million. You got to ask yourself, was it worth it, right? Now, we are comparing training costs here. This is an apples to apples comparison, but you might say, but Frank, ChatGPT's already been trained. That's a sunk cost. I'm not really paying for that. I'm just paying to use it. Even so, remember that I had to limit myself to 200 test results in ChatGPT because I was limited on how often I could use it. And it cost me under $1 to actually do that. But if you were to scale that up to the same 15,000 samples that I used on my own PC, then it's going to be a lot more expensive than just using my simpler model at home. So 88% versus 81%, does that really matter, right? It depends on the application, how accurate do you really need it to be. If you're going to go chasing after every 0.1% of accuracy all day long, that can become a very expensive endeavor. It's important to step back and ask yourself, what accuracy does the business actually require here? And can I really justify using this much more expensive and complicated system to achieve that higher accuracy? At the end of the day, I'm preaching simplicity, people. So you don't need to build a giant throbbing brain in the basement to solve every problem. Older, simpler techniques like logistic regression can often perform comparably or even better. So do not discard the older, simpler approaches out of hand. Simpler models are easier to understand, they're easier to tune, they're less expensive to train, and they have fewer external dependencies as well. They're more under your control. And simpler means you're going to get more stuff done, right? So being productive, achieving results, that's what really matters. And often these simpler results will get you there faster. I'm not worried about AI taking over the world and replacing human beings. I am, however, worried about human beings misapplying this technology and trying to get it to do things that it was never meant to do and getting suboptimal results as a result. And I'll leave you with the immortal words of Dr. Ian Malcolm. Your scientists were so preoccupied with whether they could, they didn't stop to think if they should. So thanks for listening to me these past 45 minutes. And if you do want to learn more about these technologies and more, allow me to briefly plug some of my online courses here. Head on over to sundog-education.com and you'll find the latest and greatest offerings and deals that we have there, including all the latest AWS certification prep courses and specific courses on various data analytics, machine learning, and AI technologies, including the latest generative AI stuff. And if you do have a subscription to Udemy Business through your employer, you can probably get these for free as well. So again, thank you for having me here tonight and appreciate you listening to me. I'll see you online. I'm Frank Kane.
Thank you, Frank, for sharing those thought-provoking insights with us. So with me, as we near the conclusion of this event, our next agenda item will be the closing remarks. Let me invite our very own Chief Technology Officer at Axiata Digital Labs, Namal Jayatilaka, to provide the closing remarks. Namal, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pratish. Today, we mark the successful completion of the ADL AI Summit 2023, the third consecutive AI Summit we have conducted. This year, our theme was Generative AI, a timely choice given the advancements, impact, and the massive potential this field holds. I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the remarkable discussions and insights we have had around this theme in past few days. During this summit, we deep dived into the cutting-edge technical aspects of generative AI, discussed its implications for various industries, and contemplated the broader context of artificial intelligence in our rapidly evolving world. In our Geeks Hangout, we explored the ways which major cloud platforms like AWS and Azure are embracing this agile approach. It's evident that generative AI is not just a buzzword but a transformative force that is reshaping the landscape of data and analytics. Our fireside chats reveal the deep impact generative AI is having on enterprise digital transformation, the ethical implications of it poses, and the future trajectory of Gen AI. It holds the power to revolutionize how we work, communicate, and live in this digital age. In our AI forum discussions, we deep dived into understanding the impact of generative AI in various domains, from generating images and signals to handling vast data infrastructure in remote sensing. We saw how generative AI is driving innovation in healthcare and serving as a catalyst for business transformation. It is also providing valuable insights and solutions in times of crisis. The AWS generative AI story highlighted the journey from machine learning to artificial intelligence to cloud, and remarkable progression taking place in the field, and how generative AI is at the forefront of this evolution. However, we must always remember that while generative AI is a powerful tool, it is not a one-size-fits-all solution. The session on Resist the Hype reminded us just that AI should be used judiciously and that not every problem can be solved with the same approach. It requires a proper understanding and careful application. As an organization dealing with state-of-the-art technologies, ADL started experimenting with Gen AI at an early stage and is already seeing positive impacts on the ground. We are highly optimistic about the impact of Gen AI and consistently improving our products, services, and internal processes along the technology advancement. Furthermore, we introduced the intelligent Gen AI-based product suite featuring Chat with Web, DocuChat, Chatty, and Graph Genie, which showcased how generative AI can revolutionize various industries. These products are not just about automation, but also about enhancing user interactions and delivering tailored experiences. So I was mentioning in conclusion, let's carry the knowledge and insights gained from this event into our respective fields and endeavors, because that reflection and practice is critical, since generative AI is an exciting and evolving frontier. Further, responsible use of this technology will be paramount as it continues to reshape our world. Finally, thank you all for being part of this journey, and I look forward to future gatherings where we can further explore the ever-expanding horizons of generative AI. Thanks again and take care. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Nawal, for providing the audience a glimpse into ADL's future. And what an incredible journey again, right?
Indeed.
So even though you saw Prageesh and myself, there are a lot of people behind the scene, behind the curtains, who are putting efforts, our own ADL employees. So thank you for the event team for the incredible support and make this event a success. And next, you would like to, and also Prageesh, but anything else?
A big shout out to all our speakers and panelists, of course, for being an amazing audience out there. And then your curiosity and thirst for knowledge is what makes events so rewarding like this.
Yes. And also, like I said, our leadership team, our ADL team was get together and put this event for you, because you know what? These kind of events bring us together, fuel our imagination, and help us make strides into the ever-evolving worlds of AI.
Absolutely, Ridme. Let's not forget the hard-working team behind the scenes who made this event run so smoothly. Thank you so much, event team, for your efforts. And before we sign off, if you wish to revisit any of the content of the AI Summit 2023, head over to our Axiata Digital Labs YouTube channel.
Yes, of course. And also, hope this has been an inspiration for you to go out there and make your own mark in the world of AI. Until next time, keep innovating, keep questioning, and most importantly, keep dreaming, Prageesh. Goodbye for now and see you at the next Axiata Digital Labs AI Summit 2024 where disruptive innovation knows no bounds. Goodbye.
Ever wondered how you can level up business intelligence with every click? How about transforming day-to-day challenges into opportunities effortlessly? Meet Intelligen, the cornerstone of transformation. Axonect Intelligen is a suite of generative AI products carefully curated to transform your business landscape. Axonect Intelligen enables businesses to extract, transform, and visualize critical insights with ease while maintaining the confidentiality, privacy, and security of your data. Chat with Web simplifies website navigation, locates products, and promptly resolves queries, ushering in an era of effortless online engagement. It stands as your personalized guide, ensuring streamlined digital interactions. DocuChat serves as your instant knowledge companion. It provides swift access to precise information from a vast array of documents, emphasizing accuracy, speed, and comprehensive understanding. Automate the task of extracting meaningful insights and visualizing your performance data with Graph Genie, an AI-based analytics tool that can analyze the trends and patterns in your performance data to generate key insights and visualize information accurately for better decision-making. Collaborate productively with Chatty, an AI-powered chatbot that creates personalized materials tailored to your business needs. In a world where business intelligence matters more and more, Intelligence stands tall as a solution to your productivity woes. Experience the difference today and elevate your success to new heights. Interested? Get in touch today to find out more.
ADL-I, an intelligent video content analytics platform designed to capture and understand the context of infinite video data generated daily by your business. The platform enables enterprises to make better decisions in real time to drive business growth. Translating video content into actionable insights results in increased revenue, improved security, and enhanced privacy. Highly accurate models developed for ADL-I allow the platform to recognize faces, detect emotions, identify anomalies, and count individuals to enable businesses to extract insights for better data-driven decision-making in critical scenarios. As your business grows, ADL-I scales with you. Our software has no limits on the number of registered users, onboarded cameras, or notification alerts. Powered by open source technologies, sophisticated databases, and flexible cloud infrastructure, ADL-I supports the development of new businesses and industry-specific use cases to deliver fully managed analytics services. Automating your video surveillance enables visitor management and attendance monitoring. The system will notify security about the appearance of any person of interest and minimize the impact on the business from security risks. Some of ADL-I's key applications for crowd management include counting individuals, crowd control, and access authorization. ADL-I's powerful facial recognition feature can recognize your customers as they enter your premises, enabling a personalized customer experience. Our software can also analyze facial expressions to generate insights from the non-verbal feedback provided by customers to drive customer feedback and satisfaction. And finally, visual inspection at industrial plants to flag product anomalies for quality assurance and delivery are some of the most significant applications identified for ADL-I. ADL-I, intelligent, AI-driven video content analytics. All your computer visual applications via a single platform. Interested? Get in touch to find out more. Axiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
The telco industry is undergoing a transformational shift towards digitalization. To stay ahead of the game, telcos need to be agile and responsive to the ever-changing customer needs. APIs enable telcos to build a digital ecosystem to easily partner with digital service providers, rapidly create new services, and monetize their network assets. Companies using advanced APIM suites achieve 47% better digital transformation results than those with basic APIs. Yet only 1 in 3 telcos use advanced APIs effectively, leaving the rest to grapple with integration, reusability, and governance problems. Enter Axonect APIM, a telco-focused digital enablement platform for revenue growth and innovation. Our API management suite comes in 3 variations. The API Manager, an internal API marketplace that enables telcos to rapidly create and deploy new services, enhancing agility and service delivery. API Monetizer, a powerful tool that allows telcos to onboard service providers, monetize existing assets, and leverage partnerships to expand their customer base and revenue streams. The Enterprise API Aggregator inherits the same capabilities as the API Monetizer with the added benefit of aggregating services from multiple connected operators to a single endpoint, fostering collaboration and efficiency across the telco ecosystem. The Axonect APIM suite offers a range of powerful features. With comprehensive API management, telcos can easily design, publish, and manage APIs, enabling seamless integration and enhancing customer experiences. Our platform features centralized administration for API governance, a developer portal for seamless collaboration, robust API security, access control, efficient traffic management, and a flexible support model to minimize upfront costs. Integration of accelerators like TM Forum Open APIs and Camera APIs into the platform architecture has enhanced its capabilities and maximized the potential it can deliver. With Axonect, scalability becomes effortless and ensures a very high system uptime. Our platform guarantees high availability, fault tolerance, and disaster recovery so that no matter the circumstances, your performance remains uninterrupted. Global telcos use Axonect APIM to enjoy 50% faster time to market and accelerate innovation across business functions, digitally enabling 350 million end users. In a world driven by connectivity and innovation, Axonect APIM is the key to unlocking the limitless potential of the telco industry. Interested? Contact us to find out more.
Artificial intelligence and machine learning applications continue to blend with the core business processes of any industry. Yet, businesses around the world face many challenges when it comes to solving business problems with AI. This can be due to the lack of resources restricting the development of skills, time constraints, and cost of creating data-friendly architecture and AI use cases. ADL's AI Factory is a unified platform to answer all these business problems. The platform consists of an experiment bay, which features a data store allowing you to share and store organizational data securely. You can also find solutions for business use cases through the ready-made AI solution template. Train and test your models in your collaborative workspace. Optimize resource usage with monitoring features. Streamline the AI solution building process with AI ML pipelines, reducing the time to deploy models from months to minutes. Data drift and model drift monitoring further ensures the accuracy of consistency of the AI solutions. Get your own AI factory for rapid AI solution development without worrying about the underlying infrastructure. Gain an edge with AI. Stay ahead of your competition. The AI Factory will lead the way for you to reduce the skill gap, time to market, and cost, allowing you to scale your ML and analytic work processes. Interested? Get in touch to find out more. Axiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
Are you struggling to manage customer profiles and keep track of customer interactions? In today's digital world, understanding customer behavior is a critical success factor in managing customer relations. Introducing Axonect Customer Explore, the solution to fulfill your customer's lifecycle with a 360-degree view and enhanced customer interaction management. Axonect Customer Explore is designed with state-of-the-art technologies to ensure seamless integration with any legacy system, minimum hardware footprint, and end-to-end secure transactions and flexible user management with comprehensive audit trails. With Customer Explore, customer care agents can easily manage customer data and interactions, streamline business processes, and focus on providing personalized and timely support, leading to improved customer satisfaction and loyalty. AxoNet Customer Explorer is a single source of truth for customer data and makes it easier to access and analyze customer profiles. AxoNet Customer Explorer optimizes the marketing and sales processes, boosts collaboration among teams, help business administrators and campaign managers generate more successful leads, and improve upselling and cross-selling. It provides valuable insights to target and position different customer segments with specific sales optimization strategies. AxoNet Customer Explorer is the ideal solution for your customer lifecycle fulfillment. Get in touch to find out more.
As data continues to change and drive businesses, the private information of individuals and companies continues to be at risk of exposure. Since 2004, data breaches have led to the loss of over 17 billion records, which have cost companies millions of dollars in damages. Do you know what sensitive data you store, where you store it, and who has access to it? Most organizations overlook the importance of securing their sensitive data. The challenges of knowing what type of data you have, where it is, and who's accessing it are made even more difficult by that is crucial to an organization's operational success. Whether your data is in the cloud or on premises, Incognito gives you the freedom to manage all your workflows from a central location. Many government organizations and industries have their own regulatory compliance when it comes to the protection of sensitive customer information, like HIPAA in healthcare, PCI DSS compliance in the banking and finance service industry, along with other governing bodies that enforce data standards. Violating these regulations can have serious consequences. Incognito consists of configurable, pre-built data classifiers which automatically detect sensitive data in your data assets. Incognito uses powerful algorithms to anonymize your data regardless of the format or size, enabling you to freely analyze and monetize this data while protecting your end users' privacy. At Axiata Digital Labs, we believe with the right data, you have the power to make a real impact. That's why we keep your data safe so you can focus on what you do best. Interested? Get in touch to find out more. Axiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
Introducing AxoNet Marketplace, a carefully constructed digital catalog of robust, future-proof solutions to accelerate your enterprise digital transformation. AxoNet product suite consists of an extensive selection of software and platform solutions, bringing agility, innovation, and rapid service delivery capabilities to your enterprise landscape to leverage the maximum revenue potential from emerging market opportunities. With comprehensive coverage of solutions in microservice development, API management, telco BSS, cloud workloads, IoT, data analytics, AI and ML, and blockchain technologies, catering to a multitude of domains and industry use cases. From the AxoNet Marketplace, you can explore offers with informative product material, request a demonstration from our product experts, or even take advantage of a free trial before making a purchase decision. Additionally, AxoNet Marketplace offers flexible pricing models to choose the best option that works for your business, and quick cloud-based deployment options to get you started in no time.
Are you looking to enhance the customer experience and reduce service costs for your business? Introducing AxoNet Self-Care, a powerful, user-friendly self-care solution for mobile and web. AxoNet Self-Care is designed to provide a unified interface for customers to have full control over the resources and accounts, introducing brand new experience and improved quality of digital lifestyle. With AxoNet Self-Care, service providers can increase engagement by allowing subscribers to access, monitor, and customize services from anywhere on any device. As more customers become connected, their expectations for better quality of services increase, and the requirement for innovative business services become essential to minimize churn. Axonex Self-Care offers its customers total control over balance, resources, and subscription management, while facilitating comprehensive records on usage and make bill payments and transaction histories, as well as improved customer interactions through complaints and service requests. For business administrators and campaign managers, Axonex Self-Care offers extended real-time control over the application through a configuration management portal. Via the portal, accurate usage can be tracked to understand customer behavior and send real-time notifications to customers on latest campaigns and products, resulting in improved customer engagement. The product architecture and design of the Axonex Self-Care feature, independent, modular, and flexible microservices architecture for seamless BSS integrations and feature expansions. Transactions and user data are highly secured with end-to-end security and comprehensive audit trails. Axonex Self-Care is the ideal solution to increase customer engagement for revenue enhancement. Get in touch to find out more. With the increasing demand for personalized customer experiences, businesses are faced with the challenge of relating effectively to changing customer needs. Introducing Elite NBO by Axonex, a recommendation engine that studies and understands telco customer requirements based on behavior to generate the next best options that will cater to their specific needs. In a digital landscape where tailored experiences are paramount, Elite NBO stands out as the answer. Craft personalized journeys to boost upselling and cross-selling capabilities by providing offers perfectly aligned with individual preferences across various digital channels. Turbocharge your marketing efforts and optimize campaigns effortlessly, ensuring your customers remain engaged and satisfied. For business with vast product offerings, Elite NBO makes product discoverability a breeze, allowing to push new products and promotions based on personal preferences to ensure a seamless shopping experience for your telco customer. With a unified product catalog, personalized chatbot interactions, and guaranteed data privacy, Elite NBO sets the new standard for customer engagement. Experience the future of personalization with Elite NBO. Elevate your business, capture attention, and watch your customer relationships flourish. Interested? Contact us to find out more.